Chapter 2377. Not long after Chun Zhao got home, Clive and Ampa came to visit. Chun Zhao was surprised by their arrival. Weren't they taken away by the Holy Knights? Why were they back? Mr. Chun, hello. Clive looked at Chun Zhao at the door. Hello, Mr. Clive, Ms. Ampa. They'd interacted before, but they weren't even friends. So, they were still very distant when they talked. Even the way they addressed each other sounded distant. When did you guys come back? 2 days ago. 2 days ago? It seemed like they'd come back earlier than him. Did you have any special encounters in Istanbul? Chun Zhao asked, pretending not to know. Nothing special, Clive said casually. I just met a few new friends. Chun Zhao thought about it. It made sense. The Holy Knights weren't some evil organization. It was also impossible for him to do anything outrageous to them. Clive and Ampa only came to greet Chun Zhao. They also apologized to Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao invited them into the manor, but they didn't want to stay. They left after apologizing. After sending Clive and Ampa away, Alex came again. It was also a small matter, but it required Chun Zhao's signature. Ever since Dashin beer became popular, all sorts of trouble came. In short, it was a messy matter. For example, someone claimed that Dashin beer stole someone's recipe, or someone said that he had a problem drinking beer. It was more or less a case of petty theft. Alex had already taken care of these trivial matters. Those that should go to court would go to court, and those that should settle out of court would settle out of court. Chun Zhao basically didn't need to worry. Chun Zhao only needed to sign it. Of course, with Alex and her legal team. Even if it was settled out of court, the other party wouldn't get much money. Chun Zhao didn't think that he could extort money from them. For those who wanted to extort money from him, Chun Zhao would sue them directly. Chun Zhao felt that he couldn't let such a large group of lawyers stay idle. Even though Alex often told him that it wouldn't cost much to settle out of court. Nevertheless, Chun Zhao's reason was reasonable. I'm paying you guys to help me fight cases. She didn't mind helping Chun Zhao fight cases. However, there were always a few scoundrels who wanted to extort a sum of money every month. Therefore, it was basically endless. But Chun Zhao did not care. I helped you send 6 more people to prison this month, Alex said. Really? How many years was he sentenced to? The longest one is only a year. The others range from 3 to 9 months. Alex said, this kind of thing doesn't last long, and the compensation is less than $100,000, but the cost of the lawsuit is more than $2 million. No matter how one looked at it, this was a loss. But Chun Zhao did not care. This amount of money was within his acceptable range. Aunt Alex. Little Gerlin ran over, followed by little Larissa. Little Larissa also threw herself into Alex's arms while squeaking and squeaking. Little Larissa could already speak, but she couldn't speak clearly. Gerlin was obviously more talented in this aspect. Chun Zhao remembered that Gerlin could already call him Papa when she was 2 months old. Little Larissa was already 9 months old, but her speech was still slurred. However, he managed to recognize all of them. Although little Larissa and Alex weren't relatives in the true sense of the word. Nevertheless, Alex didn't forget to bring little Larissa a gift every time she came. Little Larissa naturally treated Alex as an aunt too. Feilai agreed and didn't treat Alex as an outsider. After asking Feilai to stay for dinner, Alex said goodbye and left. After dinner, the family played their own games in the living room. Didi and Pinan sat in front of the TV and played console games. Outside, little Gerlin, little Larissa, and Sindora ran like crazy. Kilo was practicing boxing with King Kong in the yard. The underlings were busy inside and out. Feilai, on the other hand, was flipping through a secret Taoist book. On the other hand, Chun Zhao leaned against Princess and talked on the phone. Briar, Bramble, Simba, and Nana kept messing around on Chun Zhao and Princess. Hey, old Zhang, it's me. What's up? I told you last time that your disciple is going to die in Bermuda. He should have gone long ago, but he was delayed. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Tianyi fell silent. Chun Zhao's call wasn't to tip him off at all. He was asking for benefits. What's the price for you? Zhang Tianyi asked. Give me Dragon Tiger Mountain. Give me a sincere price, Zhang Tianyi said. Chun Zhao's condition didn't have any practical meaning. Zhang Tianyi wouldn't agree at all. Chun Zhao didn't even think about it. No, it's not convenient for me to get involved, Chun Zhao said. I have a grudge against him and the psionic team he's in. You want me to help the psionic team kill the enemy? Am I that stupid? Don't talk nonsense. As long as you give me enough benefits, nothing is impossible. Can't you just ask Yonghua to leave the psionic team? Do I have to lower my pride and stick to his cold butt? Am I that cheap? Guo looks weak, but he's actually very stubborn. If I use seniority to order him around, he'll betray his master. Do I not care about my pride? Then give me a price that's worth it. Can't you do it yourself? We're separated by the Pacific Ocean, but it's not hard for you. Do you know what nuclear deterrence is? My status in the supernatural world is equivalent to that of a nuclear deterrent. Have you ever seen a nuclear warhead run around in someone else's territory? Anyway, I won't do it. Think of a way yourself. Chun Zhao's attitude was decisive. He really didn't want to do anything and let the psionic team do it themselves. They had money anyway. Even if they were all destroyed, they could form another team later. Last time, Zhang Tianyi had asked for his help, so he hired people from the Sacred Flame sect to cripple Yonghua. That way, Yonghua wouldn't be able to do anything. In the end, not only were the people from the Sacred Flame sect completely wiped out, they were even captured alive by the psionic team. No matter what, he couldn't get involved this time. You're really not going to help. It's not like you've never been to American territory before. Can't you just treat it as a friendly visit? Do you really need me to do it? It's not as simple as you say. I can't do anything, but you have so many disciples. You don't need Yonghua. My disciples and disciples are all precious. I can't lose one. You can't do this, you can't do that. Only your disciples are precious? Anyway, I'm just here to inform you. You could do whatever you want. I don't care. Chapter 2378. Chun Zhao and Zhang Tianyi did not see eye to eye. Zhang Tianyi only wanted to contribute money, not effort, even if the other party was his grand disciple. Chun Zhao wanted benefits, but he didn't want to put in any effort. He felt that if he were to make a move, he would be supporting the enemy. Helping the enemy was equivalent to causing trouble for himself. No matter what, he couldn't do it. In the end, Zhang Tianyi was the first to hang up the phone. Chun Zhao estimated that Zhang Tianyi would either do it himself or send his disciples to help Yonghua. Ferlin, don't disturb the underlings. They need to work. Chun Zhao glanced at Ferencia, who was playing a prank. The children at home were already used to the existence of inferior demons. Moreover, they were spiritualists themselves, so it was not that difficult for them to accept this kind of supernatural creature. Darling, Feilai said, I've already helped the children with the enrollment procedures. Bring them to school in the next 2 days and see the environment. Also, donate some money to the school. All right. Seeing that they should be free for the next 2 days, Chun Zhao decided to take the kids to school. Also, it was about time for little Jerlin to enter preschool. Chun Zhao could arrange for a few private tutors, but he hoped that his children could interact with other children. School was the best place for children to socialize. To Chun Zhao, children didn't need to learn cultural knowledge in school. Instead, they needed to learn how to socialize. Of course, some of the children in the family were willing to go to school, and some were not. Like Didala, who was the oldest of the children. Therefore, she was the most understanding, although she was not very willing to go to school. But she never showed it. Another example was Kilo. He was introverted and shy, and wasn't good at socializing. Therefore, his reaction was the most obvious. He was unwilling. However, Chun Zhao and Feilai didn't listen to him. In Crow's case, it was a clear sign of a lack of social interaction. The more he didn't want to go to school, the more Chun Zhao and Feilai wanted to. The next day, Chun Zhao brought a group of kids to school. Of course, today was not the first day of school. Mr. Chun, nice to meet you. I'm Mackenzie, the principal of Mountain Elementary School. Mackenzie welcomed Chun Zhao in the parking lot. It wasn't Chun Zhao's first time meeting Mackenzie. However, there was no communication or interaction. They had met at a local festival in Mountain Town. Mackenzie had spoken a few words on the platform. As an invited guest, Chun Zhao had seen it from afar. Chun Zhao was the richest man in Mountain Town. Therefore, he would be invited to almost all the local celebrations. Hello, Mr. Mackenzie. These are my children. Hello, children. Hello, Mr. Mackenzie. Dadaira was the first to greet him. The The school in Mountain Town could only be considered average in terms of teachers and scale. It was even a little inferior to the primary schools in China. The United States also had resources in the area of education funding. Large and developed regions would definitely have better resources. On the other hand, the resources in small and remote areas were much worse. For example, the school in Mountain Town was funded by the local government. However, the funding for education was also quite limited, although the children of the family had received education in the past. However, the education they received was also uneven. The American education system was divided into preschool education, primary education, secondary education, and higher education. Basically, it was equivalent to the 4 levels of education in China: kindergarten, primary school, secondary school, and university. However, the length of education differed from region to region. There were 8 or 4 systems, 6 or 6 systems, 4 or 4 or 5 or 3 or 4 systems. Mountain Town and the surrounding areas of LA were all 8 and 4. That was 8 years in primary school and 4 years in middle school. Apart from little Jerlin and little Larissa, the other children in Chun Zhao's family had more or less received some education. Their age distribution was also different. Mackenzie showed Chun Zhao and the children around the school. The field seems a bit old. It was built when the school was first established, Mackenzie said. Because it was a public school, the funding wasn't very abundant. That's the classroom building. Next to it is the library. Mackenzie introduced them one by one. Chun Zhao nodded. Didira, show them around the school. Didira nodded understandingly. She was precocious, and due to her family's accident, she was more like an adult. After the children left, Chun Zhao took out a check and handed it to Mackenzie. When Mackenzie saw the number, she almost had a heart attack. The figures on it were more than enough to rebuild a new school if they were sponsored by the higher-ups. Mr. Chun, I want my children to have a wonderful semester. I don't care about their grades, but I don't want them to be wronged. Mr. Mackenzie, do you understand? Yes, I understand. I'll try my best to ensure their studies and school experience. Thank you for your help, Mr. Mackenzie. Smiling, Chun Zhao patted Mackenzie's shoulder. If they're satisfied with the school, I'm willing to sponsor a sum of money every year. But if any of them aren't treated fairly or are wronged, I can't guarantee that I won't choose another school. The only advantage of Mountain Elementary is that it's close to home. As a principal, Mackenzie wasn't that interested in Chun Zhao and his family's children. But after receiving the sponsorship, Mackenzie changed his attitude. Even in a higher education institution, this amount of sponsorship would be considered a huge donation. Also, before the Christmas break, I hope that the school can be renovated. Of course, we were limited by funding before. With your help, I don't think it's a problem anymore. Mr. Chun, are you interested in sponsoring our school team? School team? Are you talking about me or the brewery? Chun Zhao was surprised. His main business was beer. America's education department didn't allow adult product manufacturers to sponsor primary and middle schools. Even if they wanted to sponsor, they could only do it in their own name. Alcohol products were even stricter. They weren't allowed to appear in any place in primary and middle schools. After all, Chun Zhao was a teacher, so he had some understanding of this. The check he'd just given should be enough to support the school team's competition. Mr. Chun, do you only have one brewery? I remember that you have a restaurant, right? Chun Zhao had never considered advertising Marina's restaurant. After all, Marina's restaurant was a high-end restaurant. Its service group was special, so it wasn't suitable to appear on TV. But if it was a school team, it wouldn't lower its profile. Instead, people would think that it was charity. What's the main competition for Mountain Elementary School? Chapter 2379. Marina's restaurant wasn't a secret. However, most people didn't know that Chun Zhao had other businesses. Mackenzie was a smart person. He probably asked about Chun Zhao's businesses. Maybe he couldn't find out about other businesses, but it wasn't hard to find out about Marina's restaurant. Mackenzie's request was simple. He wanted to sponsor the school team. His price wasn't high either. It was less than $20,000 a year. Dashan Elementary School had a basketball and cricket team. Chun Zhao had already donated $1 million. It was indeed a huge sum in one person's hands. However, for an old school like Dashan Elementary School, it was a bit hard to make ends meet. After all, everything needed to be repaired. Some places even needed to be expanded or built. Chen Zhao also wanted the school to be renovated. Therefore, the funds left for activities or education became tight. That was why McKinsey asked Chen Zhao for money in the name of sponsorship. He knew about Marina's restaurant, even though he hadn't been there before. As the most famous and high-end restaurant in LA, it was easy to imagine how much it cost to go in and out. The people who went there were basically celebrities. They were either rich businessmen or celebrities. There weren't many restaurants like this in LA. Restaurants like this usually didn't advertise on TV. Advertising would actually lower the restaurant's grade. Usually, they would do soft advertisements in weekly magazines or newspapers. Or, in entertainment news, give some money to the entertainment reporters and let them mention Marina's restaurant while reporting on celebrities. Chen Zhao had asked Stephen and James for help a few times. He would first invite them to eat at the restaurant, then spend money to find entertainment reporters to report. With Stephen and James's current fame and status, other restaurants wouldn't be able to invite them. Regardless of whether they spent money or not, it was impossible for them to advertise a restaurant just for a meal. However, they were happy to help Chen Zhao so that he would owe them a favor. As for Stephen, his cooperation with Chen Zhao was quite pleasant. Because of Chen Zhao's help, he had even reached the peak of his career. James, on the other hand, knew how powerful Chen Zhao was. Chen Zhao wasn't the only one who was close to Stephen and Rasfa. He was also very powerful in the business world. At least this time, due to the funding problem, the film company asked him if there were any ways to get funding for his new movie. James decided to give it a try and called Chen Zhao. In the end, Chen Zhao helped him get 60% of the budget for his new movie. It was very difficult to run a high-end restaurant, at least in the early stages. Advertising would lower the standard of the company, but no one would know if they didn't advertise. Just like what Chen Zhao had done before, he could buy a ready-made one. If Fa Twain had not been in a hurry to use the money, Chen Zhao might not be able to buy the shares of Marina's restaurant at such a cheap price. The monthly revenue and net profit of Marina's restaurant were definitely worth the huge sum. The monthly turnover of Marina's restaurant could even exceed $20 million. After deducting taxes, the net profit was still more than 50%. This was definitely a very high-quality property. Of course, this was also because Chen Zhao had provided some special ingredients. Delicious and expensive at the same time. Ordinary people couldn't afford it. But in Los Angeles, there was no lack of rich people. Moreover, Marina's restaurant had many repeat customers. Among them, there were countless celebrities. Marina Restaurant doesn't allow reporters to enter. However, if the celebrity was willing, they might be the ones who found the reporter. The restaurant wouldn't stop them. But because of Marina's restaurant's special position, it was hard to advertise. Spending tens of thousands of dollars to sponsor a school team was quite suitable for Marina's restaurant. Of course, the rate of return was basically of little value. After all, even if you put Marina's restaurant's name on the school team's clothes, no one would pay attention to it, unless they could participate in at least an intercontinental competition. After visiting the school, Chen Zhao left with the children. When he got home at noon, there was no one at home. Fei had gone to work, but the underlings had already prepared lunch. After the family finished eating, they heard the sound of a car horn outside the door. Master, Mr. Stephen is visiting, the system reminded. The underlings that had been scattered around the house immediately sped up. In a few minutes, they finished what they had to do and returned to their lair. After the gate was opened automatically, Stephen drove the car into the parking lot like he was familiar with the place. Chen Zhao had been standing in the parking lot to welcome Stephen. But as soon as Stephen got out of the car, he started cursing at Chen Zhao. "You asterisk shoal, where have you been for the past half a month? Every time I call you, you don't answer. Either you're outside the service area." Chen Zhao shrugged and turned to look at the other middle-aged man that Stephen had brought. Chen Zhao knew that Stephen wouldn't bring strangers to his house. Even if he wanted to introduce a friend, it wouldn't be in his house. "Hello, I'm Lit's father. I'm Drow Grove." Chen Zhao was stunned. Was this Lit Grove's dad? No wonder Stephen had brought him here. "Hello, Mr. Drow. I really like your movie." Drow Grove chuckled. He didn't believe Chen Zhao's polite words. Chen Zhao had been confused when he saw him just now. He clearly didn't recognize him. Of course, he wasn't here to argue with Chen Zhao this time. It was mainly because when he'd invested in a movie last time, his son had to borrow money from Chen Zhao to start filming because of the funding problem. He heard from his son that Steven had hired him as the lead in Steven's new movie because of Chen Zhao's help. Therefore, it was reasonable for him to come over and thank Chen Zhao. From his son, he got a rough understanding of Chen Zhao's personal information. For example, he was very rich, very powerful, and couldn't be messed with. But Drow Grove didn't have any idea about this. But when he saw Mirror Lake Manor, he knew how rich Chen Zhao was. As an A-list celebrity, he had a lot of money. But the manor before him was probably as rich as his family. He was curious how a university professor like Chen Zhao could be so rich and have so many connections in Hollywood. At first, he'd only thought that Chen Zhao had some money. But after the audition for Steven's new movie, he was hired directly. Only then did he start to believe his son's words. Chapter 2380. In America, the evaluation of rich people was divided into several levels. First was the car. America was a country with a lot of cars, so most of them were cheap. But luxury cars were still very expensive. Therefore, if this person was driving a luxury car, then this person was definitely a rich person. Second was the house. Houses were judged by location, size, and area. For example, in Beverly Hills, the most direct impression was that there were a lot of patrolling police. This was how the government treated the rich differently. Then there was the yacht. Drow Grove saw the yacht docked by the shore. This yacht was almost equivalent to his entire fortune. Drow Grove made up his mind to build a good relationship with Chen Zhao. Of course, Chen Zhao didn't have such thoughts. He treated Chen Zhao more like a normal guest. Although he was Lit Grove's father, Chen Zhao didn't have any relationship with Lit Grove. There wasn't even any exchange of benefits. Their social classes were also different. So Chen Zhao really didn't have anything in common with Lit Grove. Of course, Chen Zhao still had the most basic etiquette for guests. When he served Steven and Drow Grove, he still took out his precious red wine. After all, Drow Grove had been in Hollywood for decades. He was experienced. Of course, he could feel that Chen Zhao didn't interact with him. However, this was also human nature. After all, it was their first time meeting. Chen Zhao's relationship with Drow Grove was all because of his son. Even Steven had brought him here because of his son. Drow Grove also got this role because of his son. However, Drow Grove didn't expect to talk about life and philosophy with Chen Zhao on the first day. At least they'd gotten to know each other and talked. They'd find a chance to meet next time, and their relationship would come out. Before leaving, Chen Zhao sent Steven and Drow Grove to the door with a large piece of meat in his hand. At the same time, he looked at Famtis in the driver's seat. Famtis, this is for your Evan. Of course, people can eat it too. Thank you, Famtis said. Can you put in the trunk for me? She knew that Chen Zhao would give her good stuff. Every week, Chen Zhao would send 20 kilograms of raw food to Steven. Famtis was in charge of transporting the food back and forth between the two ends. Occasionally, Steven would give her some too, and Evan was very fond of eating these kinds of meat. Chen, I've eaten most of the food you sent last time, Steven said. Marina's restaurant has unlimited supplies, Chen Zhao said bluntly. If you want to eat, go to my restaurant. Marina's restaurant is so expensive. I need at least $10,000 to fill my stomach. I can't afford to go there every day. Drow made a mental note. So Marina restaurant was his property. Mr. Steven, what animal did that leg belong to? Where can I find the goods? I don't know what animal it is, but I know it's delicious. As for the original source, only Chen knows. That's his secret. If you want to know, you'll have to ask him yourself and see if he'll tell you. However, Marina Restaurant sells a limited amount of original ingredients every month. If you're interested, you can check it out, but it won't be cheap. Drow didn't want to steal Chen Zhao's business. He was just curious. What price? Marina Restaurant sells 100 kilograms of ingredients every month. Each kilogram is maintained at more than $10,000. Occasionally, they provide more expensive ingredients. Drow Grove sucked in a breath of cold air. Didn't this restaurant earn more than him a big star? Not to mention Drow Grove's idea Many rich and famous people had wanted to get their hands on Marina's restaurant, but Chun Zhao had rejected them all. Most of Marina Restaurant's shares were in Chun Zhao's hands now. Only a small portion was mortgaged to the bank. Of course, rather than saying it was mortgaged, it was more like an exchange of benefits and the maintenance of relationships. There were so many investors in the world. They invested everywhere to find good projects. But good projects weren't so easy to find. Take some internet companies that everyone was familiar with. It seemed like the investors who invested in these giant internet companies made a lot of money. But in fact, before they successfully invested in these internet companies, they had made the same investment dozens or even hundreds of times. It was basically like 1 or 2 out of dozens or hundreds of failed investments. Only then could they recoup their capital. Why would the owners let you invest in a confirmed good project? Because you had money? There were many rich people in the world. Thus, Zhao only thought about it. He wouldn't do anything. Zhao was more concerned about Chun Zhao's connections and connections. It seemed like he had to ask his son. Let's see if Leet has any more information. Not long after Stephen left, Chun Zhao received a special call. Hello, handsome. What's up? Chun Zhao looked at the screen. The handsome guy was lying lazily on a cloud. I heard from Belial that you fought a titan snake before, he asked. Yes, but it's a modified titan snake. Find me a pure-blooded titan snake, dead or alive, but the heart must be intact, the handsome guy said. Depends on luck, Chun Zhao said. I'm not sure if I can find one again. Just then, a cryptic magic array appeared on Chun Zhao's screen. Find an empty space and set up this magic array. Summon a weapon I made for capturing titan snakes. Empty space? How big? Not too big, the handsome guy said. About 10 meters is enough. Chun Zhao started drawing the magic array on the grass in the backyard. You drew it wrong. It's a bit too much. Chun Zhao was a bit annoyed. A bit more or less is fine. If you insist on drawing it like this, you might summon a Lord-level demon. Of course, it'll also drain your magic power. This magic array can summon demons? Didn't you say it's a weapon? I changed it at the last minute. It's from another magic array. Also, you drew it wrong again. There's a tick missing. You'll be sent to an unknown space. Magic arrays are so troublesome. It's indeed difficult for untalented humans. Can you not look down on me before ordering me to do things? Chun Zhao pointed at the ground. Another ravine appeared. There's another line. It'll cost you 10% more magic power. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 2381. Chun Zhao really didn't have the talent to draw magic arrays. Fine, Chun Zhao admitted it. It wasn't that he couldn't draw the magic array that the handsome young man had provided. If he just copied it, he could finish it in 3 to 5 days. However, Chun Zhao clearly didn't plan on spending 3 to 5 days to draw a magic array. If he had the time, he might as well kill a titan snake. It would be more straightforward. So, Chun Zhao could only find help. Help me gather the kids in the living room, Chun Zhao said to the butler. As long as they were in the manor, Chun Zhao didn't need to shout. The butler would receive his orders. When Chun Zhao entered the living room, the kids were coming down the stairs. Uncle, did you call us? Have any of you studied magic arrays before? Or who knows how to draw one? Uncle Mimi, Binz yelled excitedly, raising his right hand. Chun Zhao looked at Binance, who was 7 years old. He didn't trust this young face at all. Binz, aren't you a water mage? Uncle, I really can draw magic arrays. My mom used to be a touring mage. I'm a water mage, but I've been taught basic touring magic, Binz said. Chun Zhao looked at Didi, who nodded. Annie Muller is indeed a touring mage, but I didn't know that Binz could draw magic arrays. Chun Zhao took out his phone. Look at this magic array. Can you draw it? What a huge magic array. Binz looked at the array on the screen and said, Uncle, is this a summoning array? Or something? A weapon from hell, Chun Zhao said casually. Isn't it too complicated? It's not complicated at all. Someone must have modified it. It's not an original one, Binz said. At the same time, he glanced at Chun Zhao. It looks like someone modified it to make it easier for people who don't know how to carve it. But at the same time, it also increased the spellcaster's requirement. Uncle, according to the mana requirement of this magic circle, it will need a lot of mana. Chun Zhao could clearly see the disdain in Bin's eyes. Chun Zhao's face twitched. Stop nagging. Draw it for me. Uncle, it's okay if you want me to draw a magic array, but you have to promise me something. What? I don't want to go to school. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes and dialed a number. Hey, right, it's Chun Zhao. Help me contact a completely sealed school. I want to send a disobedient Asterisk there. No. Binance hurriedly hugged Chun Zhao. Uncle, I was wrong. Grabbing Binance's chin, Chun Zhao smirked. Change your conditions. Take me with you the next time you go on a mission, said Binance. Other than Sidora and Mara, who were two younger girls, everyone else's eyes lit up. They also wanted to go on missions with Chun Zhao. It was definitely very, very thrilling. If it suits me, I can bring you along. I don't care. I'll take it as you've agreed. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. He didn't agree, but he didn't nod immediately either. Binance grabbed the phone and ran into the backyard. Earlier, he had seen Chun Zhao working in the backyard for half a day. But when he saw Chun Zhao's magic array, he looked back at Chun Zhao. His eyes were filled with disdain. Yes, disdain. Then he stretched out his leg and erased Chun Zhao's half an hour of hard work. But he had to admit that Chun Zhao was indeed bad at magic arrays. More accurately, he was very bad. Binance's completion rate in 5 minutes was higher than Chun Zhao's half an hour. Holding the phone, Chun Zhao said, Binance, don't you need to compare the magic array? You might make a mistake. Don't treat others like you. The handsome guy hadn't hung up yet. He was still mocking Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao grinned. If I knew this, I wouldn't have taken this hard job. Can't you blame me? I've already simplified the original magic array hundreds of times, but you still can't draw it. I just don't have the talent. That's all. Get rid of that. Seeing that he couldn't help Binance, Chun Zhao sat down where he was. As soon as he sat down, he felt something wet on his butt. Touching it, Chun Zhao's face darkened. The backyard of the manor was open and connected to the grassland. Occasionally, cows and sheep would come here. Most of the time, they would be chased away by the family pets. But sometimes, the cows and sheep would leave some gifts before they left. Chun Zhao wanted to cry. What was under his butt was a fresh cow fun. He called the underlings to clean up the place. Chun Zhao returned to the bathroom to take a shower before coming out. In 10 minutes, Binance had finished half of it. This kid's talent is good. I have some magic books like this. I'll give them to you later. Oh, I have a question. Go ahead. I have a friend, to be precise, he's my subordinate. He doesn't have any magic power. He's just an ordinary person, but he relied on his charisma, deception to sneak into the enemy's headquarters and was treated as a VIP. However, he doesn't have any ability to protect himself. Recently, due to some matters, the enemy needs to test the strength of their subordinates. Now, he only has two choices. Either he directly shows his cards, or he gets killed by the enemy. Is there any way to give him the ability to protect himself? It's simple. Make a summoning magic array for him. Of course, no matter how convenient it is, it's not as convenient as carving it on his skin. He doesn't have any magic. How can he use the summoning magic array? And what about the target? Sacrificial summoning doesn't need magic. You mean the kind that uses living people as sacrifices? Of course not. Sacrifice is more like hiring. As long as you can pay something of equal value, you don't have to use a living person. Also, how much do you know a living person is worth? There's no lack of human souls in hell. Unless you sacrifice hundreds or thousands of people at once, you won't be able to summon a decent demon. What do I have that's valuable? Not dollars, right? It's convenient if it's dollars, but how much does it cost? Is 100,000 enough? The handsome guy stared at Chun Zhao on the screen, speechless. Of course, we'll use your wealth in hell. Didn't you obtain a large number of spoils of war when you and your friends captured a great lord's territory? In addition, you also have a large number of demonic crystals and angelic crystals. These can also be used as sacrifices. How much? That depends on what level of demon you want. A great lord is impossible. Your wealth is huge, but it's not enough for a great lord to break the rules and come to the human world. According to my estimation, a normal demonic crystal can summon about 10 low-level demons. If it's an angelic crystal of the same level, It should be able to summon 15 low-level demons. Angelic crystals are more valuable than demonic crystals. Yes, for demons in hell. After all, angelic crystals aren't from hell, but there are many mines for demonic crystals in hell. 9 Heaven's Divine King. Chapter 2382. You can't even speak properly. It's just that rare things are more valuable. It was rare for Chen Zhao to mock the handsome guy. The guy's face darkened and his eyes flashed. He was probably going to take revenge on Chen Zhao. How about it? Do you need it? If your subordinate needs it, I have a large demon army for you or him to command. We're so close. Shouldn't I help for free? Of course I can, but the army under my command can't be free. Every single one of them is an individual. I can command them to be loyal to me and fight for me, but I can't make them submit to others again. Moreover, going from hell to the human world requires a huge amount of power, and most of the sacrifices consumed in this sacrificial summoning are used to open the passage. What if they die? Chen Zhao asked. Do I need compensation? The guy rolled his eyes. Do you want or not? Chen Zhao was in a difficult position. Sacrificial summoning was both expensive and cheap, but it was for others and not for him. It wasn't worth it no matter how he thought about it. But Toddy Belster was still working for him. Chen Zhao couldn't just ignore him. Fine, help me make a summoning ritual. It'll be my reward for helping you catch the Titan snake. After thinking for a while, Chen Zhao finally agreed to the guy's suggestion. To be honest, Chen Zhao's demonic crystals and angelic crystals had already accumulated to an astronomical amount. Plus the wealth in hell, Chen Zhao was quite rich. Even if Toddy Belster spent it, it would take a long time to finish. Oh, will there be any side effects from this summoning? Also, will the summoned demons bite back at us? No, at least not with my ritual, the guy said confidently. The handsome young man said confidently, every demon summoned by my magic array has absolute loyalty. That's good. That guy can't protect himself. Chen Zhao returned to the backyard. The underlings had already combed through the nearby grass. They ensured that nothing new would be left outside. At the same time, they invited the gift giver to their dining table. I'll eat it tonight. On the other side, Binance's ritual was almost complete. Take a look and see if there's anything wrong. Good talent. There's no mistake, the guy said. Uncle, it's done. Finally, Binance finished the last part and heaved a long sigh of relief. Take a look and see if it's correct. Not bad. Apart from the slightly inferior technique, there are no other mistakes. Binance looked at Chen Zhao in disdain. He was just being polite, but Chen Zhao really didn't care. Hee, what do you mean by that look? Are you looking down on Uncle? All right, I was going to give you a few high-end magic books, but I'll forget about it because of your gaze. Binance's eyes lit up. Uncle, what kind of magic book? Although Binance looked down on Chen Zhao's touring magic, Binance didn't think much of it. But Chen Zhao's strength was obvious. Moreover, it wouldn't be hard for him to get a high-level magic book. Come, put in a good word for Uncle. Uncle, you're the best. Be careful. Forget it. I want to see if this magic array is useful. Chen Zhao walked to the center of the magic array. At the same time, he looked at Binance. Step aside. After all, he still didn't know what effect this summoning magic array would produce. So, he told Binance to stay away. This summoning magic array didn't need any incantations. The handsome guy probably knew that Chen Zhao couldn't remember it. All he had to do was pour his magic power into the magic array. Chen Zhao stood in the magic array, and immortal power was released from his body. As soon as it left his body, it was immediately absorbed by the magic array. The summoning magic array lit up, but it was only activation. It was far from activating it. If he wanted to activate the summoning magic array, he would need even more power. Chen Zhao estimated that people below the Shangqing state might not be able to activate this summoning magic array. Moreover, the difference in personal strength would also affect the magic array. For example, Chen Zhao's immortal power was compared to a regular spiritualist's magic power. For example, let's compare number 90 gasoline with number 93 gasoline. There was a 5% difference in energy consumption and also a 5% difference in the consumption of the engine. The difference between immortal power and regular magic power wasn't as simple as 5%. As Chun Zhao poured his immortal power in, the summoning magic array grew brighter and brighter. Chun Zhao's immortal power was also continuously extracted. Just then, an inverted image of the magic array appeared above the summoning magic array. The upper and lower magic arrays resonated with each other. The two magic arrays emitted enormous energy at the same time. Instantly, a singularity opened in the upper and lower magic arrays. The singularity instantly expanded. The next moment, a ring appeared in the center of the magic arrays. The ring was engraved with indecipherable inscriptions. Chun Zhao raised his right arm as if he had an epiphany. The ring landed on Chun Zhao's right wrist. It shrank instantly and wrapped itself tightly around his wrist. At the same time, the magic array closed. The magic array carved on the ground was left with a scorch mark. The original patterns had disappeared. The entire process was both difficult and simple. There weren't any technical difficulties. Any spiritualist who had awakened could do it easily. However, that was the only difficulty. With enough magic power, an ordinary spiritualist would be sucked dry just by standing here. Chun Zhao retracted his arm and looked at the ring. The metal ring looked like an ornament. It was exquisite, but it didn't match Chun Zhao's style. But Chun Zhao couldn't take it off now. This thing would only activate itself when he encountered the Titan snake. Apart from affecting Chun Zhao's personal style, it didn't have any other effects. It wouldn't increase Chun Zhao's personal strength or combatability. Chun Zhao muttered. This guy wasn't giving him any advantages at all. Uncle, is this a weapon from hell? It looks normal. What's its use? Binance walked up and looked at the metal ring on Chun Zhao's wrist. He was looking forward to Chun Zhao's live performance. What weapon? It's an ornament, hell style. How about it? Not bad, right? Binance rolled his eyes. Uncle, I'm not a kid. I'm already 7. Just then, Chun Zhao received another message on his phone. Chun Zhao glanced at his phone. It wasn't one message, but two. One was about Turing's spell, while the other was about sacrificing the summoning magic array. Chapter 2383. Angel Coast. If one were to say that the most beautiful scenery here was not the beach and the scenery, it was the lifeguards. Recently, the coastal rescue team had received a large donation. Therefore, other than expanding the basic building and buying professional equipment, the team had also hired 10 more lifeguards. If they only relied on the original 12 lifeguards, the workload would be too much. Almost every member of the coastal rescue team had to continuously patrol and save people during working hours. With the addition of 10 new lifeguards, the pressure on the old lifeguards was relieved. The current arrangement was basically one new member and one old member in one group. There were 10 groups in total. They would patrol the 4-kilometer-long coastline every time. There were 5 groups each time. The other 5 groups would rest at the observation deck or the headquarters. Igo, the vice captain, is called Feilai, right? Does she have a boyfriend? Feilai, I advise you not to do anything to her. Not only does she have a boyfriend, but she also has a child. I don't mind. Her boyfriend does, Igo said calmly. Also, I'm sure that you can't afford to offend her boyfriend. Money doesn't mean everything. Igo glanced at the boy who had just joined the team and left school not long ago. But having nothing means a lot of problems. Plus, I think you can't compare to Chun in any aspect. I believe I'm stronger than him, the new member said. 3 months ago, when he came to pick Feilai up, he encountered a group of hooligans nearby. Then the nearby police station received a report that he was robbed. However, when the police arrived, Chun was standing among the hooligans, unharmed. He was even carrying a child in one hand, while the hooligans were all lying on the ground. There were 13 of them in total. After that incident, the hooligans completely disappeared from the area. He clearly didn't do it. He's carrying a child. There's no way he can beat 13 people. The hooligans' testimonies have been verified. He did it. This means that the guy has a serious tendency to be violent. Igo rolled his eyes. I hope this doesn't reach Feilai or Chen's ears, or you'll be in trouble. What? Will he beat me up? I'm not afraid of him. I don't know how to beat you up, but Chen has a large team of lawyers. Those 13 hooligans have already been sentenced to prison for attempted murder, kidnapping, robbery, illegally carrying dangerous weapons, and hiding drugs. Are you sure you want to go against Chun? The new member was shocked. Actually, I was just joking. Igor smiled and patted the shoulder of his new teammate. Good boy. Chun Zhao had a good relationship with the old team members. He would give them gifts every few days or invite them to parties. He also donated a lot of money to the coastal rescue team, increasing their benefits and treatment. Occasionally, he would also help them with other trivial matters. For example, last time someone's family needed legal aid, and he was happy to help. Plus, he was nice to Fei Lai, so old members like Igor liked him a lot. However, some of the new members still thought that Fei Lai was pretty, so they set their sights on her. Igor and the other veteran members received Robio's orders to persuade the new members appropriately. Otherwise, these youngsters would do anything rash. Otherwise, the consequences would be severe. Robio might not know about Chun Zhao's background, but he knew that Chun Zhao was rich. If these people offended Fei Lai, getting beaten up would only be a light punishment. She might even disappear from the world. No one would know if she was alive or dead. Someone's drowning ahead. Hurry and save them. Igor suddenly noticed that there were people bobbing up and down in the sea. At this moment, a red figure rushed into the sea like a bolt of lightning. So, she's a sprinting champion, right? Stop talking. Hurry and save them. Igor also charged out. Igor is already used to it. Fei Lai's sprinting and swimming speed could be described as terrifying. She completely surpassed the male members of the coastal rescue team. Sometimes he even wondered if rich people ate special tonics. As a female, Fei Lai's superhuman stamina made all the male members of the coastal rescue team feel ashamed. Of course, Fei Lai's stamina was exaggerated, but it was still acceptable. Igor could barely keep up with Fei Lai in front of him. The new member, on the other hand, was having a hard time. He had actually been on the school swimming team when he was in school. However, swimming in the sea was completely different from swimming in a pool. The ups and downs of the waves would bring about huge resistance and consume more stamina. Veterans like Igor and Fei Lai were already used to the ups and downs of the waves. They knew how to use the potential energy of the sea. That was why they swam faster and also knew how to use the power of the waves. The new member, on the other hand, needed a long time to figure it out. That was why Fei Lai had already fished the drowning person out when the new member was only halfway there. However, Fei Lai had also used up most of her stamina. After putting on a life jacket for the drowning person, she swam back more than 10 meters. Igor came up to help. The two of them worked well together and pulled the drowning person to the shore. The new member didn't come up to help. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. He could only follow behind Fei Lai and Igor. The new member returned to the shore and looked at Fei Lai and Igor, who were saving the drowning person. He put his hands on his hips and panted. So sorry. I couldn't help. Fei Lai and Igor ignored the new member and focused on saving the drowning person. Igor gave the drowning person mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. The drowning person vomited out some seawater, but he was still unconscious. Robio, I'm Fei Lai. 1 kilometers west of the shore. We need first aid equipment and a stretcher. Just then, Fei Lai saw an octopus stuck to the drowning person's foot. The octopus must have attached itself to the drowning person's foot, causing the person's leg to cramp. Fei Lai patted the drowning person's calf and picked up the octopus. The octopus tentacles immediately wrapped around Fei Lai's palm. Fei Lai felt a slight prick on her palm. Then, she saw her palm turn black. Immediately, Fei Lai felt her body go limp, and she fell to the ground. Fei Lai, what's wrong? Don't move. It's poisonous. Help me inform Chun. Fei Lai's voice was weak, and she looked very weak. Do we need to inform Chun? Igor asked hesitantly. Most people knew that most octopuses had a tiny amount of paralysis toxin. It was mainly used to paralyze their prey. However, even a giant octopus's toxin had very little effect on the human body. However, this palm-sized octopus could actually make her feel weak all over. One must know that her body and resistance to poison were many times higher than a normal person's. This was why Fei Lai felt that this octopus was unusual. Chapter 2384. Chun Zhao hurried to the hospital. By then, Fei Lai had already been sent to the hospital. When Chun Zhao arrived, Robio, Igor, and the others were standing outside the door. Robio, where's Fei Lai? What's the situation? Chun Zhao asked anxiously. Fei Lai's in the emergency room, Robio said. He didn't know how to face Chun Zhao. After all, he'd promised Chun Zhao that he'd take good care of Fei Lai. But now, something had happened. Of course, it was hard to say how serious the situation was. I'll go in and take a look. Chun Zhao pushed open the door. Seeing Chun Zhao come in, the doctor frowned. Get out, get out. Ignoring the doctor's attitude, Chun Zhao walked toward Fei Lai. You're here. Fei Lai's voice was weak. Chun Zhao put down the suitcase and glanced at the doctor. Excuse me, I'm a doctor too. That doesn't mean you can come here and disturb my work. Chun Zhao waved his finger. At the same time, I'm rich too. Very rich, so I can. Then, the emergency doctor made way for him. Clearly, he knew that going against the rich wasn't a wise choice. In fact, he would occasionally accept some part-time jobs, similar to Chun Zhao. Moreover, most of the patients he accepted were rich, so he knew the power and influence of the rich. Thank you. Please give us some peace and close the door. After chasing the doctor out, Chun Zhao's heart ached when he saw Fei Lai's swollen hand, which was 3 times its original size. There was also a round, fat octopus on it. You didn't take it off? Chun Zhao asked, frowning. I can't. It hurts when I pull, Fei Lai said. Really? What about now? It doesn't hurt now. The octopus's poison might have a numbing effect. As long as you don't pull it by force, it won't hurt too much. Chun Zhao looked at the octopus. It seemed to have a faint magical aura. Chun Zhao pinched the octopus's head. It was swollen, but it was empty. Chun Zhao took out a scalpel, planning to cut the octopus. Just then, the octopus suddenly reached out with a tentacle and grabbed Chun Zhao's right hand. Huh? The suckers on the tentacles quickly stuck to the back of his hand. At the same time, spikes extended from the sucker, trying to penetrate his skin. Unfortunately, the little octopus was helpless against Chun Zhao, who had thick skin and flesh. Chun Zhao used the scalpel to cut off the octopus's tentacles. But just then, Fei Lai suddenly felt dizzy. At the same time, the octopus's broken tentacles quickly grew back. He could feel that Fei Lai's life force was being absorbed by the octopus. Chun Zhao's expression changed. This thing really wasn't a natural creature. Chun Zhao cut open the octopus's head. In an instant, a wave of magic power that was neither strong nor weak gushed out of the hole in the giant head. The octopus also lost its life. It wriggled a few times and fell off the back of Fei Lai's hand. Chun, I don't know what it is, but it's not a natural creature. At the same time, he took out a bottle of medicine made of demonic crystals. Drink this. I'll find something else for you later. This thing is a bit poisonous. After drinking the medicine, Fei Lai's complexion recovered a lot. However, she couldn't recover her lost life force in a short time. In fact, it was a permanent loss. Fei Lai wasn't injured either. The strange octopus had a bit of paralysis poison. This wasn't a big problem. Even with Fei Lai's own body, the poison would be eliminated in a few hours. After taking off the octopus, Fei Lai's hand was much less swollen. Let's go home first, Chun Zhao said. There's another person who drowned. He was also bitten by the octopus. Yes, most of his life force was probably sucked away, Chun Zhao said. After I make the medicine for you, I'll send some to him too. Okay, Fei Lai nodded. But before leaving, Chun Zhao quietly put away the octopus's stone. When they got home, the children all came to greet Fei Lai after learning that she was injured. Jerlin was crying her eyes out. She didn't know how serious Fei Lai's injury was. She just looked at Fei Lai's face and thought that it was very serious. Chun Zhao entered Blackie's alternate space. Blackie, help me see what this is. Chun Zhao tossed the octopus's stone before Blackie. Isn't this just a regular octopus? Blackie studied it for a long time, but couldn't find anything. Octopus? Regular octopuses can suck people's life force? This thing can suck people's life force. Blackie was surprised. After studying it for a while, Blackie said in surprise, this thing should be an octopus, but it seems to have been affected by something and mutated, but not much. Are you sure it's an acquired mutation? Yes. This octopus's body is still an octopus. There's not much change. Blackie did research on biology every now and then, so he was more familiar with biology than Chun Zhao. Of course, Blackie couldn't kill directly, so Chun Zhao usually gave him dead creatures. Most of the time, Chun Zhao would bring some of his enemies to Blackie for research. To mutate a regular octopus into an unnatural creature without a huge mutation, one possibility is that the person responsible for the modification is very skilled. Another possibility is that the modification process is compatible with the octopus's genes, just like how creatures of the same species can reproduce in nature. Maybe it's not a modification, but a reproduction. You mean someone or some unnatural creature reproduced with the octopus and gave birth to this octopus? That makes sense, but I'm not sure about the specifics. Everything is just my personal speculation. After leaving the alternate space, Chun Zhao suddenly received a call from West. President, something happened. Come quickly. Huh? What's wrong? A large number of supernatural creatures have appeared on the LA coastline. Dozens of people have been attacked. One is seriously injured and already dead. Supernatural creature? Is an octopus? President, you know. Fei Lai was attacked too. That thing can suck people's life force, Chun Zhao said. I'll go now. Dozens of people had been attacked, and there were casualties. This was a serious incident in the supernatural world. The supernatural organization was responsible for this, so Chun Zhao didn't dare to delay. He immediately rushed to the organization. Chapter 2385. Chun Zhao hurried to the supernatural organization. Because of Fei Lai's encounter, Chun Zhao realized the severity of the matter. Fei Lai had her own treatment. Otherwise, she might not have ended up well. The octopus was extremely aggressive. Even though it was attached to a person, it was still very dangerous. It was fine if they were careful, but if they weren't careful, the healer might become the injured person being treated. After arriving at the headquarters, Chun Zhao found West. What's the situation now? An unknown octopus has been found on almost every beach along the Los Angeles coastline. This octopus seems to be particularly fond of attacking mammals. The first to discover the octopus was a couple. They were taking their dog for a walk on the beach, and then something happened to the dog. The wife found an octopus attached to the dog, so she used her hand to fiddle with it. As a result, the octopus slipped into the wife's hand, and the wife collapsed. The husband immediately called the police. The Los Angeles police also received about 20 similar reports in a very short period of time. They then reported it to the security department, and then the security department passed the information to us. The security department sent it to us? Chun Zhao was surprised. The counterterrorism department had never been on good terms with them. Why would they give a mission to them now? Didn't the counterterrorism department always give missions to the psionic team? After all, the psionic team was a direct subordinate of the counterterrorism department. They were their own children. Usually, missions given to the supernatural organization were too difficult for the psionic team to handle. Or maybe there was a trap waiting for the supernatural organization to jump in. You think it's a trap? No. West shook his head. Probably because they don't have the energy to deal with this. Aren't they arranging the expedition to Bermuda? Plus, the psionic team probably can't do anything about it either. West paused. Then he looked at Chun Zhao. President, do you have a plan? If it's just the injured people, it's not a big problem. I can treat them, but what about afterwards? Since those mutated octopuses appeared along the coastline of LA, it means that there's more. With the supernatural organization and the counterterrorism department's authority, they can lock down the entire coastline for 3 to 5 days. But if they can't find the source, it'll be difficult. More than 20 people had been attacked in a day. This meant that there were a lot of these things. So, they had to find the source. If they couldn't, it would be useless no matter how hard they worked. But how could they find clues? In that case, the Counterterrorism Security Department would be in charge of intelligence. The Supernatural Society has no intelligence system. But would the Anti-Terrorism Security Department honestly give them the information? This made Chun Zhao very suspicious. Don't tell me the purpose of the Anti-Terrorism Security Department is to charge us with incompetence and then dismiss us. They don't have the guts to do anything. This matter is not small. If this matter is not resolved, we will have to bear the consequences. Do you think they will feel better? At the end of the day, they were all subordinates and superiors. If this got out of hand, both departments would be in trouble. However, the Anti-Terrorism Security Department is made up of ordinary people. Although they have an intelligence department, it's difficult for them to get involved in matters of the supernatural world. So this time, it won't be just us. I'm guessing that the psionic team will also get involved. So, we have to work together. Chen Zhao asked, narrowing his eyes. It might not be cooperation. We might just stab each other in the back. Wes said helplessly. Don't expect two enemies to love each other and help each other through the difficulties in the face of danger. It was more likely that they would fight to the death before settling the problem. This wasn't the right thing to do, but it was human nature. Let's not worry about the Anti-Terrorism Security Department and the psionic team. Let's talk about the clues we have now. No clues at the moment. West looked at Chen Zhao helplessly. Then gather our people. Let's discuss the specifics of the situation. Everyone went to the meeting room. Chen Zhao saw that Donya Tianxi and Nagasaka Reiko had come in together. When Nagasaka Reiko entered the room, she immediately gave Chen Zhao a 90-degree bow. President, hello. This is my first time attending an official meeting. Please take care of me. Sitting in his seat, Chen Zhao covered his face and rubbed his forehead. Donya Tianxi was rather awkward too. He pushed Nagasaka Reiko. Reiko, go sit down. Nagasaka Reiko was an unofficial member and also an international student at UCLA. So, she didn't come to the headquarters often. Moreover, she'd missed a few of the Supernatural Society's activities due to various reasons. She'd gone abroad to study with her family's mission, but she hadn't made any progress. So, she was very discouraged. Luckily, she didn't miss it this time. She finally had a chance to show off her abilities. When Wes saw that almost everyone had arrived, he asked for everyone to quiet down before explaining the incident in detail. If any of you have any opinions, suggestions, or different opinions, you can speak now, Klaus said. At this moment, Klaus said, there's too little effective information at the moment. The first thing we need to confirm is the other party's motive. Regardless of whether these octopuses are the product of an individual or some organization, they must have a motive for releasing them. Is it purely to attack ordinary people, to create chaos, or is there a deeper goal? Only the L.A. coastline? Nagasaka Reiko asked. Only the L.A. coastline so far, Wes said. Then we can ignore whether the subsequent incidents will spread. What we can confirm is that the source should be within L.A. or nearby waters, so the L.A. coastline happened first, Nagasaka Reiko said. We can investigate whether there are any related or similar research departments in L.A. and the surrounding areas. Wes nodded. Indeed, we can research in this area. On the lead, Rowan Faxben said. Come with me to fish out some mutated octopuses. I want to study them. Sure. Although the situation was still developing, it was still under control. If they didn't solve it soon, it would soon go out of the anti-terrorism department's control. If similar incidents happen in other areas, report to me immediately, Chen Zhao said. President, do you know any researchers who study octopuses? Find one and ask. Chen Zhao thought about it. Should he ask, right? Chapter 2386. Hi, Right. Right looked up at Chen Zhao, who opened the office door. She was surprised. Chen Zhao hadn't come to school for almost 2 months. The school only gave him the title of professor. He didn't have a salary or a position. Chen, how come you're free to come to school today? Chen Zhao looked at Wright resentfully. I'm a teacher here. Is it weird that I'm here? Wright laughed coldly. Chen Zhao opened the fridge and took out a can of beer. Only Wright had a fridge in the entire school. Only she would put beer in the fridge. Okay, I'm here to see you. Huh? What's with that look? Can't I come to see you? Tell me what you want. Chen Zhao chuckled. Other than that, I also want to ask you something. What is it? Does our school have a marine biology expert? Chen Zhao asked. Huh? Why are you asking? Are you planning to change your major to marine biology? No, just discussing academic issues, Chen Zhao said, chuckling. Wright narrowed her eyes at Chen Zhao. Chun Zhao's medical skills were very high, and he even had his own academic research. However, Chun Zhao definitely wasn't an academic. Wright didn't believe that Chun Zhao would suddenly change his nature and go into academia. Why are you looking for a marine biology expert? Like I said, we're just discussing academic issues, Chun Zhao answered seriously. Wright stared at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao returned Wright's gaze with a cheeky grin. In the end, Wright couldn't get any more explanation from Chun Zhao's face. Okay, our school does have a marine biology expert, Nanston Chilla, but he's only in name. We provide the funding while he's in charge of research and sharing the results. What do you contact him? What do I get? I'll give the school an extra $1 million this year, Chun Zhao said. Only then did Wright nod in satisfaction. This is his name card. Take it. Hello. Are you Professor Nanston Chilla? Who are you? Hello. I'm a professor from UCLA. Principal, Wright gave me your contact details, Chun Zhao said. I heard from her that you specialize in marine biology? Yes, what's the matter? Hearing that Chun Zhao was a professor from UCLA, Nanston Kira's voice softened significantly. After all, he was a professor at UCLA in name and received funding from the university. I have some questions about marine biology that I want to ask you. I wonder if Professor Nanston is free? I would like to visit you in person. Of course. When is it convenient for you? Anytime, as long as you're free. I need to conduct an experiment this afternoon. If it's convenient for you, come to my research institute at 7 in the evening, Nanston Killa said after some thought. All right, I'll be there on time. In the evening, after applying medicine for Feilai, Chun Zhao hurried out the door. Feilai's injuries weren't serious, and her constitution was much better than normal people's. With Chun Zhao's care, she was almost fully recovered. As for the lost vitality, Chun Zhao was still making potions. However, it wasn't a big problem. Chun Zhao had a lot of choices now. For example, the huge red eagle. It was a great Lord-level undying bird. However, he couldn't use the parts from the undying bird directly. At least, he couldn't increase vitality with just one bite. After half an hour of driving, Chun Zhao arrived at the door of an oval-shaped building beside a river. Honk, honk. Chun Zhao honked. A head popped out of the guardroom. Hello, what's the matter? Is this the Marine Biology Research Institute? Yes. I have an appointment with Professor Nanston here at 7 o'clock. Please contact Professor Nanston. Okay, please wait. A while later, the guard let them in. A young man in a white coat stood at the door. Hello, are you Professor Chun? Hello, Professor Nanston, Chun Zhao said politely. You look much younger than I thought. I'm not Professor Nanston. I'm his student, Azak. Hello. Please follow me. Professor Nanston is waiting for you. Azak led the way. After a few steps, he said, Professor Chun, you're younger than I thought too. I just take good care of myself. Of course, yellow people look younger than white people of the same age. Professor Chun, what are you an expert in? I study medicine, Chun Zhao answered. Chun Zhao looked at the individual rooms along the way. The layout here was quite special. Part of it was below the horizon. The other side was the river. The walls were made of high-strength tempered glass. The research institute wasn't small. There were many people, too. There were many researchers walking back and forth. There were also some huge aquarium tanks. There was even a very large aquarium tank with 2 white whales in it. A bearded man in a white coat was in front of the aquariums, recording data. Azak pushed open the door and knocked on the glass. Professor Nanston. Nanston Killa turned to look at Chun Zhao at the door, slightly surprised. He'd already guessed Chun Zhao's identity. Of course, he was surprised at first because of Chun Zhao's skin color. Hello, Professor Chun. Welcome. Hello, Professor Nanston. The two shook hands. Chun Zhao looked at the aquarium before him. 2 white whales were swimming in it. If there is any animal in nature that is the most intelligent, it was definitely not a dog, nor was it a primate like an ape or a monkey. They were whales, especially white whales. It could be said to be the best in the entire natural world. Moreover, the white whale's food consisted of small and medium-sized fish. Therefore, they posed no threat to humans. However, it was also because of their position in the food chain and their docile nature. As a result, they were hunted and killed in large numbers. White whales could be found in most aquariums around the world. As long as the white whale was in contact with humans for a year, it would be able to understand most of the instructions given by humans. Their IQ was very high, almost equivalent to that of an 8-year-old human child. Nance and Killa noticed that Chen Zhao was staring at the white whale in the aquarium and smiled. Isn't it beautiful? Yes, they are indeed beautiful. They are like water spirits. If they weren't in the aquarium, they would be even more beautiful. Chapter 2387. Nance Adunkara looked at Chen Zhao, a bit surprised. He didn't expect Chen Zhao to say something like this. Actually, when Chen Zhao said this, he was a bit disgusted by himself. But this was also because people were complicated, even though he was doing the same thing. When he saw others do this, he would feel emotional. However, Nance Adunkara treated Chen Zhao's emotional words as an animal protector. He also studied marine animals, so he naturally had a good impression of Chen Zhao. Mr. Chen, do you like animals? Kind of. Chen Zhao smiled. Should he use this to get close to him? I also have a few sharks, Chen Zhao said. A tiger shark and a few rat sharks. Huh. I thought you didn't like to keep marine animals in aquariums? I didn't say I kept them in an aquarium. I didn't say that I kept them in an aquarium. In fact, I have a private beach, and these sharks trespassed into my private waters. One time, I went fishing and threw in some raw meat, but it was eaten by those sharks. I was so angry that I kept throwing food at them, trying to catch them. But these guys were too cunning. They only ate the bait and never took the bait. Every time I went out to sea, I would fight with those sharks, and they seemed to have identified my boat. They would follow me every time, and after a while, we became familiar with each other. Once, I accidentally fell off the boat, and they rushed towards me. At that time, I thought I was going to be eaten by the sharks, but the biggest of them, the tiger shark, held me on the surface of the sea and didn't eat me. From then on, I had a different impression of marine life. Later on, those sharks settled down near my private beach, and I often fed them. At first, I was more cautious, but gradually, I started to go into the water to play with them. Now, I'm very familiar with them. They have never attacked me, and will help me chase away unfamiliar sharks. They and I are already a family. Chen Zhao completely changed the process of getting to know the 5 tiger generals. He, Amon, and Little Nine had completely ignored the matter of them chasing after them. Nance Adunkara's face was filled with disbelief. Can I see those sharks? Of course, Chen Zhao said. After all, he had a favor to ask now, so he couldn't reject Nance Adunkara's request. Other than sharks, there's also a family of dolphins. Once, when I was walking on the beach, an adult dolphin was stranded. I sent it back into the sea. That dolphin and its family have been living on the beach ever since. They also got to know my shark friends. Unbelievable. I've never seen sharks and dolphins coexist peacefully, Nance Adunkara said in amazement. Nance and Kira said in amazement. Their relationship is like that of natural enemies. Large sharks will attack dolphins, and groups of dolphins will also attack sharks. When is it convenient for me to see it? Nance Adunkara studied marine life. Of course, he was very interested in the sharks and dolphins Chen Zhao mentioned. Of course, anytime. Can I now? Now? Yes. Chen Zhao nodded. What I need to bring? A diving suit? My villa at the coastline has specialized diving equipment. You don't need to bring it there. Chen Zhao wanted to go straight to the point, but seeing how excited Southampton was, he could only take him to Moon Villa. Of course, Isaac was going with him. It was different from the fanaticism of Southtown Chilla. Isaac was more rational. He didn't believe Chen Zhao's words. It wasn't that Chen Zhao wanted to pull something from Nance and Key. Perhaps Chen Zhao had made it up to get closer to her. The things Chen Zhao said, such as the shark saving him and they becoming good friends, or the dolphin and shark becoming friendly neighbors, seemed impossible. In addition, what he couldn't believe the most was how could a tiger shark and a rat shark act together. Although they were both sharks, they were different species. Tiger sharks are the most dangerous sharks. They're like the tiger, the king of the forest in the sea. They wouldn't move in groups, let alone with different types of sharks. As for the rat sharks, they were a pack of wolves in the sea. They were greedy and cunning, so they would not act together with the tiger sharks. Of course, Chun Zhao and Nansa Dunkara were chatting happily right now, so he wouldn't expose Chun Zhao's lies. But as long as they reached the place, these lies would naturally fall apart. Let's see how he'll smooth things over when the time comes. Isaac didn't believe Chun Zhao's bullshit, but he realized that Chun Zhao was really rich. At least, the car he was in right now was worth a lot. When they arrived at the Bright Moon Villa, Isaac and Southside Dunkara were shocked by the scenery and scale of the Bright Moon Villa. This wasn't just fucking rich. It was really, really rich. At least, Mingwe Villa was several times larger than the Marine Biology Research Institute. After Isaac and Nansa Dunkara got out of the car, they looked at the wide, underground garage. There were a few supercars parked there. Moreover, the automatic butler system didn't need Chun Zhao to press the switch or give orders. Wherever they went, the place would light up in advance. Taking the elevator from the underground garage to the hall, Nansa Dunkara realized that the place was less lively. It seems like no one has lived here for a long time. Oh, I moved to another place in winter. The sea breeze here is too strong. My kids are too young and don't like the cold wind. I'll move over when the weather gets warmer. Isaac and Nansa Dunkara were both shocked. Chun Zhao was too rich. The other place probably wouldn't be worse than this place. Chun Zhao took out his diving equipment and put one on himself. Let's go into the sea. Professor Chun, are you sure you can find them? Isaac didn't really want to make the situation too awkward, especially after knowing that Chun Zhao was rich, a super rich one at that. Isaac felt that it was best to help Chun Zhao find a way out. Don't worry. Every time I go into the sea, they'll find me. They can find my scent. That's right. Sharks have the sharpest sense of smell among marine animals. Even dozens of nautical miles away, they can smell some special scents. Isaac had no choice. He'd given Chun Zhao a way out. If he didn't, what else could he do? After going into the sea from the beach, Isaac felt that Chun Zhao's wealth had already exceeded his imagination. Should I suck up to him? Forget it. I'll think of a way to get closer to him later. Now that he was in the sea, the water was still a bit cold. After all, it was only a little more than a month. Chapter 2388. Isaac wasn't like Nanston Kira. Nanston Kira was purely a researcher. On the other hand, Isaac's education wasn't low and his talent wasn't bad. However, he cared more about whether he could make a name for himself. He didn't become Nanston Kira's student and assistant to dedicate himself to science. What he wanted more was to be rewarded with fame and fortune. However, the research results of the Marine Biology Research Institute couldn't be turned into profits yet. While Nanston Kira was famous internationally, he didn't get any benefits as a student. Now, he felt that Chun Zhao was a big tree, so he wanted to climb up. To put it bluntly, Isaac wanted to be Chun Zhao's lackey. However, Chun Zhao didn't seem to understand Isaac's passionate heart. After the three entered the sea, they slowly dived into the depths. Of course, the so-called depth was only a dozen meters. The heads of their diving suits all had searchlights, so they could see clearly within a certain range. Just then, a black shadow suddenly flashed before their eyes. Oh! Isaac was startled. The black shadow was fast, but it was definitely huge. Very, very huge. Just then, Chun Zhao swam before the two and made an okay gesture. Before they could understand, Isaac and Nanston Kira saw a terrifying figure appear behind Chun Zhao. It was a huge shark, very big. The two were scared out of their wits. They frantically made hand gestures at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao actually knew what was behind him. Looking back, he reached out and hugged Old Guan's head. It was the second of the 5 tiger generals, Old Zhang. Because Chun Zhao had fed Old Guan something special, he was more than 8 meters tall now. Isaac and Nanston Kira watched Chun Zhao play with the giant before them. They were both dumbfounded. Tiger shark? However, this tiger shark was a little too big. Isaac found it even more unbelievable. Could humans really interact with sharks so intimately? Some divers would interact with sharks, but most of the time, they only interacted with small sharks. The largest sharks were only 1 or 2 meters. These sharks wouldn't hunt for medium or large prey. Therefore, they didn't pose much of a threat to humans and wouldn't attack them. That was why they seemed to be able to interact with humans. In fact, that was not the case at all. If they were to interact with tiger sharks, great white sharks, and so on, see if they don't bite them to death. At this moment, another gigantic figure appeared. A great white shark? Itzhak and Nancy Kira wet their pants again. The eldest of the 5 tiger generals, Old Guan, had arrived. Old Guan nudged Chun Zhao with his huge head, looking very intimate. Because he had been busy recently, Chun Zhao had people feed him on his behalf. So, they missed him very much. Behind Old Guan were the 3 rat sharks. The 5 tiger generals had gathered. Nancy Kira was pleasantly surprised. On the other hand, Isaac's face was full of disbelief. Really? Do great white sharks and tiger sharks really coexist with mouse sharks? Great white sharks and tiger sharks were the most dangerous sharks. At the same time, they were also the sharks that injured people the most. Their diet also included rat sharks. But now they actually coexisted completely. This was truly incredible. However, regardless of whether it was great white sharks, tiger sharks, or mouse sharks, they all seemed to be much larger than normal sharks of the same species. Chun Zhao interacted with the 5 tiger generals for a while. Then he turned to Itzhak and Nancy and gestured for them to come over and get to know the 5 tiger generals. But now, both of them hesitated. Itzhak just wanted to escape back to the shore. At this moment, Nancy suddenly calmed down. He knew the danger of tiger sharks and great white sharks better than anyone else. They did not necessarily like to eat people, but they really liked to attack people. Chun Zhao shook his head and waved again, telling them that the 5 tiger generals were not in danger. Nancy Kira thought for a while. Finally, he carefully reached out and touched Old Guan's head. Old Guan pushed Nancy's palm away, swam 1 round, and returned to the original spot. He pushed Nancy's palm again. That feeling was similar to humans clapping hands with each other. Of course, sharks could not do such complicated movements. Moreover, their gills were special. They needed to swim continuously to breathe oxygen in the water. Nancy finally relaxed. It seemed that the 5 sharks really would not attack them. He started interacting with the other sharks one by one. Suddenly, Nancy, Chilla, and Isaac felt the water pressure behind them again. Turning their heads, they saw a white shadow pass by them at an extremely fast speed, charging directly at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao reached out and grabbed the figure, but he was dragged in the sea by the figure. Itzhak and Nancy could see Chun Zhao's searchlight go 1 round in the water and then return. Dolphin. It was a bottlenose dolphin. That dolphin swam really fast. After taking Chun Zhao 1 round, the bottlenose dolphin returned to the original spot. Then it started pushing its mouth against Chun Zhao's, acting like a spoiled child. Chun Zhao had to reach out and keep comforting the dolphin. As for the surrounding sharks, they had no intention of attacking at all. Itzhak was shocked. Could sharks and dolphins really coexist? Just then, another adult dolphin brought a few underage dolphins over. Only now did Itzhak believe what Chun Zhao had said earlier was true. After interacting with the 5 tiger generals and the dolphin family, Chun Zhao led Nancy and Itzhak to the surface of the sea. Nancy pulled down the respirator. While panting, she said excitedly, Really? It's unbelievable. I've never been so close to a great white shark and a tiger shark." Itzhak was still in shock, but thinking of the terrifying sharks in the water below them, Itzhak decided to return to the shore first. Isaac didn't tell Nancy Kira that he had a phobia of the abyss. Deep phobia was actually a great psychological fear when the bottom of the body could not be seen. The surface of the sea was the most common deep area. "Professor Nancy, let's go to the shore first." "Okay, too bad the oxygen tank is out of gas. Otherwise, I really want to continue interacting with those cute guys down there." Cute guys? Those guys weren't cute at all. They were all dangerous and deadly creatures. Zach thought silently in his heart. He only calmed down when he stepped on the beach. "Oh, right, Professor Chun. Why are you looking for Professor Nancy? You didn't seem to say." Chapter 2389. Isaac brought this up on his own, mainly because he had the same thoughts as before. He had to please Chun Zhao. He usually couldn't come into contact with rich people. Now that he'd met one, he couldn't miss this opportunity. Oh, look at my memory. Only then did Nanston remember. Chun Zhao had come to consult him on academic issues. Nancy Kira had completely forgotten about it. His mind was filled with things like great white sharks, tiger sharks, rat sharks, and dolphins. Oh, Professor Chun, you're a medical specialist, right? Why are you looking for an oceanographer like me? Chun Zhao glanced at Nancy Kira, who also felt a bit embarrassed. Nanston's EQ was too low. He didn't know how to communicate at all. It's like this. I recently accepted 2 patients. They were bitten by octopuses and then seemed to have been poisoned. They're still unconscious. Are you sure they were bitten by octopuses? Yes, I'm very sure. The octopus's toxin is very low, and it's a non-fatal paralysis toxin. Unless you catch a few hundred octopuses, extract all the toxin, and drink it in one go, it won't cause any harm to the human body. Nanston Kira's tone was very certain. After all, this was his professional knowledge. Most of the time, his words were the truth. But they were indeed bitten by octopuses, Chun Zhao said. Then they fainted. That's too strange, Nanston murmured. Are you sure they weren't attacked by other creatures before or at the time? Nanston Chilla murmured. It could also be a sea serpent, or it could be a cockroach. Professor Nanston, I respect your professionalism, but please don't doubt my professionalism. I know the symptoms of sea snake venom, and I also know the symptoms of conchus conchus, as well as their treatment methods. Before I came to you, I brought the octopus that attacked the 2 injured people to an expert for identification. No one seems to recognize this octopus. It seems like it's a new species, or it might have mutated under certain circumstances. Nanston wasn't angry because of Chun Zhao's rather radical tone. Instead, he paid attention to the latter part of Chun Zhao's sentence. A new species and mutation. Marine creatures often had mutations, but they were mostly single individuals. It was very rare to find group mutations. Since 2 people were attacked at the same time, it meant that this was not a single mutation. In order to understand more about the octopus toxin and the treatment plan, I brought the octopus to a professional organization for screening. Why didn't you send it to me immediately? I'm the most professional and authoritative marine biology expert. Nanston Kira's tone was a little arrogant with a hint of doubt. That's why I'm here now, isn't it? What about the octopus sample? Did you bring it? Is it alive? The samples are in that facility. I want to see a sample of this octopus. I'll send it over tomorrow. Why not now? Professor Nancy, do you think he's still working? My research institute is here. Isaac felt that if he didn't speak, he might anger Chun Zhao and ruin his plan. Professor Nancy, our research institute is different from other institutions. We can't use our standards to demand others. Nancy thought for a moment before nodding reluctantly. All right, but I still hope to see the sample tomorrow. If Professor Chun is busy, I'll be happy to help deliver it, Isaac said. Isaac said, Professor Chun, if it's convenient for you, could you leave your contact information? Okay, here's my phone number. Chun Zhao gave his number to Isaac. At the same time, he said, Professor Nancy, I'd like to ask you a few questions. Yes, go ahead. With current technology, is it possible to modify other creatures? More accurately, can it modify mutated octopuses? Nanston Kira thought for a moment. The vast majority of mutants are uncertain mutations that cannot be controlled or even determined. With the current technology, it can be modified to cause this creature to mutate. However, this kind of modification is also uncontrollable. However, the creature to be modified must first meet a few conditions. Its vitality is tenacious. Some dominant genes are unstable, and recessive genes are stable. The octopus just happens to meet these conditions. Does the octopus meet these conditions? Of course, I don't need to say that it has strong vitality. Even if its head is cut open and its tentacles are chopped off, it can still live for a long time. Secondly, the dominant genes are the so-called external characteristics, such as skin color and size. Even if the octopus is the same species, their size can fluctuate greatly. Another example is that they can freely change their skin color. When they live in different sea areas, water temperatures, and environments, they can adapt and change very quickly. This is all because the dominant genes are unstable. The recessive genes are stable because of their body functions, food, movement patterns, and reproduction methods. These are all recessive genes. No matter how the environment changes, they won't change. Nancy Chilla paused, then added, "Actually, the so-called modification is mostly stimulated by external environmental factors to make living creatures adapt to changes. It's very different from the modification in real scientific terms. The so-called mutation should actually be called mutation. So the current technology can achieve mutation through radiation like in the movies. It can be done, but there is no clear direction of modification. Catch 10,000 or 100,000 octopuses and then let them receive stimulating drugs or small amounts of radiation. One or two of them may survive and mutate. Moreover, you can't be sure what this mutation will become. Maybe it will have an extra tentacle, or maybe it will have an extra head, or maybe it will have hair on its body, and so on. In short, it's uncertain and uncontrollable. And most of the time, the mutation is unstable. If it's a mutation of a dominant gene, it won't be fatal because most of the dominant genes are changes in physical characteristics, while the mutation of a recessive gene will directly change the behavior or even the way of survival of the creature itself. Therefore, in most cases, the mutated creature will die directly or in a short period of time. Is there no successful example? Although there is in theory, it's very difficult to actually do it. It can even be said to be impossible. At least for now, it's very difficult. The devil is beside Meth Devil is beside me. Chapter 2390. Perhaps Nancy Kira had a good impression of Chun Zhao, or perhaps he wanted to study the shark and dolphin family here. His attitude was a bit arrogant, but it wasn't that he wanted to be disrespectful to Chun Zhao. It was just his personality. Simply put, he had low EQ and high IQ. He spoke without considering other people's feelings. Although it was hard to communicate with Nancy Kira. However, Chun Zhao didn't plan on developing a friendship with him. "Where do you live? I'll take you home." The two didn't stand on ceremony with Chun Zhao. Send Nancy Chilla home first. "Isaac, where do you live?" 115 E Street. After a moment of silence, Isaac asked, "Mr. Chun, do you own a pharmaceutical company?" "No," Chun Zhao replied indifferently. "Mr. Chun, there's something that Professor Nancy didn't make clear," Isaac said meaningfully. Chun Zhao drove and glanced at Isaac from the corner of his eye. "Oh, what didn't he say?" "He's a marine biology expert, and even the best marine biology researcher, but he's not the most proficient in marine mollusks." "Are you?" Chun Zhao asked. "I'm more proficient than him," Isaac said confidently. Earlier, Professor Nancy said that it's theoretically possible to make octopuses mutate through artificial stimulation, but because of the destruction of recessive genes, their functions will die and they won't be able to survive for long. Yes, that's what Professor Nancy said. Is there a problem with what he said? No, but it's not unsolvable. How? Just like a human individual, if he suddenly changes his lifestyle, habits, or even eating habits, the human individual will suffer from illness or even death. It's the same for octopuses. Of course, the mutation we're talking about is a more intense and radical method, so octopuses can hardly survive. If you want the mutated gene to survive, you can only do so through reproduction. Just like the survival of the fittest in the theory of evolution, after a dozen generations of reproduction, the mutated gene will become stable and a new species will appear. What you said about relying on reproduction to stabilize genes, there's a big flaw in this. The first-generation mutant can be cultivated into a second-generation mutant through artificial reproduction by extracting seminal vesicles, but the genes of the second-generation mutant must still be in an unstable stage. Can they survive to maturity? Not to mention a dozen generations of reproduction. Octopuses can lay up to 100,000 eggs at a time. Among these 100,000 eggs, there will always be a small number of second-generation mutants that can survive. This is a matter of probability, because the large number increases the success rate of the experiment. If it were an ordinary mammal or an animal that lays fewer eggs, it would be much more difficult. These second-generation mutants that survive will be bred into the third and fourth generations. Their offspring's survival rate will gradually increase, and their genetic stability will gradually increase. Finally, they will become a new species. It does sound possible, but what about the actual operation? Of course, the actual operation is not as simple as the theory. This requires the accumulation of a huge amount of research and experimental data. Looks like you have experience in these kinds of experiments. Not me, but my senior and Professor Nanston's assistant, Homesius. 5 years ago, when I first came to the Marine Biology Research Institute, I was arranged to work under Homesius. He's an expert in marine, soft-bodied creatures. I worked under Homesius for a year and came into contact with large amounts of experiments and data. I'm already very familiar with the entire process. However, for some reason, Professor Nanston and Homesius got into a conflict. They argued intensely in the office, and then Homesius left the institute in anger with his experimental data. I replaced Homesius and became Professor Nanston's assistant. Huh? Have you been in contact with Homesius all these years? Chun Zhao asked. 2 years ago, Homesius was looking for investors who were willing to fund his research. At that time, I could feel his disappointment. He looked for many people, but none of them were able to get an investor. The next year, things seemed to have changed. At that time, I could feel the change in his tone and state of mind. Later, he invited me to quit my current job and return to his side to continue being his assistant, but I refused. Chun Zhao glanced at Isaac. He had a rough idea of what kind of person Isaac was. They hadn't interacted much, but Isaac's profit-oriented personality was already unmistakable. Although pure scientific researchers like Nanston Kira deserve more respect. But in reality, people like Isaac were more comfortable. They knew how to get along with people and not make people feel disgusted. To Isaac, it didn't matter who his assistant was. There was no difference at all. Why would he give up on the relatively stable Nanston Kira and choose Homesius, whose future was uncertain? This wasn't an academic question, but a practical one. Nanston Kira hadn't given up on him, and Homesius still hoped that he could continue being his assistant. This meant that there was no problem with Isaac's abilities. Later, he told me that his research had been valued by investors, and that he had received an investment, and that he had formed his own research team. I was very happy for him, but after a few times of contact, he told me that his research needed to be kept secret, so he couldn't keep in touch with me. After that, our contact decreased. In the next 3 years, I only contacted him twice. The first time was when he sent me his blessings at Christmas, and the other time was when he complained that he didn't have a capable assistant. His assistants couldn't understand his intentions at all. As he spoke, Isaac couldn't help but glance at Chun Zhao. He'd said the last sentence on purpose, as if to prove his value. Do you know who invested in his research? Chun Zhao asked. No. He said that it was a clause in the confidentiality agreement. Then do you know where his research institute is? No. Do you have his contact information now? Or his home address? I know where his home is, but I'm not sure if he still lives there. Chun Zhao glanced at Isaac. Can I ask a practical question? Please. From your professional point of view, how do you turn your professional knowledge into economic benefits? Breeding and cultivation are currently the most widely used field of my professional knowledge. 9 Heavens Divine King. Chapter 2391. Chun Zhao rubbed his chin. If you have a great research job and a high-paying job, what would you choose? It's a high-paying job, Isaac answered calmly. His goal had never been to dedicate his life to science. What he needed was a high salary, fame, and a good life. He didn't want to be asked by Nanston Kira to work until dawn in the research institute every day. He didn't want to go into the sea to interact with sharks in the cold. If there's a job on an island that's about to be developed, Chun Zhao said, there are some marine creatures on the island that are clearly different from the commonly known natural creatures. For example, their size. This island is a tourist island. The owner of the island hopes to use these marine creatures to attract tourists, but at the same time, he doesn't want people to be overly suspicious of the origin of these marine creatures. What should I do? It's simple, Isaac replied with a smile. Ow, hire me. I'm all ears. Before my island is announced, I will first publish some papers to establish the theory that these marine creatures should exist in the first place. At the same time, it will also give the public some time to adapt and buffer so that when these marine creatures really appear in the eyes of the world, it will not cause such a strong impact. Chun Zhao suddenly stopped the car. Isaac was stunned. He watched as Chun Zhao stopped the car on the road in the middle of nowhere. He didn't understand what Chun Zhao wanted to do. Chun Zhao suddenly dug around in his pocket. Isaac suspected that Chun Zhao was going to take out a gun. Of course not. Chun Zhao took out a checkbook. He wrote a number on it and handed it to Isaac. Isaac jumped when he saw the numbers on the check. $1 million. It was definitely an astronomical number for him right now. Chun, Professor. Mr. Chun, what do you mean? Please quit your current job. I need you to work for me. Can I think about it? I just need you to answer. Accept or reject. I accept. Later, you'll receive a confidentiality agreement, Chun Zhao said. This is my investment plan, and you're part of it. Of course, I don't need marine biologist. At least, I don't need the best. Of course, I'm not just a marine biologist. I can also be a spokesperson. Isaac was very smart. He immediately understood what Chun Zhao needed. What Chun Zhao needed was someone to endorse his books. Someone with a relevant background, such as a professional who had been studying marine biology for a long time. I will definitely cooperate with Mr. Chen's plan. Back to business, Chun Zhao said. I want to find your former senior, Homesius. Originally, Isaac was very tired at this moment. But suddenly, he didn't feel tired anymore. His reaction fully demonstrated the saying, money makes the world go round. Money can solve most problems. Only a few problems require more money. However, when Isaac brought him to Homesius' house, Homesius wasn't home. And from the weeds in the courtyard, it could be seen that no one had done any maintenance for a long time. Let me see if I can get Homesius' number. Isaac tried to no avail. He dialed, but no one answered. Isaac shook his head at Chun Zhao. Fine. If you can't find him, then forget it. I'll send you back. When Chun Zhao returned home, it was already 2 in the morning. While he was showering, Wes called. Wes, what's up? President, the number of people who encountered the mutant octopus has increased to 91. The death toll has also increased to 3. Hearing this, Chun Zhao couldn't help but frown. Didn't they lock down all the beaches in LA? Of course not completely. Other than private beaches, some people sneak onto the beaches. The Anti-Terrorism Security Department doesn't have enough people to lock down all the beaches. The only thing they can do is inform the departments in charge of the public coastlines and have them send out notices. Actually, this kind of lockdown doesn't have any enforcement effect. Wes paused and said, also, the Anti-Terrorism Security Department is under a lot of pressure now. Sealing off the coastline is a huge loss to the entire city government every day. Also, fishing boats in the open sea have also caught these mutated octopuses and have been attacked. Did you find any useful clues on your side? Not yet. President, what about you? Help me find a person. He's a marine biology expert who specializes in marine, soft-body creatures. His name is Homesius. Is he the key person in this incident? I can't say for sure yet, but I heard some of his recent research directions from other people. I suspect that he's related to this incident. That's good. I'll mobilize the forces at hand to find his whereabouts. After hanging up, Chun Zhao wanted to go straight to bed. But then he remembered something. He picked up his phone and called Toddy Belster. Of course, he couldn't use his own phone to call Toddy Belster. People in their line of work always carried some disposable SIM cards. After asking Belster out, Chun Zhao sneaked into Binance's room. Binance, wake up. Uncle. Morning. Binance squinted. He couldn't open his eyes at all. His expression was uncomfortable. Morning. What do you want for breakfast? I don't want anything. Let me sleep a bit more. Didn't you say that you want me to take you on a mission? Whoa. Binance bounced up from the bed. Uncle, there's a mission? Yes. Chun Zhao nodded. Binance glanced out the window. What time is it? Chun Zhao checked the time. Morning 2:50. Let me sleep a bit more. Binance fell straight down again. Raise the temperature in Binance's room. Let him feel the Hawaiian sea breeze. Binance gave in. He couldn't stand the wind at 33 degrees Celsius. After a while, Binance finally got up to wash and change his clothes. Uncle, where are we going now? It's a secret. Just follow me, Chun Zhao said calmly. When the two left, it was already 3:30 in the morning. Binance was rather excited. He wasn't worried about any danger. As a child from a supernatural family, he'd encountered supernatural incidents at a young age. Chapter 2392. Uncle, is an evil schemer coming out to cause trouble? Or is an ancient demon about to break the seal? Let him break the seal so that we can beat him up. Chen Zhao just drove in silence, keeping a smile on his face. This time, Chun Zhao and Toddy Belster were meeting in a dense forest beside a highway. There weren't even any road signs. They were going to meet at the last road sign, drive at 80 kilometers per hour for 15 minutes, then get off and walk left for 2 kilometers. When Chun Zhao and Binance arrived, Toddy Belster wasn't there yet. Uncle, what are we waiting for? I know. Is it because we're waiting for time? Something special will happen at certain times. Yeah, something like that. Chun Zhao nodded. Then Binance, you're still young. Huh? What does it have to do with my age? Don't be so talkative when you're young. Suddenly, rustling sounds came from the forest. Binance stood up with a shiver. It seemed that he was still nervous. Soon, Chun Zhao saw Toddy Belster in a mess. There was even dirt on his face. Phew. President, let's meet at another restaurant next time. I'm so tired. It's so hard to find. I almost got lost. Uncle, is he a helper? Helper? President, do you need my help with anything? Toddy Belster's heart trembled. Wasn't it very dangerous for Chun Zhao to need help with something? Also, why did he bring a kid here? Ever since Toddy Belster became a spy, he started to be paranoid. From then on, he began to be paranoid. Whatever he did and whatever others said to him, he would speculate for a long time. Every time someone approached him, he would suspect that the other party was testing him. If he continued, he felt that he would get an occupational disease. I've already thought of a way to help you with your last request, Chen Zhao said. Huh? You have a way? What way? Is there a way for me to master powerful spells? Chen Zhao snapped his fingers. No, take off your shirt. Huh? Don't ask and talk. Hurry, it's late and everyone's busy. Okay. Toddy Belster was not very willing. Taking off his shirt, Toddy Belster shivered as he felt the cold wind blowing on his body. And then, lie down. Toddy Belster looked around. The ground was a little damp and full of withered leaves and weeds, as well as some messy, sharp rocks. Binance, take a look at this magic circle and embroider one on him. Uncle, you can't say that the magic array is embroidered. It should be inscribed. It's more or less the same. Anyway, put one on him. Uncle, you didn't call me here to carry out any mission, did you? Binance, some missions are not as simple as they seem. There are secrets hidden behind them. You might even be saving the world right now. Don't underestimate everything you do. Him? Me? Save the world? Do you think I'm joking? No, I'm suspecting that you're lying to me. Ask him yourself if he is about to conquer a dreadful place. Yes, Bermuda, the land of demons. As a liar, Toddy Belster obviously knew how to cooperate with Chun Zhao. Bermuda? Uncle, you're saying that we might have to go to Bermuda, right? Yes, he's the key person to Bermuda. Okay, I understand. Binance's interest was piqued once again. Based on Chun Zhao's limited experience with children, this was what he had learned. If he wanted Eva to follow his orders, he had to fool him. Binance walked up to Toddy Belster. Uncle, hold him down. Worried, Toddy Belster looked at Chun Zhao and asked, Will it hurt? I don't know. Then why does he want you to hold me down? Maybe it's to prevent you from getting crooked. Chun Zhao had already grabbed Toddy Belster. I won't move. I sleep peacefully and in a good position. You probably can't sleep, Binance said, smiling. Chun Zhao looked at Binance with admiration. Suddenly, Chun Zhao felt that Binance had the potential to be cunning at such a young age. Was tattooing painful? Anyone with experience would know that it was. The pain of magic array was 100 times worse than a tattoo. Actually, a tattoo pen burned the skin with a high-intensity laser. If it wasn't continuous, it would just feel like a needle poking into the skin. But a magic array was different. It was continuous and excruciating pain. That kind of painful feeling was like taking a needle and poking it with force. It didn't stop for a second. Don't move. It'll be done soon. Chun Zhao held Toddy down tightly. Right now, Toddy's face was completely red. The veins on his neck and forehead were bulging. Coupled with his heart-wrenching screams, it was easy to imagine how much pain he was in. It won't be fast. It'll take at least an hour, Binance said. An hour? Wait, I don't want to draw anymore. Ah. Chen Zhao looked at Binance and rolled his eyes. Do you have to be so direct? Uncle, he has the right to know how much more pain he has to endure. This magic array doesn't look complicated. It's much simpler than the previous one. Why does it take so long? Because it's on a person's body. If it's on the ground, even if there's a mistake, it can be erased and redone. It can't be done on a person, so every mark must be correct. Chen Zhao shrugged and looked at Toddy with pity. Fine, Toddy, bear with it. It's not a big deal. 20 minutes later, Toddy could no longer make a sound. His screams had become hoarse, and his resistance was no longer as strong. His limbs were limp on the ground, and his eyes were lifeless. His entire body was soaked in cold sweat, and his breathing was rapid. I'll bear with it. It's been 40 minutes. Uncle, only 20 minutes. Toddy Belster cried silently. To him, every minute and every second was so unbearable. His body didn't seem to belong to him anymore, but the pain still belonged to him. Bear with it. Chen Zhao didn't know how to comfort him. It's for your own good. Chapter 2393. Done, Pinan said. After 80 minutes, Toddy Belster finally let out a long breath. He'd finally heard this sentence. He'd lived for this sentence. Chen Zhao let go of Toddy too. Toddy Belster shed tears of excitement. Oh, Uncle, he's a regular person. Why didn't you knock him out? Don't you know the high-level hypnosis spell, Banshee's Charm? Why do you keep Uncle Tatai conscious? Chen Zhao and Toddy Belster exchanged glances. Their expressions were rather awkward. Toddy, on the other hand, was both sad and furious. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you had some special reason, like the magic formation has to keep the host conscious. Chen Zhao's face twitched. Then why did you only say it now? Because it's over now, right? Okay. Chen Zhao pulled Toddy Belster up. Let's try your magic array. How do I use it? Even though Chen Zhao had prepared it for him, Toddy Belster was still confused. Think of cutting it down in your mind and then snap your fingers. That's it. Toddy Belster was a little surprised. Wasn't it too simple? There were summoners in the psionic team, too. Their summoning spells were very complicated and complicated to use. How complicated do you want it to be? Can you do something so complicated? All right. Toddy Belster took a deep breath and took a few steps forward, looking at the tree not far away. Then he snapped his fingers. Crack! Suddenly, a circle of light appeared before Toddy. A white light flashed out from the circle of light. Whoosh! It was a demon with blades in both arms. Slender and tall, it moved as fast as the wind. In an instant, the tree was cut in half. The double-edged demon somersaulted again and landed in front of Toddy Belster. Master, the demon knelt on one knee, its blade supporting its upper body. Toddy's face was filled with shock. This monster, he'd summoned it? Try it on me, Chen Zhao said. This was only a low-level demon. It wasn't strong enough. Huh? Belster stared at Chen Zhao in shock. Stop nagging. Come. Chen Zhao hooked his finger. Go. Toddy Belster pointed at Chen Zhao. The demon didn't waste any time and attacked Chen Zhao directly. Bang! Chen Zhao knocked the demon down with a single punch. Half of the demon's body was also blown to pieces. Continue summoning. Toddy Belster gulped and took a deep breath. Pa! With a snap of his fingers, 10 intermediate demons appeared in front of him. These 10 demons were all from different demon races. However, they were many times stronger than the low-level dual-blade demon from before. The handsome guy had told Chen Zhao about the summoning limit. At most, it could summon 10 ordinary intermediate demons at once. Or he could summon an intermediate demon with a domain. Depending on the summoner's needs, the number and strength of the summoned demons would be different. For example, if it was just to attack an ordinary enemy, it would only summon a low-level demon, just like the double-edged demon from before. If the enemy was strong, the strength and number of summoned demons would be different according to the summoner's thoughts. For example, in Toddy Belster's eyes, Chen Zhao was a terrifying existence. So he summoned something close to the highest level of summoning 10 intermediate demons. Of course, He didn't use the highest level of summoning because he thought he was only sparring with Chun Zhao. The magic formation would summon different demons according to Toady Belster's needs. For example, if Toady needed protection, he would summon demons that were good at defense. Advanced summoning could only summon 10 intermediate demons or 1 demon with a domain at once. After using advanced summoning, he could continue summoning low-level demons. There was no limit to the number of low-level demons. As long as Toady Belster was willing, he could summon as many as he wanted. Of course, Chun Zhao also had to pay the price with his wealth. Chun Zhao didn't have that much wealth for him to squander. Therefore, there was a limit to the unlimited summoning. The number of summoned demons couldn't exceed the number of enemies. Chun Zhao killed 10 intermediate demons in a row. He felt that Toady Belster's summoning was quite useful. If it was in the past, even Chun Zhao himself would be tempted. But now it was useless to Chun Zhao. It didn't have any practical meaning. Okay, that's enough. Toady Belster had just tried twice. He was still in a state of shock and joy. He wanted to try again, but since Chun Zhao said so, he didn't dare to use Chun Zhao. After all, Chun Zhao was the one who gave him the summoning ability. He didn't think that he had the right to challenge Chun Zhao just because he had the ability. He had a deep impression of Chun Zhao's terror. Back at the headquarters, Toady Belster didn't walk as stealthily as before. Mr. Toady. Just then, Yangwo walked over. Yang, what's up? Mr. Toady, Miss Westana called you just now, but your phone has no signal. Yeah. Toady was as pretentious as ever. He replied indifferently. She's looking for me? Mr. Toddy, can you tell me how strong you are? Yangwo stared at Toady Belster. I don't know. Toady Belster smiled faintly. Did Vestana order you to test my strength? Mr. Toady, please forgive me. After all, we're about to conquer Bermuda. I have to know how strong we are. Toady Belster suddenly felt high-spirited and looked Yangwo up and down a few times. Yang, you should find more people. If it's just you, I'm afraid you won't be able to test my strength. Yangwo raised an eyebrow. Mr. Toady's sorry. With that, Yangwo formed a seal with both hands. A large black sword appeared before him. Yangwo grabbed the sword with his right hand and was about to slash at Toady. But Toady's counterattack was even faster. He only snapped his fingers. In an instant, a tall red figure appeared in front of Toady Belster. Not only was this tall red demon muscular, but his muscles were also like a bodybuilder's. The red demon grabbed Yangwo's great sword with one hand. Chapter 2394. Where did it come from? Did he summon it? Yangwo immediately drew his sword and retreated. He looked at the red demon in front of Toady Belster, bewildered. Was it a familiar? The red demon's aura was intimidating, but it wasn't enough to deter him from attacking. This couldn't be Toddy's full strength. Heaven and earth, borrow the power of the universe. Yangwo shouted. The great sword in his hand was suddenly filled with the power of lightning. It slashed at the red demon. The red demon once again stretched out his hand and grabbed the great sword in his hand. But the next moment, it shrank back as if it had been electrocuted. The red demon was indeed afraid of lightning. Yangwo immediately increased his strength. Ripped at the red demon's shoulder was cut open and it fell to the ground. Oh no, he was too heavy-handed. Yangwo looked up at Toady and was about to apologize. But Toady Belster snapped her fingers. In an instant, 100 red demons appeared in front of him. Yangwo was stunned. There was only one thought in his mind. So many, he could easily take care of one. Maybe he could even take care of 10. But 100? Yangwo lost his confidence. Just then, Blitz and the others came out of the headquarters one after another. Blitz knew that Yangwo had been ordered to test Toddy's strength, but he couldn't say that now. Looking at Yangwo and Toddy's faces, it seemed they had gone too far. He planned to be the peacemaker. Mr. Toddy, Yang, what are you doing? We're all on the same side. If you have any grudges, why don't you give me face and let it go? Blitz, you're here. Toady Belster was full of confidence as she looked at the approaching Blitz. Your attitude makes me very uncomfortable. I accepted your employment, but that doesn't mean I have to be bullied by you. What does my strength have to do with you? Did I not finish one of the missions you gave me? Mr. Toddy, I think you misunderstood. No need to explain. Come. Toddy shook his head. Don't you want to know how strong I am? All of you, come at me together. Mr. Toddy, Toddy, you're too arrogant. Who do you think you are? Mr. Toady, although we respect you, it doesn't mean we're afraid of you. Many people had come to watch the show, but hearing Toddy Belster's words, he couldn't help but be furious. All of them started cursing. Toddy Belster looked unperturbed, completely disregarding those people. With a snap of his fingers, the number of demons at the scene increased once again. There were dozens of giant eyeballs floating in the sky. There were still dozens of winged demons around, and the number of demons on the ground had increased tenfold. They were densely packed like an army. Everyone's expression changed. The ones who had been the loudest earlier were now all shrinking their heads and hiding. An army of demons. Everyone couldn't help but be moved. And look at Toddy Belster's casual movements. It was as if he had done something insignificant. Toddy Belster didn't think she could summon so many demons. At that time, the only thought in his mind was to teach everyone a lesson. And then he summoned so many demons before him. Tear this place down, Toddy Belster ordered. He really wanted to know if the psionic team would flip the table if he tore down their beautiful new headquarters. Wait, Mr. Toady, no. Yang and Blitz's expressions changed drastically. They didn't expect Toddy Belster to be so angry. At least, that was what they thought. But they couldn't stop Toddy Belster's demon army. Both of them were angry at Toddy Belster for being so unreasonable. Actually, they didn't understand Toddy's thoughts at all. He wanted the whole world to know how powerful he was. It had been too hard and frustrating to pretend in the past. Now, he didn't have to pretend anymore. The poor would lose themselves when they had money. Toddy Belster was in that situation now. Of course, he still had some rationality. He knew what he should and shouldn't do. For example, he could fall out with the psionic team. Falling out meant that he failed his mission. If he failed, he would face Chun Zhao's anger. No matter how arrogant Toddy was, he wouldn't think that he could challenge Chun Zhao. He could tear down their door, but he couldn't kill them. The stronger he acted, the more the psionic team would respect him. But if he killed them, they would have to answer to the others, no matter how much they wanted talents. So, he hadn't ordered the demon army to kill them yet. In fact, most demons did destruction as their main job. More than 30 people were lying on the ground. The headquarters was already in a mess. Just then, Vestana walked out. No demons attacked her. With a cold expression, she walked up to Toddy Belster step by step. Then she bowed deeply. Mr. Toddy, I'm sorry. Can you please put away these demons? Taking a deep breath, Toddy Belster waved his hand, and all the demons disappeared. I don't want the same thing to happen again. Whether it's to doubt me or to test me, I'll be worthy of every dollar you paid me. But I don't want anyone to challenge my bottom line. If it happens again, we won't be colleagues anymore. We'll be enemies. I understand. Vestana nodded. Vestana's attitude was very sincere, as if she deserved the destruction of the headquarters. Book a hotel for me. I'll stay there for a few days. Toddy Belster acted as if he didn't know that he'd done something terrible. Leader, he's too arrogant. Blitz said, his face pale. We need his power, Vestana said. The supernatural organization has Chun Zhao, Vestana said. The other members are all stronger than us. If we don't have a super expert like Toddy Belster, we'll always be on the defensive. We paid a heavy price this time, but I don't think it's a bad thing. At least we know how strong he is. But his attitude shows that he doesn't care about us at all. He's as greedy as always. He just said that he stayed here for money, but he didn't do anything. From the beginning to the end, he attacked and destroyed the headquarters, but he didn't kill a single person. He knows that other than us, no one else can pay him that much money. Chapter 2395. Yanghua and Blitz thought about it and realized that it was indeed true. What was there to be afraid of? Greed was the easiest thing to control. If it were other spiritualists, they might have been able to convince them by using some methods and using threats and promises. But could Toddy Belster use those tricks? It was fine if it was soft, but if it was hard to tell who would fix who. Today, Toddy Belster had shown them his true strength. They were all shocked. He was unreasonably strong. This reminded Vestana of Chun Zhao. He was also unreasonably strong. Who's stronger, him or Chun Zhao? Vestana was an outsider, so her question was the most direct. Hard to say. Yang shook his head. After all, Chun Zhao was a dragon-slaying warrior. His power wasn't as simple as it seemed. Even the strength that he had displayed was not to be underestimated. The strength that Toddy Belster displayed was also not to be underestimated. Also, from the way he'd summoned the demon army, he hadn't used his true power either. From the looks of it, it was really difficult to determine who was stronger and who was weaker. But one thing was for sure. Toddy Belster could compete with Chun Zhao. Because of this, Yang's psychological pressure was greatly reduced. He knew that Chun Zhao didn't have good intentions toward the psionic team, but his identity was awkward. Ever since he'd joined the team, he'd always stayed out of each other's way. He knew that if they fought head-on, it wouldn't benefit the team at all. But it was different now. The team wouldn't win for sure. At least they had a trump card. They weren't completely controlled by the supernatural organization. Yang Guo and Blitz suddenly felt that they hadn't gained nothing this time. After knowing Toddy Belster's power, the psionic team's morale would definitely be boosted. And Toddy Belster seemed angry. But wasn't that asking for benefits from them? If it could be solved with money, it wasn't a problem. What was the headquarters? The psionic team didn't have anything else but money. Maybe we can test the supernatural organization, Vestana said, her eyes sparkling. In that instant, Yang's scalp went numb. Vestana, you're crazy. I'm not. Don't you think it's time for us to counterattack? No, you still don't understand the difference between the psionic team and the supernatural organization. He's not our real comrade, but the supernatural organization is different. If Toddy Belster has the power to crush him, then pretend I didn't say anything. If Toddy Belster and Chun Zhao are equal in power, Toddy Belster won't fight to the death with Chun Zhao. If Toddy Belster is slightly weaker, he'll definitely retreat first because they have different responsibilities. Chun Zhao is the president, the leader, and Toddy Belster is a mercenary. Yes, Captain, Blitz said. In terms of high-end combat power, we can only protect ourselves. We can't ask Toddy Belster to fight to the death for us, and we can't completely control him. In terms of the normal members, even though we have 3 times the number of them, we still can't beat the supernatural organization in terms of strength. Yes. So, if there's a full-scale conflict, even if Chun Zhao loses, they won't be completely defeated because their low-level combatants will still be intact. On the other hand, the failure of our high-level combatants or the mid-level and low-level combatants will be a fatal blow to us. Then we're going to hide like turtles? You're not going to do anything? Vestana said discontentedly. Vestana, haven't you been working on that plan? If your plan succeeds, you'll also become a high-end fighter, no weaker than Toddy Belster and Chun Zhao. That's when the real counterattack will come. Vestana thought for a moment, then nodded. She was indeed a little impatient. After all, the psionic team existed to replace the supernatural organization. But until now, she hadn't made any progress on this mission. The supernatural organization was still as firm as a rock, unshakable. The psionic team had been developing steadily, but they still couldn't pose a threat to the supernatural organization. This time, Vestana placed the most importance on conquering Bermuda, because this was a chance to prove the psionic team. It would prove that the psionic team could handle any supernatural incidents. Once the conquest of Bermuda succeeded, the supernatural organization's purpose of existence would be greatly reduced. By then, it wouldn't matter if they were stronger than the psionic team. Whatever the supernatural organization could solve, the psionic team could too. That was enough. And now, Toddy Belster would become an important factor in this plan. His strength would also become the most important combat power. In the end, under Yang Guo and Blitz's persuasion, Vestana temporarily suppressed the idea of testing the supernatural organization. The most important thing now was indeed the conquest of Bermuda. As for dealing with the supernatural organization in the future, she could do it herself after her plan succeeded. Yang, make the arrangements. Book a hotel for Toddy Belster and the other members, Vestana said. Blitz, you're in charge of contacting the construction company to rebuild the headquarters. I hope the new headquarters won't be destroyed so easily. This time, all the members of the psionic team became homeless because of this conflict. The psionic team directly booked 3 floors of a hotel. The psionic team's office also needed a big place. The next day, Yonghua and Blitz went to find an office building. After all, the members' activities and offices needed a relatively large and private area. Toddy Belster, on the other hand, had a clear conscience and was having fun in the hotel. It was as if the culprit of all this wasn't him. When the other members saw Toddy Belster, they didn't dare mention what happened last night. They either called him Mr. or Master. No one dared to give him the cold shoulder. Mr. Toddy, I apologize for what happened last night. Yonghua found Toddy Belster again and took the initiative to apologize. His main task now was to appease Toddy Belster. It's fine. You and I both know what it means, don't you? You test me, I fight back. It's that simple. Just don't do it a second time. I don't like it when people test me. Toddy Belster was especially generous right now, as if he wasn't the one who forcefully demolished the headquarters last night. Chapter 2396. Yonghua felt a little strange. For some reason, Yonghua felt that Toddy Belster's reaction was completely different from what he had imagined. However, Toddy Belster's calm attitude at least made Yonghua feel more relaxed. However, he did not know where that sudden feeling came from. Yonghua shook his head and got rid of the distracting thoughts. The psionic team still had a lot of chores to take care of. He also had to take responsibility. As soon as he left the hotel, he saw 2 Taoist priests walking toward him. Yes, Taoist priests. Senior Brother Dao Air, Senior Brother Dao San. The 2 Taoist priests stopped and looked at Yonghua, then at the hotel. Dao Jia, why are you here? Senior Brother, can you call me by my name? In their generation, other than eldest Senior Brother Dao E, who sounded like a Taoist Dharma name, everyone else had Dharma names. The others' Dharma names were 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. All right, Guier, why are you here? Call me by my full name. Xiaoyang. Forget it. Yonghua waved his hand with a dark expression. Senior Brother, you haven't told me why you are here. Grandmaster told us to come, Dao Air said. He said that you're facing a great calamity and wanted us to bring you back to Dragon Tiger Mountain to avoid it. Yonghua's expression changed when he heard his 2 senior brothers. However, he immediately thought of the impending Bermuda expedition. Could it be that his great tribulation would be in Bermuda? We were going to look for you at the psionic team's headquarters, but you came directly to our hotel. Wait, you didn't know we were coming? You're not here to pick us up? Senior Brother Dao Air, Senior Brother Dao San, I'm afraid I can't go back to Dragon Tiger Mountain with you. It's okay. We don't plan on asking you to come with us obediently. Grandmaster had already guessed that you wouldn't return to the mountain so obediently, so he specially allowed the 2 of us to break your legs and drag you back to the mountain gate if you say half a word of no. With that, a mace appeared in Dao Air's hand. This is a gift from Grandmaster, specially made to break your legs. How about it? Give it a try. Senior Brother, this is a public place. Are you sure you want to fight here? Tonight at midnight. Let's meet at a place to decide who's better. If I lose, I'll willingly follow the orders of my 2 senior brothers. All right, we'll wait until tonight. However, we're not familiar with this place. Arrange a place for us, Dao Air said. Let's go to the hotel to rest first. Junior Brother, I heard that all the services in this hotel are free, right? Dao San asked. Not all of them are free. Yonghua glanced at the hotel. Some of the services still had to be charged, such as unsuitable for children. Senior, some of the services are more expensive. It's fine. This time, Grandmaster has specially approved a sum of funds for the activities. He returned to the hotel and helped his 2 senior brothers arrange a place to stay. Only then did he return to his own business. However, Yonghua also had a headache regarding the matter of his 2 senior brothers. Senior Brother Dao Air and Senior Brother Dao San were much stronger than him, not to mention the 2 of them working together. Furthermore, they had treasures specifically designed to deal with him. This made his head hurt even more. Find a place to hide? Although Los Angeles was huge, with Dao Air and Dao San's cultivation, it was not difficult for them to find him. Grandmaster had probably thought about this as well. What should he do? Yonghua worried about this matter as he drove. Suddenly, Yonghua thought of an idea. It was a very bad idea. Yangwa picked up his phone and dialed Vestana's number. Vestana, do me a favor, a small one. Knock, knock, knock. Before Dao Air and Dao San could rest for a while, there was a knock on the door. Dao Air and Dao San were sitting in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, leaning back on the sofa to soak their feet. Dao Air narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard the knock on the door. The door is unlocked. Come in. Then a dozen police officers came in, all pointing their guns at Dao Air and Dao San. We are the Los Angeles police. We have received a report that you are hiding and smuggling drugs. The leading police officer pointed his gun at the two Taoist priests. He was a little puzzled. Were these two oddly dressed old men really the vicious scoundrels and drug traffickers that he had reported? Dao Air and Dao San did not panic at all. What are you talking about? I don't understand. It's English, Dao Air said calmly. Put your hands up, put your hands up. Both sides were talking in a language that the other side did not understand. You have to come with us. Now put your hands out. Senior brother, he took out his handcuffs to detain us, right? I think so, Dao Air said and stretched out his hands. Dao San also stretched out his hands. Captain, we didn't find any contraband. Don't worry about that. I received orders from the higher-ups to detain them for 24 hours. Are you sure we won't get into trouble? The other police officers seemed to have realized that the two old men did not look like drug traffickers. They looked more like old men who were here on vacation. They dealt with all kinds of criminals all year round. Therefore, sometimes they could find out whether a person was a criminal or not. Even if foreign drug traffickers wanted to find some special people to smuggle drugs, they would not find an old man who did not understand English at all. The old foreigners seemed less suspicious, but in fact, because the old could not keep up with the young, they were more likely to be exposed. The vast majority of people used young students to circulate and store their due. Students were smart, bold, and the least suspicious. Therefore, they suspected that the captain had other motives for bringing them here. At this moment, the captain also admitted that he was not here to search for contraband, but to receive another mission. Dao Air and Dao San left with the police obediently. Sure enough, it's just as Grandmaster guessed. Little junior brother won't go back with us obediently. This is probably his trick. Although Dao Air and Dao San had never been abroad, it did not mean that they were completely inexperienced. Moreover, Yang's handling of the matter was very crude. It was not difficult for them to guess that it was Yang was doing. Little junior brother has been out for a few years and has learned to be bad. So, when we bring him back to the sect this time, we must discipline him well. Yanghua heaved a sigh of relief when he saw his two senior brothers being sent into the police car from afar. He had finally avoided a disaster for the time being. If he really had to fight with the two of them, he would definitely be beaten up badly. However, he did not think that the crisis was over. He took the opportunity to go to their room to take a look. Their luggage should have been left in the hotel, and they probably did not bring their Dharma artifacts and Dharma treasures with them. He would first get his hands on their Dharma artifacts and Dharma treasures so that he would not be too passive even if he had to face them in the future. Chapter 2397. This kid really has the same idea. He took advantage of our absence to take our artifacts. Don't worry about him. I've never been to a police station before, and it's a foreigner's police station. Dao Air and Dao San were handcuffed and sitting behind the police car. However, they didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. Instead, they were looking forward to it. The two policemen in the front seat were also muttering. Captain, are these two old men important witnesses in a big case? You're thinking too much. They're just two ordinary old men. Captain, you must be lying to me. Otherwise, they're the bosses of some gang. Look at their eyes. They look a little scary. The captain looked at the two old men in the rearview mirror and said, You're just scaring yourself. After all, the captain was more experienced than his subordinates. Sometimes, the people detained in the police station might not be criminals or suspects. They might also be detained for some reason. Moreover, he had just checked the two old men's luggage. Their luggage was also very ordinary. There was nothing suspicious about it. Maybe they're wizards from the East. The policeman in the passenger seat began to guess their identities again. The captain rolled his eyes and ignored his subordinates. After arriving at the police station, Dao Air and Dao San were temporarily thrown into the corridor. In front of them and on their left and right were also arrested criminals. The two of them formed a sharp contrast with the criminals around them. They were like two lambs in a pack of wolves. "Hey, old man, what are you looking at?" At that moment, the man with a flat top and a nose ring, who was covered in all kinds of tattoos, shouted unhappily, "Young man, your fate is obscure. Dark clouds are looming over your head. You'll have bad luck in the near future. You must be careful and avoid water," Dao San said. "Third bro, can these foreigners understand you when you speak Mandarin to him?" "Oh, that's right." Dao San patted his head and suddenly came to a realization. He said that your luck has been bad recently. "It's very likely that something bad will happen because of water," said a man sitting on the left of Dao Air. "Bullshit." The flat-top man stood up and was about to attack. At that moment, a policewoman came over with a cup of coffee. The moment the flat-top man raised his arm, the coffee in the policewoman's hand flew away. The hot coffee was poured directly on the flat-top man. A layer of skin was almost peeled off from the heat. A few police officers came over and asked about the situation. They called for an ambulance and took the man away. Everyone looked at Dao Air and Dao San in a different light. "Sir, are you two prophets from the East?" "We are not prophets, but this old man is proficient in divination." Dao San stroked his mustache. "Can you help me take a look?" the man asked. Dao San stared at the man for a few seconds, looking him up and down. "The white light on your body is restrained, so you are a person of virtue. You must have done some good deeds, so you have the sign of Yin turning into Yang. Even if there is a bad thing, it can be turned into a good thing. However, your essence, qi, and spirit are declining, and your six senses are unclear. I'm afraid you haven't had a good rest in the past 3 years. However, you don't have the sign of a short life, so when you grow old, you will most likely be plagued by illness." Dao San paused and waved his hand. "Give me your palm. I'll read your palm." "Sir, please." Dao San took the man's hand and looked at his palm print. "Looking at your physiognomy, you have 2 marriages in this life, and the head and the tail are connected. You are suspected of having an extramarital affair. You have 2 daughters and a son. Your eldest daughter should be 9 years old this year, and you will have your second daughter this year. 3 years later, you'll have your third child." The man's mouth was agape as he looked at Dao San in shock. In Dao San's notes, apart from some future events that did not happen, the things that had already happened were completely accurate. He did have a daughter, and he was currently in 2 relationships. However, the first relationship had come to an end. They had already separated, and his current girlfriend was already pregnant, and it was confirmed that she was pregnant with a girl. In addition, at the beginning of the year, he did have a serious illness, and his current girlfriend was a nurse in the hospital. They got to know each other when he was hospitalized. "Sir, you are the great sage of the East. You are too great." Little Dao, little Dao." Dao San stroked his mustache proudly. The man excitedly told the others around him. The others were also a little surprised, or looked at him suspiciously. At this moment, a bearded punk shouted, "Hey, let him take a look at me." The man hesitated and looked at Dao San. "Sir, this bearded man wants you to take a look at him. Are you? Come, let me take a look at him too." Dao San was also interested and did not refuse. "He wants you to put your hand over." Dao San took the bearded man's hand and began to comment. 3 righteous, 3 fair, 6 meritorious, 5 generals. "Sir, I don't understand what you are talking about." Dao San raised his head and looked at the face of the punk bearded man. "He has a vermilion seed mark, which is the mark of an official. In other words, from his face, he should be a police officer. Wait, could this guy be a spy?" Dao Air suddenly said. The expression of the man in charge of translating also changed slightly. Then he whispered into the ear of the punk bearded man. "They said that you seem to be a police officer." The punk bearded man's expression also changed drastically, and he suddenly retracted his hand. The blood on his forehead is condensing. There will be a great disaster soon. Dao San glanced at the punk bearded man from the corner of his eye. He said that you might be in big trouble soon. Something very serious will happen. At this moment, Dao San took out a talisman. "Let him hang it on his body. Don't take it off for the next 7 days." He said that you can't take it off for the next 7 days. The punk bearded man looked at the talisman hesitantly. "Money?" "No, Monet. Dowson waved his hand and, at the same time, drew an obscure pattern in the air with his palm. He chanted, "The 3 sovereigns offer earth. The 5 emperors set love. The yellow sky offers respect. The 6 directions alone." What is he doing? The punk-bearded man was conflicted. Looking at Dao San's strange expression, he did not want to believe it. However, this old Asian man had actually seen through his identity. This made his mind start to run wild. Chapter 2398. "Katie." "Who's Katie?" a police officer shouted from the end of the corridor. The big punk man stood up and raised his hand. "That's me. It's your turn. Come in." Katie walked in and was brought to an interrogation room. Not long after, a detective came in. The detective locked the door from the inside. "Katie, why did you come to the police station directly?" The detective knew who he was, so he was very surprised that Katie had come to the police station. "Recently, there was a safe at the Mexican border that wanted us to transport it. I don't know what the goods are, but the client is very mysterious. I saw him once from afar, and that guy gave me a very uncomfortable feeling," Katie said. "The client's request is that when we transport the goods, we are not allowed to leave the motorcade, nor are we allowed to bring any communication devices. I can't inform you, so I can only drink while driving to attract the attention of the patrolling police. Then they brought me in. Now my car is detained in the parking lot of the police station." "Huh. I'll send someone to open the safe immediately, but to avoid arousing suspicion, you'll need to be detained for 3 days. At the same time, you'd better get a new driver's license. That safe can't be opened. It's a safe completely made of titanium alloy. Our boss was also curious about what we were transporting. If it's something good, he'll take it for himself. But he couldn't open it even after using a cutting machine and laser." "Is that safe very big?" "Of course. Do you think it's the kind that's kept in your cabinet?" "I drive a truck. Do you think if it's a small safe, it'll be transported in my big truck?" "All right, but you don't have to worry about how to open it. I'll find someone to open it." "Ronson, after we arrest Colin this time, I want to quit," Katie said. "Quit? Why?" "I don't want to continue being a villain and hooligan in the eyes of my family and friends. I want to be able to watch my son's school matches openly." "Listen, Katie, everything you're doing now will be enough to make your child proud in the future. He can shout to everyone that you're his hero," Ronson advised. "In the future? When?" "When he goes to college, or marry a wife and have children. Before he was born, I said that I wanted to quit, but you persuaded me to stay. Later, he could walk, and later, he went to primary school. I don't know when the end will come. Maybe, as you said, one day, what I did will make him feel honored. Maybe it will be at my funeral." "Oh, will you come then?" "All right, let's not talk about this for the time being. After all, it's not easy to arrest Colin. Based on the information you provided me, speeding, drunk driving, and smoking Dama, the bail doesn't even need to be $10,000. I need more valuable information. I hope that it can keep him in prison until the end of time, or send him directly to the gallows as evidence. He's too careful. Most of the time, he doesn't even get involved in his business," Katie said. "Only after we've delivered the goods will he invite us for a drink. As long as you're human, there will always be mistakes. I believe in your ability." Ronson patted Katie's shoulder. "I have arranged a luxurious suite for you. Have a good time. Wait, is there anything else?" Katie raised her hands. "Can you unlock the handcuffs?" "All right." Ronson unlocked Katie's handcuffs. Suddenly, he noticed the amulet hanging around Katie's neck. "What's this? An accessory? You have terrible taste." Katie slapped Ronson's hand, but accidentally broke the string of the amulet. "Damn it, don't touch my belongings. Be careful, or I'll sue you." Katie picked up the amulet and hung it around his neck again. When Katie was sent to the cell, he found that there were already 2 people in the cell. They were Dao Air and Dao San, whom he had met in the corridor earlier. Katie nodded at them, chose a bed, and sat down. Because of the language barrier, he couldn't communicate with them. "Senior brother, look at this fat guy. The blood energy on his body has thickened. It's like a sign of impending disaster. What's going on? Is my amulet useless?" Dower also looked at Katie. "This fatty has a big head and big ears, and he has a loyal face. He should have received some good karma. and with the help of your protective talisman, he should have been able to resolve the blood chi tribulation. Why didn't he? Katie could feel the two old men's gazes lingering on him. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. However, he didn't understand Chinese, and the two old men didn't understand English. The two of them just stared at each other. And Aiwa. This was the only Chinese that Katie knew. However, even this simple word was unclear. Hello. The two old men were about the same. They only knew a few simple English words. Where are you from? China. Dao Air and Dao Sin understood. Dao Air nodded. China. China. Willie good. Senior brother, what's Willie good? It means good. I told you to learn more, but you only know how to play King of Kings. Look at us martial uncles. We've already taken a few foreign disciples. We can't even understand a few words of English. How can we keep up with the times? Aren't you not much better than me? Dao Sin mumbled. I've been in seclusion for 20 years and only came out recently. What about you? You only know how to idle around every day. How much good time has been wasted by you? How can you compare me to you? I told you to go into seclusion, but you didn't want to. You haven't improved in 20 years. How long have you been stuck in this realm? Senior brother, since we're here in the United States, there are people everywhere who understand English. This guy looks good. Why don't we follow the trend and take in a foreign disciple? Him? Dao Air looked at Katie. Katie panicked for no reason. She looked at Dao Air and Dao Sin hesitantly. What do you think? Can you do it? How do we communicate with him? Simple. Let our junior brother arrange one for us. As he spoke, Dao Sin took out a phone. Katie looked at the phone in Dao San's hand and couldn't help but be surprised. Where did this old man hide his phone? Didn't the police discover it earlier? This was a detention center. They would first be searched by the police, and then a second search would be conducted before they were locked up. Even if they hid their phone in their underwear, they wouldn't be able to hide it. Katie looked at the two old men even more curiously. Dao Sin ignored Katie's curious gaze and dialed Yang's number. Guor, do you miss me? Senior brother, why are you? Cut the crap and send me a translator. It's best if it's a spiritualist. If I don't see anyone in an hour, I'll go out and kill you. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 2399. Yangguo was a little guilty. Soon, a member of the psionic team was sent over. He knew Chinese. It was a Chinese-American, but he was a pure banana person. He had immigrated to America in his father's generation. Hello, Master Dao Air, Master Dao San. I'm from Yangguo. My name is Scott Lee. Katie looked at the Asian newcomer. His hands were handcuffed, but he went straight to Dao Air and Dao San as soon as he came in. She was even more curious about the two old men. Just then, Scott Lee came to Katie. Hello, I'm their translator. Translator? Why? I don't know. I'm just following orders from my superiors. They asked me to help you communicate, Scott Lee said. Superiors? Did they send you to jail? It's only 24 hours, and there's no criminal record. It's just a mission for me. Just then, Dao Air and Dao San came to Katie. Kati was a little wary of these two old men who were talking mysteriously. Big guy, we're from the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master Sect in China. My name is Dao Air. We think you have the talent to learn Taoism, which is Easter magic. Are you willing to be our disciple? Scott Lee translated at the same time. Of course, he could only give a rough explanation. They're from China. They want you to be their disciple. Listen, I won't be their disciple. I didn't even go to university. Do you know why? When I was in high school, I forced 3 teachers to resign. Then I was also expelled. I'm sure they can't take my fists. Katie clenched her fists. Her bare arms were even bigger than Dao Air and Dao San's heads. I don't think they have anything to teach me. He refused. Scott Lee used a more direct method to answer 2 and 3. If you refuse, you might die. Of course, if you're lucky, you might be able to escape. But if you become our disciple, we'll help you. They said that if you refuse, they'll kill you, Scott Lee said. Did they really say that? Something like that, Scott Lee said irresponsibly. Katie shrugged and sat back on the bed. They don't have that ability. All right, if you guys still want to talk, call me at any time, Scott Lee said. Senior brother, what do we do now? I don't know. It's fine if he doesn't want it. This safe is way too hard. Lang Sun helplessly looked at the completely damaged chainsaw wheel in the hands of the 2 workers. One of the workers raised his visor, shook his head. No, it's impossible. It's impossible to open this safe with conventional physical means, unless you use corrosive chemicals or explosives. Ronson shook his head. He still didn't know what was inside. If chemical agents or explosives were used, it was very likely that the contents would be destroyed. His ultimate goal was to arrest Colin. Perhaps the contents of the safe would be a powerful piece of evidence. Therefore, it was impossible for him to use chemicals or explosives to open the safe. Think of another way. The sturdiness of this safe is completely unreasonable, the worker said. Even if it's made of titanium alloy, it shouldn't be this sturdy. Lang Sun reached out and stroked the huge safe in front of him. It was silvery white all over, and there was no trace of screws or bolts connecting it. The safe was completely integrated. Even the connection between the door and the safe was perfect. There was not a single gap. But because of this, Lang Sun was even more certain. The contents of the safe were very important. Although Lang Sun didn't know the exact value of the safe. Without a few $100,000, it was impossible to buy or make it. Something that was stored in such an expensive safe box must be very important. Damn, another wheel is broken. The worker looked at Lang Sun. If you can get a laser cutter, you might be able to open this safe. Anyway, conventional means won't work. Laser cutter. Lang Sun immediately had an idea. Although there were no laser cutters in the police station, it didn't mean that he couldn't find one. Through layers of connections, Lang Sun finally got a laser cutter. At the same time, there were people operating the laser cutter. But the laser cutter was really too big. Just assembling the laser cutter would take a few hours. What is this? It tastes terrible. Dao San grumbled as he dropped his fork. Their dinner tonight was macaroni and cheese with a steak. Dower also lost his appetite after a few mouthfuls. When we get out, we must teach the youngest a lesson. How dare he lock us in here and ignore us? Dao Air and Dao San were both furious. Hey kid, come here, Dao Air called out to Scully. What's the matter, masters? Give Yangwa a call and tell him to prepare dinner for us. Scully looked at Dao Air and Dao San awkwardly. I don't have my phone. Really? Dao Air glanced at Scully nonchalantly. Scully suddenly shivered. He knew from Yangwa that these two were Yangwa's senior brothers, and they were ridiculously powerful spiritualists. And they were from Dragon Tiger Mountain's Sage Sect. In the spiritual world, Dragon Tiger Mountain's Sage Sect was definitely the richest of the rich. If Dragon Tiger Mountain Sage Sect was compared to a school, then it was the top school. Almost all spiritualists yearned to go there. Every spiritualist who came from there had the mark of Dragon Tiger Mountain Sage Sect. Almost all of them represented power and nobility. Moreover, Scully knew how powerful Yangwa was. How strong were the two people who could make Yangwa afraid? Okay, I'll call Yang now. Katie saw a phone suddenly appear in Scully's hand. What's wrong with these people? Where do they hide their phones? Also, it felt like they weren't here to go to jail. It was more like they were here on vacation. Soon, a few police officers arrived outside the cell. These police officers carried all kinds of takeaway and delivered it to their cells. Were these two old men rich? They didn't look like it. The two old men opened the takeaway and curled their lips in disdain. Forget it, we're in jail after all. We can't ask for too much, Dao Air said. Call him over to eat too. Scully looked at Katie. They said you should come over too. Me? I've already eaten. Are you full from that pile of dog shit? Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 2400. Dao San and Dao Air weren't very satisfied with the new dinner. However, it was already very sumptuous for Katie. In the end, Katie sat in front of Dao Air and Dao San. She ate in big mouthfuls. Compared to the meticulously prepared food, the dinner in the detention center was indeed like dog shit. Who are they? Magicians from the East, Scott Lee said casually. Katie rolled his eyes. Even though Dao San had read his fortune before, he still felt that it might be a coincidence, or that Dao San had played some trick. What about you? I'm a translator, they called. I'm an amateur. Are they very rich? I don't know. What do they do to get in here? They were ordered to bring their junior back to the country. Their junior didn't want to, so they used their connections to temporarily lock them up here. Katie couldn't help but frown. He was a police officer after all. Hearing Scott Lee's words, he couldn't help but think that the police system was corrupt and framing two innocent old men. Katie was considering if he should find a chance to ask Ronson to let the two old men out. How much longer? Ronson asked. Not long. We can penetrate this safe as long as we assemble it. The melting point of titanium alloy isn't high. The cutting temperature of a laser far exceeds the melting point of titanium alloy, the worker said. All their work was actually to assemble the laser cutter. They had been busy since 3 in the afternoon until now. Almost all of their time was spent assembling. Fortunately, after a few hours and the hard work of a dozen workers, the assembly of the laser cutter was nearing completion. We can't penetrate it directly. I want to cut it from the side, Ronson said. They still didn't know what was hidden in the titanium alloy safe. However, if they pierced it directly from the front, it could easily destroy the things inside. Although it was possible to cut it from the side, the danger could be reduced. Okay, we can start cutting. The laser cutter was aimed at the side of the safe. Level 2 laser ready. The person in charge handed Ronson a pair of sunglasses to protect his eyes. Put this on, otherwise you might go blind. It's best to stand back. There might be scattering when we use the laser. A green laser shot out from a circular aperture. The green laser hit the outer wall of the safe and immediately bounced off. However, there were baffles beside the safes to prevent damage or injuries from the laser reflection. The laser also left a spot on the titanium alloy safe. The surrounding titanium alloy also showed signs of melting. Increase the output. Current power level is 278. Continue to increase the power. Just then, Ronson heard a puff. A black hole was left on the outer wall of the safe. Cut it open? Yes, cut it open. Ronson nodded. At this moment, the black hole on the safe suddenly emitted a large amount of gas. What's this smell? It's really choking. Cough, cough. The operator hadn't even taken a step when he suddenly fell to the ground. Then the gas began to spread outwards, and the surrounding workers collapsed one after another. Ronson's expression changed dramatically. Could it be that the safe contained poisonous gas? But at that moment, the gas seemed to be controlled again. It began to shrink crazily. Ronson rubbed his eyes and looked at the gas in shock. The gas was behaving very strangely. It was changing in an unimaginable way. Finally, the gas turned into a woman in classic clothes. The woman looked left and right. Then her gaze fell on Lang Sr. Where is this? This isn't the agreed place. The woman looked at Ronson and said, You're not my contact. Where's the delivery man? Where is he now? Stop, don't move. Put your hands on your head. Ronson pulled out his gun and pointed at the strange woman. What's that? A weapon? The woman looked at Ronson and asked, I'm a LAPD officer. I want you to put your hands on your head and get on the ground. Now, immediately. No one can order me, the woman said calmly. Bang, Ronson fired. The woman only tilted her shoulder slightly. Her shoulder was pierced by a bullet, but it didn't bleed. The wound was also quickly healing. This thing means nothing to me. It doesn't have any magic support. Ronson had never seen anything like this. A woman who was completely unafraid of guns and bullets. Maybe she wasn't human at all. All right, mortal, I want to know where the delivery man is. Ronson's expression changed. The delivery man she mentioned was definitely Katie. But Ronson wouldn't betray Katie. This time, Ronson aimed the gun at the woman's head. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots in a row. The woman's head tilted back slightly, but her body didn't fall. The woman slowly straightened herself and looked at Ronson. The woman's strange and terrifying reaction sent chills down Ronson's spine. At that moment, the woman raised one hand and grabbed something in the air. A red spear appeared in her hand. But the woman thought about it. Seems like I'm overreacting. Then, the woman pulled back the red spear. Ronson's breathing became ragged. At first, he didn't feel it. But the more he faced this woman, the more he felt a suffocating pressure. But if you continue to refuse my request, I will kill every human that appears in my sight. The woman looked at the unconscious people on the ground. Let's start with them. Ronson panicked. The unconscious people around him were all normal people. They weren't even police officers. And because of his own needs, he brought them here. But now, he had to drag him down. Ronson felt guilty. At that moment, he was faced with a multiple-choice question. Sacrifice the lives of these normal people, or sacrifice Katie's life? Ronson had been using Katie, but the more he did so, the more he felt guilty towards Katie. I can sense that there are many humans here. It shouldn't be hard to kill them all, the woman said calmly. I will take you there. Ronson finally gave in. He still had some hope that this woman wouldn't harm Katie. Wise choice. Who exactly are you? Don't you already have the answer? I'm not human. What is your goal? Goal? Do you think I will tell you? You call me immortal, so you must think of yourself as a god. As a god, would you be afraid of telling a mortal your plan? This kind of provocation doesn't work on me. Chapter 24:01. Ronson brought the woman into the cell. Hey, Ronson, who's this woman? She's so pretty. Did she commit a crime too? Lock her in my room. I'll teach her a lesson. Ronson listened to the filthy words of the prisoners in the cells along the way. He was afraid that the woman behind him would go berserk and kill all the prisoners. However, the woman followed behind Ronson expressionlessly. Ronson heaved a long sigh of relief. Are you afraid that I'll kill them? They're just criminals. Most of them deserve to die. Their lives aren't up to you to decide. No, I have the ability and the right to punish them. You can't stop me. Ronson didn't say anything else and silently walked in front. However, he still tried to slow down. I don't like to waste time, the woman said. Suddenly, the woman stopped and took a few steps back. What are you doing? He's not here. Ronson's eyes flickered and he was a little panicked. However, the woman ignored Ronson's shouts and looked at Katie in the cell next to him. Katie, is the woman outside here to see you? Scully patted Katie. Katie looked at the woman outside and shook her head. I don't know her. At that moment, the woman outside smiled. You don't know me, but I know you, delivery man. Hearing this, Katie raised an eyebrow. Who are you? I'm the living thing you want to deliver. The woman said, you had to fulfill your vow and send me to my destination, but you broke your promise. Katie looked at Ronson and asked him what was going on with her eyes. Ronson's expression was ugly, and he kept shaking his head. At that moment, a red spear appeared in the woman's hand. Oh no! Scully's expression changed, and he formed a hand seal. Huh! In an instant, the iron bars in front of them twisted and locked onto the woman. Both Katie and Ronson were shocked by Scully's move. The woman was instantly wrapped up by the iron bars. Ronson didn't care what was going on, and his face was filled with joy. He was worried that something would happen to Katie. He didn't expect such a mysterious expert to be with him. But before he could rejoice, a giggle came from beside him. The iron bars around the woman were being forced open by her. Close it! Scott Lee tried his best to control the fence. However, this woman was simply too strong. His control was completely incomparable to this woman's. Hiss! Finally, the woman tore off the iron bars covering her body. The red spear in the woman's hand suddenly slammed toward Scott Lee. Suddenly, a long sword blocked the woman's red spear. Huh! Both Katie and Lang Sun looked surprised again. It was Dao Er who blocked the red spear with his sword. The woman's strength abruptly increased by a few notches. She lowered the long sword in her hand to dissipate the force. At the same time, she twisted the hilt of the sword in her hand, and the tip of the sword stabbed toward the woman at a tricky angle. The woman immediately took a few steps back. Dower also took a few steps back. What's going on with this woman? Dowson asked. I can't see through her life providence. That's because she's not human. Of course you can't tell, Dao Er said. Not human? What was that? Demon? Goblin? Or is it some kind of ghost? I can't tell. Dao Er shook his head. This is too strange. What is this woman? What? Mortal, you're being too rude, the woman said unhappily. I'm a god. God? No, you're not a god. Dao Er shook his head. He had followed Zhang Tianyi down the mountain many times, so he was very knowledgeable. However, he could not tell what this woman was for now. She was definitely not a god. Oof. Golden flames suddenly erupted from the woman's body. Lang Sun, who was beside her, was forced back by the golden flames. The spear in the woman's hand burst into golden flames. Her target was Katie. Katie was so frightened that she stood rooted to the ground when she saw the golden flames. At that moment, Dao Er took out an 8 trigrams mirror and placed it in front of Katie. He shouted, "Reflect." The golden flames were instantly reflected back to the woman. However, the woman was not afraid of his attack. A very good magical tool. You mortals can only rely on tricks like this to survive. Even if I don't use this artifact, I can still suppress you. As soon as Dao Er finished speaking, the 8 trigrams mirror in his hand suddenly disappeared. "Senior brother, why did you put away the 8 trigrams mirror?" I didn't. However, the woman did not give them any time to hesitate. She suddenly stabbed the red spear in her hand at Dao Er. "Damn it." Dao suddenly threw out dozens of talismans. The woman immediately changed her attack pattern and swung the red spear to knock the talismans away. However, the talismans were like nimble birds, cleverly avoiding the woman's spear and sticking to the woman's body one after another. Once the talismans were stuck to the woman's body, she would immediately lose her bodily functions. Soon, the woman's body was covered in talismans. "Masters, you're the best. You've finally subdued this woman," Scott Lee exclaimed in surprise. Katie's mouth was also wide open, her face filled with disbelief. "Eastern magic casters. Are you really Eastern magic casters?" Lang Sun heaved a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, these 2 old Chinamen were here. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, Dao Er and Dao San did not look too good. "This is only temporary. We'd better change places." "What? Why?" Dao Er and Dao San did not explain, because there was no need for them to. They had already discovered that the talismans on the woman's body were being ignited one by one. Soon, the woman would regain her freedom. "Master, get rid of her while she can't move," Scott Lee shouted anxiously. Dao Er shook his head. "These talismans are called invulnerable talismans. They can subdue enemies, but not hurt them. To hurt someone, you have to break the talismans first. We've used so many talismans and only managed to trap her for a moment. She's not to be underestimated." "Then what should we do?" "What should we do? Of course we should find an empty place to fight. What else do you think?" Boom! At that moment, Dao Sen had already destroyed the wall opposite them, revealing a huge hole. "Leave from here, is this considered a prison break?" Lang Sun asked hesitantly. Katie rolled her eyes. "Or should we stay here and wait for death?" In the end, they left through the hole. A few minutes later, the talismans on the woman burned away, and she regained her freedom. Chapter 24:02. "Hi, Chun, are you asleep?" David called Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao rubbed his eyes and then pinched his forehead. "Yes. If there's nothing else, I wish you a good night." "What if there's something?" David asked. "If it's drinking, you can wait until tomorrow. I never wake you up in the middle of the night to drink." "Okay, so you're in trouble? Or Kate?" "It's not me or Kate. It's LAPD, David said. "Of course, it's my trouble too." "Oh, I remember you're the deputy chief of LAPD now, right? I forgot to congratulate you." "I'm not here to ask for a blessing. I'll give you a present too." "I'm not asking for a present either." "Then what do you want? Can you come to the police station?" "Did you accept some evil organization's blackmail and set up a trap in the police station? Then the moment I step in, you'll blow me up along with the police station?" "That's not funny at all." "Okay, I'll go now." Chun Zhao knew that David wouldn't call him at this time if it wasn't something important. After arriving at the police station, Chun Zhao asked along the way and found David in the surveillance room. "Hey, David, you're here alone. Are you watching something that's not suitable for children?" David turned around and glanced at Chun Zhao. "It's indeed inappropriate. Come take a look. So exciting." Intrigued, Chun Zhao sat beside David. He'd been looking forward to what kind of exciting scenes David would show him. In the end, David played a battle between spiritualists. Isn't there anything more exciting? I'm a bit disappointed." Chun Zhao pursed his lips. "But where did you get the video?" "It happened in the detention center an hour ago," David said. "No one else saw it, right?" Chun Zhao asked, frowning. "I rushed here immediately and forbade anyone else from coming in." As he spoke, David pressed the delete button and erased the recording completely. "I don't know where that woman came from, but she kidnapped my subordinate, Ronson, and forced him to bring her into the detention center. Then, she attacked one of the cells that held 4 prisoners, but the people in that cell didn't seem to be ordinary people. Then, there was a conflict between the 2 sides, and the woman was controlled. Then, the 4 prisoners and Ronson escaped through the hole that was blasted open. Their current whereabouts are unknown. What do you want me to do? Capture all of them? Or secretly execute him? I don't care about the others, but Ronson is my subordinate. I must ensure his safety. Okay, which direction did they run to? I don't know. Aren't you a spiritualist? Wouldn't you know once you do a divination? Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. I'm not a prophet, nor do I know astrology. Anyway, this is what you're good at. You definitely have a way. Chun Zhao rubbed his forehead. Okay, I'll think of something. I'll go to the detention center and see if I can find any clues. David accompanied Chun Zhao to the detention center. All the prisoners had already been transferred. It was empty now. Chun Zhao arrived at the scene. The iron bars of the cell were completely deformed and broken. One of the spiritualists should have the ability to control metal. Isn't he like Magneto in the movies? Similar ability, but definitely not as strong. Because the surveillance footage was from the 2 sides of the corridor, Chun Zhao didn't see the battle in the cell. Right now, there was still a trace of magic in the cell. Just then, Chun Zhao saw a corner of yellow paper on the ground. Chun Zhao picked up the yellow paper and studied it carefully. It should be the talisman paper that the Chinese Taoists used. Chinese Taoists? Dragon Tiger Mountain? Give me a file on the people locked here. Take it. Chen Yibo, Lu Haisheng. Chun Zhao looked at their files. They were both from Yingtan City, Jiangxi Province, Huaxia. Dragon Tiger Mountain's Celestial Master's sect was in Jiangxi. Were these 2 from Dragon Tiger Mountain's Celestial Master's sect? How is it? Any clues? Yes. Do you need my help? Are you going to be my burden? Are you serious? David stomped his feet in anger. Okay, I'll go out and take a look. I'll contact you if I find anything. Chun Zhao walked out of the hole. It led to the underground parking lot. Unfortunately, there weren't any surveillance cameras here. Chun Zhao picked up his phone and called Yanghua. Yanghua, do you know Chen Yibo and Lu Haisheng? What? Chun Zhao, what did you do to my 2 seniors? If I tell you that they're in my hands now, what will you do? What do you want? Yanghua asked angrily. Okay, I'm just kidding, but something really happened to your 2 seniors, Chun Zhao said. Not long ago, someone attacked LAPD. I have a friend who works there, so I was called over to help. But now, your 2 seniors are missing. Are you serious? You're not kidding? Okay, I'm kidding. Bye. As soon as Chun Zhao hung up, Yanghua called back immediately. Chun Zhao, say it clearly. You don't believe me, right? What else do you want me to say? You're saying that my 2 senior brothers are missing? Do you have a way to find them? Where are you now? LAPD's underground parking lot. I'm coming now. Yanghua was very worried now. He called Dao 2 and Dao 3, but no one answered. He believed most of it. Moreover, he was the one who sent them to the police station. If something happened to them, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Yanghua hurried to the LAPD's underground parking lot. Chun Zhao was indeed here. Chun Zhao, what's going on? That's it. I told you everything I know on the phone. Our Dragon Tiger Mountain Celestial Masters sect has a special sensing spell. We can determine each other's location. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry and sense where your 2 seniors are, or which direction they're in. They're purposely hiding their location. I can't sense them. So you don't have any ideas? Not completely, but it's best to have something they've used before. That way, I can use the Reliance spell to find them. Will this work? Chun Zhao took out the corner of the small yellow talisman. Yes, there's Dao 3's aura on it. It's a bit weak, but it can still be used. Then use this to find them. Let's begin. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 2403. Dao Air, Dao San, Lang Sun, Katie, and Scott Lee were squeezed into a small car. Where are we going? Everyone looked at Dao Air and Dao San. We've only been in Los Angeles for less than 24 hours, and you're asking me where to go. Dao Air said angrily. Find an empty place with no one around. At this moment, Kathy, who was driving, saw the pursuers behind her. The woman was flying behind them, and she was getting closer and closer to them. Katie stepped on the accelerator and sped on the road at full speed. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake that woman off. That woman is catching up. Taishang Lao Jun, this is an urgent order. As fast as lightning. Dao Sen quickly made a hand seal and stuck the talisman on the steering wheel. Wuda suddenly, the car they were in let out a sound like a sports car. The entire car reached a speed of 300 kilometers per hour in an instant. I remember turning right into the coastal road. There's a coastline there. Go there, Scotley said. Kathy immediately turned the steering wheel, but the woman was still in hot pursuit. That woman's strength is really strong, and her speed is also very fast. This won't be easy, Dao Er said. He was a little apprehensive. The strength that woman had displayed was not to be underestimated. Not long after, a vast coastline appeared in front of everyone. What a beautiful coast. Fighting on such a beautiful beach is not a bad choice. Let's go down from here. Kati didn't even step on the brakes. Instead, she drove the car straight onto the steep slope outside the highway. Finally, it crashed heavily into the sand. Everyone fell out of the car. Dao San and Dao Er were still fine. Although they were not at ease, they were not in a sorry state either. At this moment, the woman caught up with them and looked down at them. Aren't you going to continue running? Dao Er and Dao San looked at each other and made a hand seal at the same time. Boundless heaven and earth, borrow the power of the universe. Once it is drawn back, there will be no survival. At this moment, the two of them were suddenly covered in a layer of green and red gas. Two tall and mighty Dharma idols emerged from the green and red mist. Shintu, Yulei, the others quickly backed away in fright, even though Dao San and Dao Er were on their side. However, the two Dharma idols in front of him were still very shocking. Shintu and Yulei were guardian spirits, and they also had deity positions in Taoism. It was widespread among the people, and there were some who faintly gathered spirits to become gods. Dao Er controlled the Shintu Dharma idol to wield a pair of scissors in one hand and a hammer in the other. He waved his arms, and the power of wind and thunder was instantly boosted as he struck the woman. The woman's face darkened. She could also see that these two Dharma powers were not ordinary. Not daring to be careless, he immediately took out his red spear to face the enemy. Golden flames burst out from the tip of the red spear. Bang! The two forces collided, but no one gained the upper hand. At that moment, Yulei, who was controlled by Dao San, also attacked. Yulei held two swords in his hands and imbued them with the power of water and fire. He shot them at the woman at the same time. The woman's expression was cold as she blocked the attack with her golden flames again. The three of them exchanged a few moves, but it was a draw. However, Dao Er and Dao San's cultivation base and magic power were profound, so they had the upper hand. You mortals are still so shameless, used to bullying the few with numbers. How can a demon from the outer realm know that my Dao is natural? Even if we fight one-on-one, you might not necessarily win. Senior brother, I can't move. At that moment, Dao San's body seemed to have been hit by a spell. Not only could he not move his body, but the Yulei Dharma body he had summoned also disappeared. Yulei and Shun Tu were originally of the same origin, so they complemented each other. If there was only one of them, their strength would be greatly reduced. Oh no, it's the spirit of speech. This woman can use the spirit of speech. Dao Er's expression changed drastically. The woman couldn't help but reveal a proud expression. She then said with a hint of pride, "Spirit of words? This is not a low-level spirit of speech. It's a law." Dao Er and Dao San looked at each other. Dao Er shook his head. "With your strength, you can't control the laws. Although I don't know how you did it, you definitely can't control the laws." What was a law? To a spiritualist, the laws were like the laws of a normal person's society. Even his own grandmaster, who had an exceedingly high cultivation base, had not grasped the laws of nature. Although the woman in front of them was powerful, she was many times weaker than their grandmaster. Therefore, they did not believe that this woman could control the laws. You don't believe me? Then let me show you the true power of the laws. The woman snorted coldly. She looked at Dao Er and Dao San and shouted, "Dispel the spell." Instantly, the Shun Tu Dharma body that Dao Er had summoned was cancelled. How is this possible? Dao Er and Dao San's expressions changed drastically again. The woman did not give them time to react. Golden flames surged towards them. The two hurriedly dodged, but at this moment, the woman said again, "Hit." Boom, boom. With two shocking explosions, Dao Er and Dao San fell to the ground in a sorry state. Their clothes, hair, eyebrows, and beards were all burnt to a crisp. Just as the two were about to cast healing spells, they heard the woman shout, "Healing seal." The two's healing spells were immediately interrupted. This made the two of them waver. This woman might not have the strength to crush them. However, her law-like power left them with nowhere to use it. "Let's fight her!" The two of them roared in exasperation. Dao Er tore off his Taoist robe, revealing his skinny upper body. Dao San, on the other hand, struck a strange pose. The two of them prepared themselves. "Mana interruption," the woman shouted again. In an instant, Dao Er and Dao San spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. They were prepared to fight with their lives on the line. They were already accumulating their qi, but they did not expect this woman to directly interrupt their qi and magic power. Unable to continue, they immediately suffered from the backlash. "What's the situation now, Scully?" Those two old China men seemed to be losing. Scully's expression was extremely solemn. That woman was really too strong. No, to be more precise, it was strange. Her ability was too strange. She had forcefully turned the tide of defeat into victory. As for Dao Er and Dao San, although their cultivation and magic power were powerful, however, it was useless against that woman. "We can't use qi-breaking spells. This woman's ability is too strange. If she really is using law, then what does her law contain? I can't tell. If we can't break her ability, we will most likely lose." This woman was indeed very strong, but she had not reached the point where she could crush Dao Er and Dao San. Just like before, Dao Er and Dao San could summon Yulei and Shun Tu to gain the upper hand. However, this woman's ability directly broke their spells. They could not figure out whether this woman was using law or not. Of course, even if it was, they would not be able to tell, because they had never seen an opponent who used law. Therefore, they could not tell. Chapter 2404. "Senior brother, what do we do now?" Dao Er held his breath and looked at the troublesome woman in front of him. "Looks like we have no choice but to use our trump card." Dao San was shocked when he heard Dao Er's words. The woman sensed the changes in Dao Er and Dao San. Dao Er suddenly took out a talisman. "Talisman seal," the woman immediately ordered. However, Dao Er's lips curled into a smile. The talisman suddenly turned into a golden hollow ball. "Go!" The golden hollow ball tore through the air and grew larger after flying for a while. By the time it reached the woman, it had already become a giant ball with a diameter of more than 10 meters. The woman pointed her red spear at the giant ball, but did not touch the body. The spear passed through the giant ball. Then a huge suction force came and sucked the woman into the giant ball. In the next instant, the giant ball shrank rapidly. Dao San pressed his palms against the ground. Golden red patterns spread out from Dao San's palms. These golden red patterns crawled up the hollow ball like living creatures. In the blink of an eye, they covered the entire outside of the hollow ball. Universal 8 Desolation, Tao of Nature, suppress. Dao San shouted. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. In the next moment, his magic power paused again, and the hollow ball suddenly exploded. The woman regained her freedom. Her face was filled with rage. These two old Taoist priests were too much of a threat to her. Their endless methods brought her great danger every time. If she had not used the same trick again and sealed Dao San's magic power, he would not have been able to use his techniques. She might have really been suppressed by Dao San. The woman's eyes flashed with a fierce glint. At this moment, the woman's body began to twist, and the golden flames on her body became more intense. Senior brother, what is that woman doing? She's not doing anything good. The woman's body twisted and suddenly split into a clone. Upon closer inspection, It was not a clone, but another woman. Her figure, appearance, and temperament were completely different. However, this woman's aura was no weaker than the first woman's. Damn, it can't be. I can't even handle one, and now another. However, this was not the end result. The two women began to split again, and two became four. The four women's strength was almost the same. Dao Air and Dao San looked at each other. Junior brother, bring out your trump card. All right, senior brother. The two of them shouted in unison, boundless heaven and earth, borrow the power of Qianquan, run. Run? The four women, as well as Scott Lee and the others, were all stunned. Be it the enemies or the allies, no one could react in time. At this moment, Dao Air and Dao San raised a gust of wind. Scott Lee, Katie, and Ronson were swept up by the gale and swept towards the sea. The four women were angry and angry. Even when they were running away, they still had to make such a big scene. When they heard Dao Air and Dao San's shouts, they thought that they really had some trump card up their sleeves, but it turned out that they were running away. However, the four women did not intend to let them go and immediately chased after them. 5 elements escape art, water escape, 1,000-mile rapids. Dao Air shouted, and the 5 of them immediately dived into the sea. Aside from Scott Lee, Katie and Ronson were still in shock. They had never come into contact with supernatural incidents before. At this moment, inconceivable things kept happening. He wasn't wearing any equipment, but he could breathe freely in the sea. Moreover, he was moving faster than any marine vehicle. The four women were still following him closely above the sea. Although they did not enter the water, as long as they did not lose them, everything they had done before would be for naught. Dao Air looked up and exchanged a glance with Dao San. Dao San made a hand seal underwater. In an instant, 4 clones of Dao San suddenly appeared around them. These 4 clones all carried Dao San's aura. Under Dao San's command, these clones immediately scattered and fled in different directions. Split up and chase after them, the first woman ordered. Yes, the 4 women immediately chased in 4 different directions. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the sea directly below them, Dao Air secretly poked his head out and glanced at the sea. Phew, we finally lost them. What kind of tricks does this woman have? She's too difficult to deal with. Her methods are strange and unpredictable. Let's not talk so much and float to the surface first. My water escape art can't last for too long. The group floated to the surface. At this moment, most of their magic power had already been used up. For cultivators like them, their essence, qi, and spirit were different from ordinary people. However, essence, qi, and spirit were all maintained by magic power. Once they used up too much of their magic power, their energy and stamina would also be greatly reduced. Shaoli, is there any way to send us to the nearest land? We're out of energy, Dao San said with a pale face. The two of them at first fought and suffered heavy injuries. In addition, they had forcefully used magic power and spells after a few backlashes. At this moment, it was difficult for them to maintain their previous state. Yes, please wait for a moment, masters. Watch me. While speaking, Scott Lee spread his arms and used his ability. Something in the sea seemed to be gathering towards them. Soon, everyone knew what was going on. Scott Lee used his ability to gather the trace amounts of metal elements in the sea and the bottom of the sea to form a small iron boat. However, at this moment, a sudden voice came from above them. Is this the coffin you chose? Everyone looked up and saw a figure appear out of thin air. It was that woman. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Not bad at tricking everyone, but I also know this trick. The woman looked down at them from above. At this moment, Dao Air and Dao San's faces were withered. They were already exhausted and had no strength left to fight. Scott Lee was even weaker. He didn't have much strength to begin with. Just now, he had used up most of his magic power to create this small iron boat, so he couldn't fight anymore. Cough, cough. Looks like we're going to die here soon. Very good. At least you've learned to give up. The woman held a red spear in her hand. Golden flames were brewing. Suddenly, the surface of the sea in the distance exploded. Following that, a black liquid shot out from the sea towards the woman. The woman immediately turned her spear around. The golden flames collided with the black liquid and canceled each other out. Everyone looked over and saw a small island rising from the surface of the sea. No, it wasn't a small island, but the head of some creature. The head was slowly rising from the surface of the sea. It was the head of a giant snake. However, this giant snake's head was different from normal snakes. It had a pair of fins on both sides of its head. Sea monster. That was everyone's first thought. Chapter 24:05. The snake monster opened its bloody mouth and spat out a jet of black venom. The woman immediately retaliated. The red spear in her hand emitted a blinding golden light. The black venom could not block the golden light at all and struck the snake's head. Whoosh! The snake's head was blasted to pieces by the golden light. The snake's neck sank into the sea without its head. Just when everyone thought that this was an interlude that had come and gone quickly, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. An unprecedented giant wave was rising in front of them. Everyone's mouths were agape. Half the sky was already covered by the giant wave. The woman's expression changed drastically. Her body twisted and split into 16 clones. Each of the 16 women held a red spear and pointed it at the giant wave that was as tall as a skyscraper. 16 beams of red light shot into the center of the giant wave and exploded into 16 balls of fire. At the same time, the wave's momentum was stopped. The towering wave instantly collapsed like a skyscraper. But at that moment, a terrifying giant mouth opened up from the sea without any warning and bit at the 16 women from below. Oh no, not all of the 16 women reacted in time. They were not real clones. Each of them had their own consciousness. Therefore, it was impossible for them to discover the attack from below at the same time. The giant mouth swallowed 8 women who could not dodge in time. Everyone watched as a terrifying beast rushed out of the sea and swallowed half of the enemies. This was an indescribable shock. "Return my sisters to me." The first woman was enraged. In an instant, 10, 20, 100, 1,000 women appeared in the sky. Everyone's eyes widened, and their faces were filled with shock. Dao Air and Dao San finally understood that the woman had not used her true strength during the battle. No, perhaps the first woman's strength was just that. But she could create clones, or rather, summon more companions who were equally powerful. I understand now. I finally understand. She's not using laws. She's using the spirit of speech, Dao Air exclaimed. Spirit of speech? How can the spirit of speech affect us directly? Perhaps one person's spirit of speech can't do it, but what about 100? 1,000? Dowson looked thoughtfully at the golden flames that filled the sky. At this moment, those women were like golden flowers blooming in the night sky. All the women were attacking the surface of the sea in a frenzy. Beams of golden light pierced through the seawater and attacked the 2 giant beasts that were swimming in the sea. "Little Nine, run! That woman has gone mad." Amon and Little Nine were frantically dodging the attacks from above. However, the 2 of them were huge, so it was inevitable that they would take a few hits. Although those few blows wouldn't be able to kill them. However, they might not be able to hide forever. Therefore, they had already begun to beat the drums of retreat. "Show yourself! Show yourself! Show yourself!" All the women were shouting in unison. In an instant, the surface of the sea was torn apart. Before Amon and Little Nine could escape, they were directly exposed in front of these enraged women. "Me? I swear in the name of the Valkyrie, you must die." The first woman coldly stared at Amon and Little Nine. Little Nine was still all right. Although it had 9 heads, it still had the body of a snake. But Amon was different. He was in the form of a whale. At this moment, he was flopping on the sea mud, unable to move at all. "Valkyrie? The Valkyrie in Norse mythology?" Scott Lee exclaimed in surprise. "They are Valkyrie. In Norse mythology, the legend of Valkyrie had always existed as the maids of Odin. Of course, the purpose of their existence was not to serve Odin tea and water. They had a high status in Norse mythology. They selected loyal and brave warriors for Odin, and after those loyal and brave warriors died, they guided the unyielding souls into the Valhalla and became immortal spirits. These women are Valkyrie. Dodo 2 and Dodo 3, of course, knew about the Valkyrie in mythology, but they didn't expect that they really existed in reality. And the woman from before called herself a god. Now that they thought about it, if they thought about it carefully, they were indeed gods. Kateri's expression was completely frozen. The goods she was transporting were Valkyrie? Unclean creatures. Your final verdict is destruction. You have no right to judge my pet. A sudden voice came. Everyone looked over and saw a man walking over on the sea. As the man walked over, the sea that had been torn apart by the Valkyrie closed up again. The man clearly wasn't an ordinary person, but they felt that it was useless for anyone to come now. They were also impressed. Didn't he know the current situation? He actually dared to get involved in this mess. They're your pets? Obviously. Chun Zhao shrugged. Then you deserve to die too. The Valkyrie looked at him coldly. Chun Zhao scratched his ear. Be more direct and do something. You can't kill me with just words. The Valkyrie's red spear suddenly shot a golden flame at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao lifted his finger. A pillar of water rose from the sea and charged toward the golden flame. Boom! The golden flame and seawater canceled each other out, creating a beautiful flower of water and fire. The golden flame was more intense and ferocious, but the seawater was endless. Looks like you chose the wrong battlefield, Chun Zhao said proudly. This is my territory. Really? The Valkyrie sneered and waved her hand lightly. Instantly, all the Valkyries in the sky pointed their weapons at Chun Zhao at the same time. Countless golden beams shot toward Chun Zhao. Dao 2 and Dao 3's expressions changed. He's dead. That guy is dead for sure. To them, even their grandmaster would have to run away with his tail between his legs, let alone Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao spread his arms and spread them upward. Countless water pillars rose from the sea and shot toward the golden beam. Everyone was dumbfounded. Beautiful, Katie murmured to herself. That miraculous scene made everyone's eyeballs almost pop out of their sockets. However, on the other hand, the Valkyries were infuriated. Chun Zhao's calmness was even more intolerable. Do you think this is your main battlefield? Isn't it obvious? Chun Zhao said proudly. Then let's change the battlefield, the Valkyrie said coldly. In an instant, everyone felt their vision blur, and then they appeared in a huge desert. Little Nine and Amon also landed on the sand. Chapter 24:06. At first, they could still struggle in the mud, but now they couldn't. Especially Amon. He was in a miserable state. The Valkyrie looked down at Chun Zhao. How's the new battlefield I prepared for you? Everyone else's faces turned extremely ugly. They could all tell that Chun Zhao could fight against the Valkyrie with his geographical advantage on the sea. But now, the Valkyrie had completely taken away Chun Zhao's geographical advantage through her words. She turned the sea battlefield into another extreme, a desert with absolutely no water. The same thought popped up in everyone's mind. It's over. However, no one saw that darkness was spreading under the gravel under Chun Zhao's feet. This was mainly because it was nighttime. Everyone thought that Chun Zhao's ability was to control water. Can you die in peace now? Not enough, not enough. Chun Zhao shook his head. If you want me to die, you better be prepared for enough casualties. Nonsense. You won't have the chance to hurt one of my sisters. Whoosh! Suddenly, a stream of black liquid shot out from the sand. The black liquid turned into an extremely sharp blade and pierced through a Valkyrie's body. The Valkyrie spat out a mouthful of blood in pain and immediately tried to disintegrate her body. But the next moment, the dark lava turned into a cover and enveloped the Valkyrie. In the end, it shrank back into the sand. But soon, a ball of golden light exploded from the ground. The Valkyrie escaped from the sand. She looked extremely pathetic as she vomited out the dark lava. Looks like the old trick won't work. Chun Zhao pursed his lips. Chun Zhao's dark lava could devour dark creatures of similar elements. The dark lava had also developed to an unimaginable level through this method, but it couldn't devour enemies of other elements. For example, the Valkyrie's golden flames weren't holy light, but they were still holy and inviolable. The dark lava's element was the complete opposite of theirs. It couldn't be compatible with their power, nor could it devour them. You've been forced to fall. The leading Valkyrie was even more furious. Let the Heavenly Father's flames purify your body and soul. Countless golden beams exploded at the same time, shooting at Chun Zhao. The flames made Chun Zhao feel pain and unbearable. Dark lava immediately covered Chun Zhao's body, blocking the golden beam. But Chun Zhao retaliated at the same time. The dark magma continued to shoot into the sky. Both sides continued to bombard each other. Raise the altitude. The leading Valkyrie saw that the situation was bad. Although Chun Zhao was alone, he was too thick-skinned. 1,000 of their companions attacked at the same time, but they couldn't deal any fatal damage to him. On the other hand, Chun Zhao was constantly injuring and even killing their sisters. Therefore, she had to temporarily adjust her tactics and increase her altitude to avoid the invasion of the dark magma. You are very powerful, but the dark matter that flows out of the sewers is not enough for you to win. If you don't run, it should be enough. Chun Zhao looked at the Valkyries, who were raising their heights one by one. A hint of disappointment appeared on his face. Indeed, the dark magma could not shoot to such a high altitude. Furthermore, you're flying so high up, so it's hard for you to deal any more damage to me. Where does this dark matter originate from? What's it called? Dark magma. I named it. Oh no, don't tell them where your power comes from. Dowson wanted to stop her, but it was too late. The Valkyrie smiled proudly. Forbidden dark magma. In an instant, the dark magma completely shrank. Chun Zhao was stunned. He wanted to activate the dark magma again, but he realized that he could not control it at all. Stupid human, you're finally going to pay the price for your stupidity. Fine. Chun Zhao sighed. So the legendary Valkyrie is also a despicable and treacherous coward. As long as we can defeat evil, any method is allowed. I admit that I'm evil, but speaking of victory, I'm still standing here perfectly fine. Why do you have to think that you've won? You've lost the advantage of the battlefield, and now you've lost your weapon. Do you think you can still win? Chun Zhao slowly raised a hand. At the same time, the gravel in front of him slowly gathered into a giant palm. The giant palm was filled with vast power. It was enormous and shocking. Kateri and Ronson were both ordinary people. Although they had experienced a series of encounters before, they were still ordinary people. They had experienced a series of things before, but when they saw the giant palm made of gravel, they were still shocked. To them, this was completely godlike power. Scott Lee was about the same. His level was not high either. His position in the psionic team was also at the bottom. Otherwise, Yangguo would not have sent him to translate for Dao Tu and Dao San. He had thought that the core members of the psionic team were already the top spiritualists in the spiritual world. But when he saw Chun Zhao, he realized that these so-called top spiritualists were so weak. They were completely different concepts. Force. Dao Tu and Dao San were shocked. They could also use force skillfully, but they could not do something as shocking as Chun Zhao. Everyone's force was different, and the force they borrowed was also different in strength. They did not understand where Chun Zhao had borrowed such a huge force. Moreover, he could withstand such a force and not be overwhelmed by it. The gigantic palm swept across the sky. Whoosh! Dozens of Valkyries were slapped by the giant palm. They would either be smashed into smithereens or sent flying. The Valkyries could only fly higher again. The human before them was definitely the most troublesome human they had ever met. It was unbelievably strong and unreasonable power. They had to use the spirit of speech again. Don't use gravel. In the blink of an eye, the gigantic palm collapsed and dispersed. Chun Zhao had expected this. The leading Valkyrie looked back at the messy formation of the sisters. Her expression was solemn and angry. This time, she was no longer as happy and smug as before when she had sealed one of Chun Zhao's abilities. Come, I'm all ears. You can say a few words of victory now. Do you really think you can win? I really think so. Chun Zhao nodded honestly. The leading Valkyrie did not say anything else. She raised her red spear and shouted, Sisters, It's time to make our enemies tremble. Chapter 24:07. The sparse golden flames once again lit up the entire night sky. Valkyries appeared one after another. The number of Valkyries in the sky had increased to a hopeless number. This was the cautious choice the Valkyrie leader had to make. She didn't know what other trump cards the man before her had. So, she had to defeat and kill this enemy in the most cautious way. That was to mobilize the entire Valkyrie army, 10,000 Valkyries. The Valkyries were the strongest army under Odin. Their number would always remain at 10,000. When they suffered losses on the battlefield, they would select strong and brave women from among the human women, bestowing them with great power and bestowing them with a sacred mission. Both Dao Air and Dao San felt that this was a hopeless battle. Perhaps Chun Zhao still had a trump card. If he was facing the previous 1,000 Valkyries, he might have a chance of winning. But now, the number of Valkyries had increased by 10 times. This was a hopeless situation. Chun Zhao raised his head and looked at the Valkyrie leader. Sisters, victory belongs to us. Show this fallen one our power. This time, the Valkyries didn't attack Chun Zhao with golden flames. They charged at Chun Zhao one after the other. They stabbed at Chun Zhao with their red spears. Chun Zhao sneered. His figure suddenly flashed. Cloning. 32 clones appeared before the Valkyries. Seeing Chun Zhao's cloning, Dao Air and Dao San couldn't help but be shocked. This was a real cloning technique. No, it was even more advanced than the cloning techniques they knew in the past. With their eyesight, they could obviously tell that the 32 clones were all unbelievably powerful. In an instant, countless Valkyries and Chun Zhao's 32 clones were engaged in battle. It was a bloody battle, blood and flesh interweaved to create an extremely cruel scene. But it was also a merciless massacre. No matter how many ants there were, they were still ants. The Valkyrie leader frowned. She saw Chun Zhao and his clones brutally killing her sisters. She couldn't bear it, but she couldn't show it. Power stopped. Just then, Chun Zhao's real body suddenly felt weak. His power had completely turned into that of a normal person. This feeling of weakness made Chun Zhao very uncomfortable. Fortunately, the Valkyrie spirit of speech only worked on Chun Zhao's real body. It was ineffective against Chun Zhao's avatar, because those clones weren't real clones. Instead, they were part of Chun Zhao's consciousness. They could also be seen as individuals. At the same time, hundreds of Valkyries fell from the sky. Chun Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't attacked them, so how did they fall? I understand now. Dao Air could not help but yell when he saw this. Dao San's reaction was a little slow. He immediately shouted, I understand too. Your Excellency, although the Valkyrie's words conceal your abilities, they have to bear the same amount of pressure. The more abilities and powers you have sealed, the more pressure they have to bear, Dao Ji reminded him. Chun Zhao's eyes lit up. I see. Chun Zhao couldn't help but smile. Giant spirit divinization. Chun Zhao was immediately covered in a layer of golden light. Instantly, Chun Zhao's power increased again. The original feeling of weakness was gone. Power seal. Seeing this, the Valkyrie leader had to use the same trick. However, in the giant spirit divinization, Chun Zhao's power was more than 10 times stronger than before. Instantly, countless Valkyries fell from the sky. The golden flames on their bodies also became extremely weak. Disintegrate the clones, the Valkyrie leader ordered again. However, this time, it didn't work on Chun Zhao or the other avatars. How? Why is it ineffective? Are those not clones? The Valkyrie leader's expression was very ugly. Chun Zhao suddenly turned into a body of energy and shot into the sky. All the Valkyries along the way were instantly pierced through by Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao's real body was unstoppable. Meanwhile, Chun Zhao's avatar didn't stop killing. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Valkyries kept falling from the sky. At the same time, there was a rain of blood. Sisters, come back. Just then, all the Valkyries in the sky disappeared. Only the Valkyrie leader was left. The Valkyrie leader glared at Chun Zhao with hatred. Human, you're very strong, but you haven't won yet. Really? Chun Zhao shrugged. He didn't need to explain too much. Facts spoke louder than words. Weren't the corpses all over the ground enough to prove the truth? The Valkyrie leader looked at her sisters who had been brutally murdered. Sorrow welled up in her heart. Sisters, come back. Just then, the corpses started turning into specks of starlight. Even the blood they'd spilled on the ground started turning into starlight. The scene was like a river of stars. It was very relaxing. Is it the last attack? Chen Zhao looked at the Valkyrie leader warily. But just then, the Valkyrie leader turned into a beam of light and shot into the night sky. Chen Zhao looked at the beam of light that disappeared into the night sky. He was still on guard. Was it a powerful move that descended from the sky? But after waiting for a long time, the Valkyrie still didn't use her full power. Chen Zhao was a bit shocked. It couldn't have run away, right? The Valkyrie who'd been so fearless just a moment ago couldn't have run away so suddenly, right? After waiting for another minute, Chen Zhao was finally sure. Fuck, she really ran away. Chen Zhao let out a long breath. He withdrew his avatar and walked toward the crowd. Everyone was on guard against Chen Zhao's approach. They knew that being on guard was useless against Chen Zhao, but their instinctive fear couldn't be avoided. Who's Ronson? Sir, what's wrong? Ronson was scared. He believed that he definitely didn't know the man before him. He also didn't understand why this strange and terrifying man would mention his name. Had he or one of his relatives been caught by him before? Ronson had encountered this in the past too. After catching a suspect, the suspect's family and friends would come to him for revenge. Just as Ronson's thoughts were running wild, Chen Zhao said, "Your deputy chief asked me to come and save you." Deputy chief? You mean David? Ronson's jaw dropped. His face was filled with disbelief. The newly transferred deputy chief could actually find such a terrifying guy? Did the deputy chief have some powerful background? It really seemed possible. After all, David was only in his early 30s, but he was already the deputy chief of LAPD. It was extremely rare to see a deputy chief at this age in America. Chapter 2408. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. Chen Zhao picked it up. It was Yanghua. Chen Zhao, where are you? I've walked 100 kilometers out to sea and didn't see you. Did I go in the wrong direction? Or did something happen? Previously, Chen Zhao and Yanghua had traveled together to search for Dao Air, Dao San, and the others. However, Yanghua couldn't keep up with Chen Zhao's speed. Through the Mon and Little Nine, Chen Zhao had sensed the danger from Dao Air and Dao San. That was why Chen Zhao left first, while Yanghua found a small boat. However, when Yanghua arrived at the original battlefield, he realized that the nearby sea was calm. It was as if nothing had happened. Chen Zhao and the others were nowhere to be seen. Yanghua had no choice but to call Chen Zhao after searching for nothing. We're in the desert now. We don't know our exact location yet. Chen Zhao was helpless too. He didn't know where Mizwa had taken him either. However, this shouldn't be a California desert. Judging from the grains of sand on the ground, it should be an even older desert. There are so many deserts in the world. Actually, the sand in each desert was different. Depending on the age of desertification, the amount of rainfall, and the geological structure, the degree of desertification would be different. Chen Zhao wasn't an expert in this area, but he knew the basics. Where are my two seniors? How are they now? Chen Zhao glanced at Dao Air and Dao San. They seem to be injured. It looks pretty serious. Hearing this, Yanghua panicked. Are their lives in danger? I don't think so, Chen Zhao said. Yanghua finally heaved a sigh of relief. What about Scott Lee? How is he? Who's Scott Lee? I sent him to translate for my two seniors, Yanghua said. Oh, is he from your psionic team? Chen Zhao narrowed his eyes. He scanned the crowd and finally locked onto Scott Lee. Ronson had already confirmed his identity. Katie didn't look like a translator. When Chen Zhao first saw Scott Lee, he thought that he was also from China. He thought that Dao Air and Dao San had brought him out and was a disciple of Dragon Tiger Mountain's celestial sect. Hearing Yanggua's words, Chen Zhao realized that he was from the psionic team. That Scott Lee is dead, Chen Zhao said. Hearing that, Yanghua felt like he was struck by lightning. He was speechless. He's dead. That's right. He died a horrible death. He was directly vaporized. Not even his bones were left. Dao Air, Dao San, and the others were not far from him. Hearing Chun Zhao's conversation, Scott Lee mumbled something about not even leaving a corpse behind. It wasn't anything, but when Chun Zhao said that, he was clearly looking at him. This scared Lee very much. At this moment, he was racking his brains. How had he offended Chun Zhao? But after thinking for a long time, he couldn't remember knowing Chun Zhao. After hanging up, Chun Zhao approached Scott Lee. "You're Scott Lee, right?" "Yes, I am, sir. What's the matter?" "You're from the psionic team?" "I am. I'm the president of the supernatural organization." Scott Lee's expression instantly became very interesting. Although he had only joined the psionic team for a short period of time, this didn't stop him from knowing that the psionic team's nemesis was the supernatural organization. Usually, all he heard was how the psionic team would surpass the supernatural organization. Originally, Scott Lee had thought that the psionic team was so strong. It would only take a few minutes for them to surpass the supernatural organization. But after hearing Chun Zhao's self-introduction, Scott Lee couldn't help but feel fear. Was the psionic team going to become enemies with such a terrifying existence? Wasn't that too reckless? The so-called experts in the psionic team would probably be slapped to death by Chun Zhao. Thinking of this, Scott Lee couldn't help but shiver. Slap! Chun Zhao slapped Scott Lee's head. "I'm talking to you. How dare you daydream?" I'm sorry." Scott Lee immediately lowered his head and apologized. He couldn't offend him. "Where do you live? I'll send you home." Chun Zhao grinned at Scott Lee. Scott Lee could tell that Chun Zhao was threatening him. "If you don't want to go home, then you can stay with the supernatural organization for a while." "How about that?" Scott Lee lowered his head and thought for a while. Finally, he nodded. Scott Lee knew that Chun Zhao was subtly detaining him. Then Chun Zhao looked at Dao 2 and Dao 3. "You're old Zhang's disciples?" "Old Zhang. Zhang Tianyi," Chun Zhao said. "We're the Celestial Master's disciples. We're Yanggua's seniors." Chun Zhao looked at their ages. At their age, people might even believe that they were Yanggua's grandfathers. But considering Zhang Tianyi's age, it was reasonable for his disciples to have such a large age gap. Chun Zhao called Zhang Tianyi again. "Hey, old Zhang, did you miss me?" An angry voice came from the other end. "You dog, you had to call me now. You caused me to be killed alone." Chun Zhao didn't put on speakerphone, but Zhang Tianyi's voice was too ear-piercing. Dao 2 and Dao 3 had to listen even if they wanted to. They'd never heard Zhang Tianyi speak in such a tone. In the past, they'd always been steady and gentle. In the end, the first thing Chun Zhao said was vulgarities. Their jaws dropped. "I did another good thing today." "Good thing? You?" "Yeah. I've been accumulating merit recently. If you kill less, that'll be the greatest merit. Do you know what it means to kill for a noble cause? I killed to save people." "Fuck, that's fucking killing for a noble cause. It means sacrificing oneself to achieve great things. What fucking killing to save people? If there's nothing else, don't disturb my advancement match. Not only did I kill people today, but I also saved a few people. None of my business. 2 old men were among the people I saved, but they should be dying soon. I see that they're in so much pain that I can't bear to see them continue to be tortured, so I plan to send them on their way. Give me a plan." Dao 2 and Dao 3 were dumbfounded. What did he mean by dying soon? "We didn't." The two wanted to explain, but the next moment, their mouths were covered by dark lava. Dao 2, Dao 3? Zhang Tianyi heard a voice beside him. "What happened to them?" "Something like that. They encountered demons and were seriously injured. They can't be saved." Chapter 24:09. Can I say one last thing to them? "No, they can't speak, see, or hear now," Chun Zhao said. "But I have a life-saving medicine. It's very effective and can bring them back to life in a matter of minutes. It's just that the formula is a bit expensive." "Then help me find a good place to bury them," Zhang Tianyi said angrily. He knew that Chun Zhao was trying to extort him again. "Sure." Chun Zhao didn't give Zhang Tianyi a way out. "I think the place where they're buried is good. With the protection of their ancestors, their descendants will definitely become rich in the future." "Oh, the refreshing cleansing pill I promised you last time is already on the way, but I forgot whether to send it to Shentong or Yuantong. Why don't you pay attention?" Chun Zhao pursed his lips. Oh, your grand disciple, surnamed Yang, seems to be heading this way. I think that with his close relationship with his senior brother, he'll definitely be devastated if he finds out that the two of them died in a foreign land. He might even be in so much pain that he wants to die and want to commit suicide. You win. I have some purple heart bamboo seeds. I'll use them to exchange for my grand disciple's life. How about that? What are you saying? Your grand disciple is my grand disciple. Would I purposely harm their lives? Yes, I was wrong. Please save my grand disciple, okay? But what's that purple heart bamboo? It's not anything good. When it grows up, the bamboo joints will automatically brew bamboo heart dew. It can make people not age, and there won't be any side effects. Chun Zhao's eyes brightened. It could make people not age? Is it really that magical? But it can only make people not age. It can't make them become young again, Zhang Tianyi said. Zhang Tianyi said, for example, if a 60-year-old man drank the bamboo heart dew, he would not become 50 years old. Instead, his appearance would forever remain that of a 60-year-old. What about bodily functions? Actually, this bamboo heart dew is a liquid that slows down the aging of the human body, but it's mostly external. The internal functions can also slow down aging to a certain extent, but the effect isn't very good. This is also good stuff. You're really willing to give it to me? Of course, no matter how good things are, they are still external objects. All right, I'll reluctantly save your grand disciple. After hanging up the call with Zhang Tianyi, Chun Zhao released Dao Er and Dao San. Sir, this is not a good idea. What's wrong with that? Do you think I'm a volunteer? Chun Zhao interrupted Dao 2 and Dao 3. If you don't think I'm right, then call Zhang Tianyi personally and tell him that you're tired of living. Tell him not to trade with me. Dao Er and Dao San looked at each other and sighed heavily. Then he contacted West and asked him to use his phone to locate them. Soon, Chun Zhao found out their current location. They were now in the desert near the city of San Luis Rio Colorado in Mexico. It was less than 600 kilometers away from Los Angeles. This was within Chun Zhao's expectations. After all, if it was too far, there would definitely be a time difference. When he was teleported to this desert, he had already observed the starry sky. There wasn't much difference. That was why he had guessed that they hadn't moved too far. However, Chun Zhao had to send Amon and Little Nine back to the sea first. The two of them were still rolling in the sand. Although they wouldn't get dehydrated at their current speed, they would never be able to return to the sea without help. They were still in San Luis Rio Colorado, but the southern side of the desert was connected to the sea. Along the way, it was all desert. There were no towns or inhabited areas. Chun Zhao looked at everyone. Do you want to go back to Los Angeles yourself? Or do you want me to send you? Just as Scott Lee was about to speak, Chun Zhao interrupted him. I'm not asking you. Come with me. We're in the country illegally, right? If we leave the Mexican border, we won't be able to explain how we got in, Ronson said helplessly, and we might be arrested as spies. Fine, it doesn't matter if you come with us. Chun Zhao's original goal for this trip was to accept David's request to find and protect Ronson. And him, Ronson said, pointing at Katie. Yeah, don't be fooled by his looks. He's actually our undercover agent. Fine. Chun Zhao looked at Dao Er and Dao San. What about you two? If it's convenient, you can take us with you too. They were from the spiritual world, but they'd entered Mexico for no reason. It wasn't easy to leave the regular route. You guys go carry him on. Little Nine, you keep him on occupied. They couldn't agree with the names Chun Zhao had given his pets. For example, Little Nine. Looking at the 100-meter-long hydra, they couldn't tell that it had such a cute name. At first, they were still curious about how Chun Zhao would move these two huge things. But soon they understood. Chun Zhao lifted Amon and Little Nine, who was wrapped around Amon's stomach. They flew into the air and then flew at high speed. Little Nine's weight had already reached 2,000 tons, and Amon's weight was 10 times that of Little Nine. Chun Zhao was actually able to carry these two enormous creatures and fly at an astonishing speed. In less than 10 minutes, they could already see the horizon. Chun Zhao threw Amon's huge body into the sea, raising huge waves. On the other hand, Dao Er, Dao San, Ronson, Katie, and Scott Lee were hung in the air by a bunch of grapes. Fortunately, Chen Zhao didn't plan on carrying them back to Los Angeles. In the end, he let them enjoy a free luxury sea trip. When they arrived in Los Angeles, it was already dawn. Watch your mouths. Chen Zhao looked at Katie and Ronson. Both of them nodded silently. They both knew that Chen Zhao was different from other gangsters. They weren't afraid of gangsters, but they really didn't have the courage to face Chen Zhao. As for Dao Air and Dao San, Chen Zhao couldn't threaten them either. After all, they had Zhang Tianyi, a god, behind them. Let's go, Chen Zhao said, glancing at Scott Lee. Although Scott Lee was extremely unwilling, he still followed behind Chen Zhao. I'll give you a chance to tell your family that you're safe. For a long time in the future, you won't have a chance to contact the outside world again. In the end, Scott Lee called his family and obediently followed Chen Zhao to the headquarters of the Supernatural Organization. Chapter 24:10. It was Scott Lee's first time at the Supernatural Organization's headquarters. Perhaps it was because of his first impression. In his imagination, the Supernatural Organization's headquarters must be very mysterious. There was a hint of coldness in every corner. Scott Lee did not know that the coldness he felt was because of the dense, dark clouds above the headquarters. That was the oppressive feeling that the domain gave him. Seeing that Chen Zhao had brought Scott Lee in, West was stunned. He was usually in charge of the Supernatural Organization's affairs, including monitoring the psionic team. Therefore, he roughly knew the names, appearances, and backgrounds of the members of the psionic team. Thus, he knew that Scott Lee was from the psionic team the moment he saw him. Seiji's first thought was whether the other psionic ability teams were also using spies to deal with them, just like they were. Had Chen Zhao been tricked by this guy? But after Chen Zhao explained a little, West understood. Scott Lee was from the psionic team and had seen Chen Zhao's power. If Scott Lee returned to the psionic team and told them about it, perhaps the psionic team would give up on fighting the Supernatural Organization. But it was more likely that they would speed up their actions. By then, it wouldn't be so easy for the Supernatural Organization to deal with the psionic team. That was why Chen Zhao had detained Scott Lee out of caution. I'll leave him to you. Chen Zhao pushed Scott Lee to West's side. West glanced at Scott Lee, who was trembling in fear. Kid, how should I address you? Scott Lee. Lee, why did you choose the psionic team? Why not the Supernatural Organization? Do you have an open recruitment? West was speechless. The Supernatural Organization was an elite organization. Chen Zhao and West had personally gone to inspect and appraise almost every member. Or it was the member's family or someone they could trust. Tell me about the internal affairs of the psionic team. West would not let go of any chance to learn about the psionic team. At this moment, Lin Beyonce walked over angrily. Scott Lee took a few steps back when he saw the murderous look on Lin Beyonce's face. Newbie, am I scary? Are you going to hide from me? Lin Beyonce yelled at Scott Lee with a dark face. Beyonce, how is it? Did you pass the first level? Just a little bit more, and I would have passed. Lin Beyonce gritted her teeth. Although Lindsay Beyonce was half forced to join the Supernatural Organization. However, after a period of getting along, she had gradually accepted her identity. Of course, with her bad temper, she still refused to give in. He didn't have a good expression when he saw everyone. However, she had provoked a lot of people and was taught a lesson by many. Therefore, she knew that most of the people in the association were stronger than her. There were many people who had taught her a lesson. Basically, the top few people in the association had all taught her a lesson. 2 days ago, after the end of the Battle of Holy Glory, Gaia and the others returned. Lin Beyonce also mocked the 10 people who went to battle. They said that they went to participate in the Battle of Holy Glory, but in the end, only one of them obtained the title of Holy Glory's Top 100. It was a complete disgrace. Then, she was taught a harsh lesson. Lin Beyonce belonged to the new generation that both Chen Zhao and West thought highly of. Of course, her personality still needed to be polished. The way to do that was to use the iron fists of her friend's love. Just then, an extremely cold aura surged from Scott Lee's back. Scott Lee shivered. Looking back, he realized that it was a spirit. However, a layer of white frost formed on the path the spirit body took. Even though she didn't get close and only passed by him, Scott Lee still felt a chill from the depths of his soul. Seeing Pamela approach, Lynn Beyonce stopped talking and retreated. On her third day in the association, she had the honor of witnessing how terrifying Pamela was. The scariest people in the association weren't Gaia, Noah, or Hallie's. It was Lady Pamela before her. She was an extremely terrifying banshee. Other than Chun Zhao, no one in the association dared to say that they could defeat Pamela. Of course, Pamela wasn't alone. She also had an army of banshees. They were one of the hidden trump cards of the supernatural organization. However, even without Chun Zhao, the supernatural organization had enough power to protect themselves. If she offended Gaia and the others, she would be bettered in for a few days at most. Even if she talked back to Chun Zhao, he would at most beat her up. But if she offended Pamela, she might turn into a block of ice and be displayed in front of the headquarters for a few days. It was because she had experienced such things. That was why Lynn Beyonce kept her distance from Pamela. Okay, time for breakfast. What's this morning? Although Lindsay Beyonce hated the world, the air, and the people and the things that happened were not pleasing to her eyes. However, the 3 meals here were the only things that satisfied her. The ghost chef's cooking was really good. What made her even more addicted were the ingredients here. Everything couldn't be found outside. It was impossible to describe how precious these ingredients were. Many of the food here belonged to the legendary level, especially since Lynn Beyonce was an enhancer. She could feel the benefits of the food even more clearly. Not to mention her magic power, her body was at least 5 times stronger than before she joined the supernatural organization. Scott Lee stayed there for a day, even though his freedom was not restricted. He wasn't restricted, but he could clearly feel a pair of eyes watching him. If he dared to step out of the headquarters, he might be beheaded in the next moment. In the evening, Scott Lee saw the people of the supernatural organization building a bonfire with all kinds of ingredients and seasonings. It seemed like they were going to have a bonfire party. At this moment, Gatkala was pushing a flatbed cart with a very large piece of meat on it. They couldn't tell what it was, but it was at least 2,000 kilograms. It was a complete piece of meat. Farspin, you're in charge of cooking it. Everyone was looking forward to it too, because it was from Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao didn't tell them what it was, but they were sure that it was a magical beast he'd hunted. From the looks of this piece of meat, it should be a piece of meat from its thigh, but this piece of meat already weighed 2 tons. Then, how big was this magical beast body? But everyone was already used to it. They were already used to seeing what kind of magical beast Chun Zhao hunted. Chapter 24:11. The piece of meat Chun Zhao had given him was a piece of Red Eagle's thigh. It wasn't even 1,000th of the Red Eagle's thigh. Red Eagle's body was too huge. When it spread its wings, it could cover the entire city. His body was as big as a mountain. Back then, Chun Zhao couldn't do anything about Red Eagle. He couldn't finish such a huge body by himself. That was why he gave it to his own people. If everyone worked together, they might be able to eat Red Eagle into a skeleton in 100 years. Of course, that was if the number of members in the association increased by several times. With just a few dozen people, they wouldn't be able to finish such a huge Red Eagle in 1,000 years. But Chun Zhao didn't mind. Anyway, that thing wouldn't rot in his space ring. If he couldn't finish it, then so be it. Chun Zhao was still troubled by the mutant octopus. The scale of the disaster was still expanding. A few coastal cities on the west coast were all in trouble. Chun Zhao had hoped that Isaac could provide him with clues about Homesius. But Isaac couldn't find anyone either. Just as Chun Zhao was having a headache, someone he didn't expect called him. "Hey Chun, it's Gavich." "Huh? Gavich, what's up? I heard you're in trouble. You're not calling to mock me, are you? Or you're the culprit? Oh, your main business is producing chemical materials. Did you release something you shouldn't have and cause this disaster?" "Chun, I'm a legal businessman." Lila Gavich chuckled. "I was going to give you some information, but since you don't need it, forget it." "Huh, I'm joking. Where are you now? I'll go find you. I brewed a batch of good wine recently." It was Chun Zhao's first time visiting Lila Gavich's house. Lila Gavich was the largest chemical producer in America. He was much richer than Chun Zhao. Although Chun Zhao was rich, he'd only made it in the past 2 years. But Lila Gavich was different. He'd accumulated it for decades. Chun Zhao didn't even dare to imagine how rich he was. In America, one had to have an extremely deep background to play with a few industries. Energy, medicine, and chemical industries were all controlled by traditional families. It was almost impossible for outsiders to intervene, even if it was to develop a new product. This new product would either be sold to those tycoons or all sorts of dirty water. Lila Gavich lived in Beverly Hills. However, it was not in the coastal area. Instead, it was halfway up a mountain. Looking down from here, one could see the entire horizon. Lila Gavich's villa was different from Chun Zhao's modern and technological feeling. His manor was filled with the stench of a nobleman. Chun Zhao had been to many manors of rich people. Lila Gavich's villa might not be the biggest or the most luxurious, but every little thing here was filled with a sense of exquisiteness and taste. This reminded him of the British drama Downton Abbey that Feilai had forced him to watch. Chun Zhao didn't really look at it, but everything here looked like an old-fashioned English noble's manor in British dramas. Everything here was simple, but not old, deep, but not gloomy. Here, there was also the bright and beautiful sunlight, as well as the boundless spring scenery. Lila Gavich was wearing a formal suit. He had a table and a chair on the huge lawn, leisurely drinking afternoon tea. When Chun Zhao walked up to Lila Gavich, the servant had already come over to add a chair. "You know how to enjoy yourself." "Rich people do," Lila Gavich said. The servant went up to add some refreshments for Chun Zhao. "How did you know I was in trouble?" Chun Zhao asked curiously. "I've been paying attention to the supernatural organization," Lila Gavich said with a smile. Lila Gavich said with a smile, "And the mutant octopus attacks in recent days are not a secret. Although the news media has been banned, it is not difficult for most rich people to find out about it." "What news did you get?" "Two pieces of information." Lila Gavich placed the two pieces of information before Chun Zhao. One is about Homesius, and the other is about the new news agency's research institute. "You know the progress of my investigation?" Chun Zhao asked, confused. "You investigated Homesius through an intermediary company. You want to know what's going on with the house called Homesius. Do you think the intermediary company can keep the secret? Then what's the situation with the research institute? They're the culprits of the mutant octopus attack. You actually found out about this." "Coincidentally, I sell chemical products, and this Shinsha Research Institute is one of my company's clients." "Then what about Homesius? What's the situation?" "He's the person in charge of the research institute, but we haven't found out who the sponsor is yet. All the money that goes into the research institute is through an anonymous overseas account. We can't find out. Then we only need the research institute's address. We don't need Homesius information, right?" All the equipment and researchers of the Shinsha Research Institute disappeared overnight. Now, the Shinsha Research Institute still owes my company tens of millions of dollars in payments. "You're saying that they've already run away?" "Yes." Chun Zhao couldn't help but look gloomy. With a headache, he asked, "Are the leads broken?" "There's another direction we can investigate." Lila Gavich's gaze landed on Homesius information in Chun Zhao's hands. "Homesius? He should have disappeared too, right?" "Yes, indeed. Homesius disappeared too, but his family moved frequently in the past few years. They're living on a small ranch in the suburbs of Los Angeles now. You're not asking me to capture Homesius' family, right? There's a rule in the spiritual world that we shouldn't harm family members." This wasn't a rule, but it was also the bottom line. Chun Zhao didn't want to touch this bottom line. "I didn't say I'm going to touch Homesius' family, but my people are already secretly monitoring them. That should be fine, right?" Chun Zhao nodded. That was fine. Chun Zhao wasn't that pedantic. Even the police often monitored the families of suspects in order to catch them. "I'll also send people to monitor Homesius' family. Of course, aside from the 10 million, I have nothing to do with this." Chapter 24:12. For Lila Gavich, perhaps $10 million really wasn't much. It was the same for Chun Zhao. Perhaps he could spend more than that once. But if it was in the business world, they would fight for every cent. Two teams of lawyers might argue for a few months just for 0.1% of profit. This was very common in the business world. So Lila Gavich couldn't be as indifferent as he seemed. Chun Zhao was the same. For example, the movies he, Steven, and Rasfa invested in. The three of them could give each other millions or even tens of millions of dollars in gifts. But they couldn't be short of a share of the box office, even if it was just a cent. That was the bottom line of business investment. A cent less today might mean a zero tomorrow. Of course, the reason why Lila Gavich let Chun Zhao deal with him was mainly because he wanted to do Chun Zhao a favor. He wanted to do Chun Zhao a favor. Or rather, he wanted to return the favor. The two of them had been through life and death together. After all, he'd fallen into hell back then. Chun Zhao had killed his way into hell. From then on, he understood how terrifying Chun Zhao was. He also knew that having an ally and friend like Chun Zhao was something to be grateful for. Of course, the $10 million debt was another matter. If he had the chance, he wouldn't give up on the debt from the New Society Research Institute. Just because he wanted to do Chun Zhao a favor didn't mean he would give up on the $10 million. Should we go to the Research Institute? Maybe we can find some clues. Is it far from here? Not really. Actually, I've never been there before. Saying that, Lila Gavich turned to the servant beside him. Call Merlin here. Merlin? Who is it? Oh, one of my lawyers, Lila Gavich said. Because the New Society Research Institute can't pay up and they're suspected of maliciously defaulting, they're planning to use the Research Institute to pay off the debt. She's also responsible for this. Chun Zhao had thought that Merlin was a beautiful lawyer like Alex. But when Merlin came, Chun Zhao was greatly disappointed. Merlin was already more than 50 years old. Although he was dressed simply and professionally, Merlin was already in his 50s. However, he didn't have the feeling Chun Zhao had expected. Merlin didn't know Chun Zhao, so he only greeted Lila Gavich. Boss! Well, how's the situation at the Xinsha Research Institute? At present, because the court can't find the legal person, it ruled that the Xinsha Research Institute has seriously breached the contract and maliciously defaulted on the payment. The court has agreed to our request. Now the Xinsha Research Institute and the surrounding land are ours. You've done well. Take us to the Xinsha Research Institute. I want to see my new territory. Chun Zhao and Lila Gavich sat in the back seat, chatting casually. Although Merlin was driving, she could be said to be observant and attentive. She had been listening to their conversation. She was curious about who Chun Zhao was. Have you had any use for your Hydra recently? Asked Lila Gavich. What? Are you going to see? Yeah, I'm taking a few foreign partners out to play. So, I'm going to borrow your Hydra. You don't have a yacht? Lila Gavich was much richer than Chun Zhao. Therefore, Chun Zhao didn't believe that Lila Gavich didn't have a yacht. Yes, I have 2 yachts, but they're both more than 20 years old. Most of the equipment can't keep up with the times. It's fine if it's a normal trip, but I'm using it to entertain a few super rich people. The 2 yachts aren't very presentable. Oh, then send someone to my house to get them, Chun Zhao said. Chun Zhao didn't have any plans to go out to sea, so he generously lent the Hydra to Lila Gavich. Merlin's heart jumped. This Asian man was also rich. She'd boarded Lila Gavich's yacht before. Just luxurious wasn't enough to describe the 2 super yachts. But even those extravagant super yachts weren't enough. Then how luxurious would the yacht that Lila Gavich borrowed from Chun Zhao be? Do you have any large investments recently? Lila Gavich asked again. Huh? Why do you ask that? Your friends have recently been selling some second and third tier assets to cash out, and they have also made large loans with the bank. This situation is either they're in urgent need of money, or there's a financial shock. If it is a financial shock, it is impossible for me to not know about it, so I can only guess that they are in urgent need of money and are making some kind of investment. The so-called second-tier assets were those whose annual profits didn't exceed 1 to 2% of the investment. Basically, after deducting the interest from the debt, the second-tier assets would at most not lose money. It was far from profit. Nevertheless, even the second-tier assets were still very popular in the financial market. For example, the big shots on Wall Street didn't lack money. What they lacked was how to turn their cash into assets that wouldn't depreciate. On the other hand, the third-tier assets were those that were below the profit line. They might lose a little this year and make a little profit next year. They could barely break even and survive. If the third-tier assets could be sold at a break-even price, the second-tier assets could be sold at a premium of more than 20%. The bank would classify and evaluate the assets. For example, the first-tier assets were considered high-quality assets. The second-tier assets were assets with more than 5% profit. These assets were hard to come by. There were also super and excellent assets. It was normal for them to be sold at a premium of 200 or 300%. For example, Chun Zhao's Marina restaurant was an excellent asset. The bank's valuation was only $80 million, but it had considerable profit. Even if someone offered 5 times that, there would still be people fighting for it. As for Chun Zhao's Mountain Brewery and brand, they were priceless treasures. Perhaps Mountain Brewery's market valuation couldn't even enter the world's top 500, but its profit could enter the world's top 100. Those people are all your friends. At present, the total amount of funds they have raised should be more than $3 billion USD, and you have a lot of cash on hand. Based on my estimation, the cash on hand should be more than $5 billion US dollars. So I have to suspect that their intention to borrow cash and loans is to have some kind of investment project. Hearing their conversation, Merlin felt his heart skip a beat. Wasn't this man too rich? What did $5 billion in cash mean? Even the richest man in the world didn't have $5 billion in cash. It would even be difficult for them to take out $100 million on the spot. But this man actually had $5 billion US dollars. Chapter 24:13. There's a project. If you have spare cash, you can use a few $100 million and put it in your account for a month or two. Your and your friend's cash flow should be close to $5 billion, right? Isn't it enough? It's not enough, Chun Zhao said. It's just that the plate is too big. No amount of money is enough. Chun Zhao wasn't going to build a normal coastal island. He was going to build a super resort like Hawaii. The amount of money he needed in the early stage was gone. This didn't even include the subsequent investment. So, this project wasn't something normal people could afford. What project? I can't tell you yet, Chun Zhao said. Lila Gavage thought about it. The project Chun Zhao was talking about didn't even have a shadow yet. To him, even if the project disappeared, he would only lose 1 or 2 months of interest. It wasn't a big deal. Okay, I'll prepare it later. What's the maximum investment? Prepare as much as you have. It depends on your appetite. The more you invest, the more shares you'll get. How big is this project? I don't think there'll be such a big project in the world in the next 10 years, Chun Zhao said. Mr. Chun, how much money do I need to be qualified? Merlin asked while driving. Sorry, I can't qualify no matter how much money you have, Chun Zhao said, smiling. When Chun Zhao was distributing the cake, he also looked at the people. Acquaintances depended on whether they had enough capital, connections, and influence. For example, a celebrity like Steven was welcomed by 99% of the investment projects in the world. As for those he wasn't familiar with, Chun Zhao wouldn't let them in no matter how much money they had. He didn't even have enough for his own family. Why should he give to outsiders? Merlin smiled and shook her head. She obviously knew what Chun Zhao meant. However, she was only asking a probing question. She didn't think that Chun Zhao would let a stranger in. Soon, they arrived at the new Press Research Institute. Chun Zhao looked at the building before him. It was around 7 or 8 stories tall. There was a large, empty space around it for greenery. This building costs 2 or 3 million, right? This building can barely make up for it, Lila Gavage said disapprovingly. Let's go in and take a look inside. Boss, Mr. Chun, this building was originally used for some experimental research. We found some chemical materials in there earlier. I haven't sent people in to disinfect and clean it up. If we go in now, there's a certain risk. I'm a chemical producer. Why would I be afraid of those chemicals? Lila Gavik said with a smile. Those chemicals don't know the boss. It's okay. I brought a doctor with me. He knows better than I do what's dangerous. Doctor? Merlin was stunned at first, but he quickly reacted. Mr. Chun is a doctor? I'm a doctor, Chun Zhao answered. Merlin did not expect Chun Zhao to be a doctor. Of course, Chun Zhao was a legal doctor too. Even though Chun Zhao was a professor, he didn't have the qualifications to practice medicine. If I can't get the money back, although this building can barely cover the interest, I'll still need to invest a lot of money to repair and use the building. In the end, I won't be able to earn anything. Lila Gavik was a very smart businessman. He was different from normal businessmen. Normal businessmen thought that if they bought something for $5 and sold it for $10, they would earn $5. But Lila Gavik considered more complicated things, such as the time cost, investment profits, interest, currency depreciation, and so on. Even a lawyer like Merlin felt emotional. Just a moment ago, the two had been discussing investments of hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars. Now, they had to carefully calculate the investment of $1 or $2 million. But this was the basic quality of a successful businessman. A businessman who could not be calculative was not a qualified businessman. Chun Zhao, Lila Gavik, and Merlin walked around the building. They did not find anything valuable. "It's a little strange," Merlin suddenly said. "What's strange?" "The amount of materials in the building is wrong." "What's wrong? Didn't the original person in charge move them away?" "What's strange about that?" Neither Chun Zhao nor Lila Gavik understood what Merlin meant. First of all, they moved in a hurry. Also, they moved secretly, so there can't be too big of a commotion, Merlin said. Merlin said, based on the amount of chemical raw materials our company sold to them, the cost of taking these raw materials away is very high. We just walked around the building, and there are a few individual laboratories that still have a lot of raw materials that have not been opened. There are also a lot of raw materials that have not been opened in the warehouse. Many of these raw materials are not cheap, but the remaining raw materials do not match the total amount. Think about it. If it were you, under what circumstances would you choose to transport some raw materials away, and under what circumstances would you choose to transport some raw materials away? This, Chun Zhao and Lila Gavik glanced at each other. What does this mean? It means that there's a second warehouse here. The New Society Research Institute's building is very clear, so the second warehouse might not be above ground, Merlin said. Merlin said, although I don't know why they want to take the chemical materials from all the suspicious points, they do have a second warehouse. Chun Zhao and Lila Gavik had to admit that Merlin's thinking was very sharp. At least, they hadn't thought about this possibility. "Oh, the button in the elevator seemed to indicate an underground parking lot," Chun Zhao said. "But there's already an open-air parking lot here. I don't think they'd make another one, right? Let's go take a look. We'll know soon." The three entered the elevator again and pressed the button for floor 1. When the elevator door opened, Chun Zhao, Lila Gavik, and Merlin were all shocked. It wasn't a hidden warehouse below. Instead, it was an underground laboratory that was even larger than the buildings above ground. "I didn't expect such a large underground space to be hidden here. Boss, since this is a hidden laboratory, it means that some secret experiments have been done here. We might be in danger if we go in while wearing isolation suits." "It's fine. For Chun, nothing can trouble him," Lila Gavik said confidently. Lila Gavik said confidently, "If you're scared, you can wait for us up there." Chapter 24:14. Merlin didn't leave. After all, this was the time to show her loyalty. With her shrewdness, she wouldn't abandon her boss at a time like this. Chun Zhao and Lila Gavik walked in front. There were some water stains on the ground, but it wasn't very dirty overall. After all, they'd only moved here 1 or 2 days ago. "This place makes me uncomfortable," Lila Gavik said. "There's a magnetic field in the air here," Chun Zhao said. "It's probably because some equipment is still running. Even I can't sense further away." Chun Zhao knew what Lila Gavik meant by discomfort. There was a special magnetic field here. It wasn't dangerous, but it was attached to people's skin. There was a special magnetic field here, but it wasn't dangerous. Chun Zhao didn't realize that there was an underground lab when he was above ground. It was also because of the magnetic field here. "There shouldn't be anything here," Merlin said. "They've moved all the valuable equipment away. The remaining chemicals aren't enough to pay off the debt." "I want to know what equipment created the magnetic field here and how much it's worth," Lila Gavik said. "Maybe it's not just equipment. There's something else." "What?" Chun Zhao smiled and didn't answer. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. Apart from that, there was also a fishy smell. Chun Zhao's first reaction was that it was seafood. The three took the elevator down to a deeper area. Thankfully, it wasn't dark and the basic lighting was still intact. Just then, the three saw a room up ahead. There was a sign saying monitoring room on the door. As soon as they reached the door, they saw a line of blood on the ground. Judging from the bloodstains, it seemed like something was dragging a corpse. "Let's go in and take a look," Chun Zhao said. Merlin followed behind. She was very uncomfortable with this place. There was a row of screens in the monitoring room, but there were still blood splatters on them. "Boss, Mr. Chun, how about we leave first?" Merlin tried to persuade them again. However, Chun Zhao and Lila Gainik ignored Merlin's request. Chun Zhao turned on the screen and switched to the scene from 2 days ago. What appeared on the screen was the scene of the researchers and workers busily moving the equipment away. However, Chun Zhao and Lila Gainik noticed that one of the screens was recording what had happened in the lab. The workers were using hammers to break the glass containers along the way. Then, a large amount of liquid flowed out of the glass container, along with some deformed things. These deformed things seemed to be artificially bred, but they were not creatures that ordinary people knew of. Their upper bodies were like snakes, their heads and bodies were slender, but they had a pair of short, thick claws. When Merlin saw those deformed creatures, his face instantly became very ugly. The three of them continued to watch the surveillance footage. Suddenly, one of the deformed creatures went berserk. The deformed creature suddenly wrapped itself around a worker's neck and then directly covered the worker's head with a bloody mouth. The worker struggled a little and fell to the ground. When the other workers saw this, they wanted to come forward to help, but soon, more deformed creatures released from the containers woke up. These deformed creatures immediately turned the laboratory into a field of blood and flesh splattering everywhere. At this time, the alarm sounded. At the same time, the camera was also destroyed, and there was no image after that. However, there were other images, and the figures of the deformed creatures appeared one after another in other images. The researchers began to evacuate even faster. Meanwhile, the security personnel were exchanging fire with the deformed creatures. However, many people were dragged into the shadows by the deformed creatures. Chun Zhao looked at the surveillance footage. "Is this a scene from a movie? Maybe reality," Lila Gavich said with a bitter smile. By now, Merlin's face had already turned pale from fear because he saw one of the images. This was what had happened in the surveillance room. A deformed creature had appeared at the door of the surveillance room. At that time, the people in the room had been in a hurry to leave. In the end, the two collided head-on. After a series of struggles, the person was forcibly pulled out of the surveillance room. At that time, the person had not died yet. He was dragged all the way, letting out heart-wrenching screams. "Check if there's any signal on your phone," Lila Gavich said. Merlin hurriedly took out his phone and looked at Lila Gavich miserably. "We're at least 20 meters from the ground. There's no signal at all." "Forget it," Lila Gavich cursed. "Let's just leave here. So unlucky. We'll have to spend some money to clean this place up again." The three came to the elevator, but the indicator light showed that it was floor -6. But no matter how they pressed, the elevator would not reach their floor. "Looks like the elevator here can't be used," Chun Zhao said helplessly. "Let's take the stairs." "There's no stairs here," Lila Gavich said. "How do you know?" Chun Zhao asked, confused. Lila Gavich pointed at a map on a nearby pillar. "This elevator seems to be blocked on purpose." "It's probably those things," Chun Zhao said. "From the surveillance footage, those things are quite intelligent." "What do we do now?" Merlin's face paled. "Maybe we can find another way around," Lila Gavich said. "Then, what if we encounter those things?" Merlin looked at Chun Zhao and Lila Gavich in fear. "In terms of probability, it's the same everywhere. We can encounter those things," Lila Gavich said. "And in terms of survival, it's much more likely to survive if you're with 2 men than if you're alone." Chun Zhao looked at the pale-faced Merlin and added another blow. "Of course, if we encounter a large number of those things, we'll have a much higher chance of survival if we push you out and escape." "Up!" Merlin screamed in fright. "Don't be so scared. I'm just joking." "How could you not be scared?" Merlin only felt that even staying with Chun Zhao and Lila Gavich had become very dangerous. Who knew if they would really use her as bait, as they had joked? "Don't come near me." Suddenly, Merlin took out a pepper spray and aimed it at the two. Chun Zhao and Lila Gavich's expressions froze. They were indeed joking, but Merlin seemed to take their jokes seriously. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 24:15. Just then, Merlin had already sprayed the pepper spray. Chun Zhao had seen it earlier and retreated first. Lila Gainic, on the other hand, was not so lucky. She was sprayed directly into her eyes. "Merlin, you lunatic, you're fired," Lila Gainic roared as she screamed. Merlin did not care about his job at all. Seeing that Lila Gainic had been sprayed by the pepper spray, she turned and ran. However, she was wearing high heels and could not run fast enough. "Chun, why didn't you help me? Merlin is such an idiot. She's pissing me off." Lila Gage still couldn't open his eyes. Chun Zhao looked into Lila Gage's eyes. Her eyes were red and swollen as tears streamed down her cheeks. "Is there any way to relieve the pain? My eyes and the skin on my face are burning. It's too painful." "There's no way," Chun Zhao said helplessly. "But while it's painful to be hit by the anti-pervert spray, there aren't any side effects. The effect only lasts around 10 minutes, after which the pain will subside. However, the pain will last for a day or two. I don't need a diagnosis." Lila Gainic was still crying. It was too painful. It was also the first time in his life that he was attacked by a pepper spray. Merlin was in a panic and did not know where to go. After running for a while, she realized what was going on. She had reacted too violently just now. But now, when he tried to find his way back, he realized that the layout of this place was all over the place. Every road was the same. Merlin was dumbfounded. What should she do? The place she was at now was not as bright as before. Some of the corridors had even turned into deep abysses. Merlin was panicking now. Everything was silent. It was so quiet that Merlin could hear his own heartbeat. Just then, Merlin heard the sound of water dripping. Suddenly, Merlin felt something cold on his arm. Liquid dripped onto it. Merlin looked up. In that instant, she felt like her head was about to explode. A deformed creature had appeared above her without her knowing. The deformed creature moved too stealthily. She could not sense how it had appeared at all. Merlin screamed. He instinctively picked up the pepper spray and sprayed it wildly. Cough, cough. He had to admit the power of the anti-wolf spray. Even this deformed creature could not resist the pungent smell of the pepper spray. It was originally stuck to the ceiling, but it was sprayed to the ground by Melinda's anti-pervert spray. His mouth was constantly making strange noises, and his head was hitting everywhere. Merlin grabbed his high heels and used them to slap the deformed creature. Wow! The deformed creature let out a high-pitched cry. Merlin had actually used the heel of his high heels to pierce one of the deformed creature's eyes. At this moment, Merlin could not care about anything else. He turned around and ran. The deformed creature was extremely adaptable. It quickly adapted to the anti-wolf spray and chased after Merlin. Merlin was no longer wearing high heels. She had already realized that wearing high heels would only make her die faster. However, this high heel was her only weapon, and she was reluctant to throw it away. She grabbed it in her hand and ran. One of the deformed monster's eyes had been maimed by Merlin, and it was still foaming with blood. However, it seemed to be very unaccustomed to this state, causing its actions to be very abnormal. Its speed was obviously much faster than Merlin's, but it was like a drunkard, constantly hitting the walls on both sides of the corridor as it ran. This had also bought Merlin a lot of time, even though Merlin was old. Although Merlin was old, it was time to risk her life. Merlin had used all her physical strength to fight desperately. Those deformed creatures would not pity her age. Merlin ran wildly. At this moment, Merlin saw an open door. He rushed into the room and closed the door. Bang, bang. Outside the door came the sound of the monster hitting. Every hit was like hitting Merlin's heart. Fortunately, the door of this room was a completely stainless steel iron door, and its thickness was amazing. This door was like the anti-theft door of a vault. No matter how the deformed creature hit it, the iron door still stood. However, just from the sound of the impact, one could feel how strong the deformed creature was. Ordinary people could not fight against this kind of creature at all. At this time, the place that Merlin escaped into was the underground laboratory's computer room. This computer room was not small. In the center of the computer room was a large iron ball with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters. Around the iron ball, many cables were connected. There were also many instruments around. This should be the power supply system of the entire underground laboratory. Merlin looked at the big iron ball and then looked at the surrounding instruments. This seemed to be the alpha power supply system. Merlin recognized this huge set of energy supply instruments. She was not an expert in electrodynamics, but she had a high degree. Some things that she had not touched did not mean that she had not heard of them. As for the alpha power supply system, she had seen it in university course 30 years ago. But at that time, it was still a concept, an extremely advanced power supply system. Today's power supply systems were wind, water, coal, or nuclear power generation. The alpha power supply system was non-kinetic power generation, using chemical power generation. Through the fusion of several special chemical elements, it could produce a very large amount of electricity. However, this power supply system was later proved to have a big defect. Then it was listed as a dangerous design and was permanently banned. Unexpectedly, today he saw a complete alpha power supply system here. Even if Merlin was not an expert in this field, he knew that the cost of this alpha power supply system was even higher than the cost of the entire laboratory. Just as Merlin was admiring the masterpiece in front of him, he suddenly saw a few terrifying figures. A few deformed creatures. They were climbing along the cables to the ball and then looked straight at Merlin. Merlin felt that her heart was about to stop beating. Her mind was empty. At this moment, she was exhausted and had no strength to resist. Moreover, even if she had the strength, she did not have a mind. Those deformed creatures jumped down from the metal ball, but they did not bite Merlin to death. One of the strongest deformed creatures opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of saliva. The saliva fell on Merlin's body. Merlin immediately felt that his body was completely paralyzed. His body could not move at all. At this time, the deformed creature stretched out its tail and curled up Merlin, climbing toward the left side of the power supply room. Chapter 24:16. Not long after, the deformed creature that had wrapped Merlin with its tail stopped. Then, the deformed creature flicked its tail, and Merlin landed on the iron net. Merlin realized that these deformed creatures did not seem to intend to eat her, at least not for the time being. There were still many deformed creatures patrolling the surrounding passages. Merlin wanted to move her body, but she could only feel a little of her limbs. Moreover, the remaining saliva of the deformed creatures on her body was coagulating and gluing her to the iron net. Give up. Don't waste your energy. At this moment, a voice came from the side. Merlin turned her head and saw a man in a white coat. The man's eyes were lifeless, and his voice was very weak. You're a researcher here? It's obvious, isn't it? The man said weakly. Are these the results of your research? They can only be considered to have been cultivated by us. We can't research these things, the man said. When I came here, there were already their eggs. Later, through cultivation and reproduction, it reached the scale we have today. What are these things? Do you know the Quetzalcoatlus of the Inca civilization? I've heard of them. You mean they're Quetzalcoatlus, but they look like a bunch of baldies. There's not a single hair on their bodies. They don't look like Quetzalcoatlus at all. They're the original forms of Quetzalcoatlus, the man said. The man said, the origin of the first eggs in the lab was unknown, but through research, we found that they were highly intelligent and sociable. Therefore, the people who studied with me at the time believed that their civilization might have existed a long time ago. So what are they going to do to us now? Eat us, or use us as food for winter? Merlin asked with a hint of self-mockery. She did not have much hope for survival research. At least, she did not see any hope of survival. Look up. Merlin turned her head and looked straight up. In the shadows of the ceiling that was covered with various pipes, there were wet meat eggs hanging. Merlin swallowed. She had already realized something. You've seen aliens, right? Even though Merlin's body was in a state of paralysis, she still felt unprecedented fear. The Quetzalcoatlus we see now are all cultivated in the laboratory's container trough, so their development is extremely incomplete. They can only be considered subspecies. The man said, after the real feathered serpent god emerges from the egg, it needs to drill into the body of a large mammal before it can grow into a real feathered serpent god. As for the process, you can refer to the facehugger in Alien. How did you know? I'm not the only one who was captured here. When the lab was evacuated, 4 people were captured by these subspecies. At this moment, a huge creature emerged from a circular passageway. Its size was similar to those subspecies, but it was much larger. In terms of weight alone, they were more than 5 times larger than normal subspecies. Unlike the subspecies that crawled on the ground, their upper bodies were propped up just like humans. The lower half of its body wriggled forward like a snake. They had colorful feathers on their backs and armpits. This was obviously the Quetzalcoatlus that the researcher beside him was talking about. Quetzalcoatl let out a strange cry. The surrounding subspecies all lowered their heads, not daring to raise their heads. They were as humble as commoners in front of nobles. At this moment, the feathered serpent god moved into a water trough. Merlin heard the sound of an electric motor starting up. Then, the lights around the water trough lit up. The water trough where the feathered serpent god was connected to many cables, which seemed to be connected to electricity. In the water trough, it let out strange cries. What is it doing? Absorbing electricity, the researcher said. Quetzalcoatlus seems to be able to absorb electricity, and they have very high intelligence. No one has taught them how to use the equipment here, but in the past 2 days, I've watched them go from fumbling around to now being proficient in using it. You can't imagine how smart they are. Merlin felt that his scalp was about to explode. Of course, he understood the meaning of the researcher's words. Even humans would not dare to say that they could learn to operate such complicated electrical equipment without any relevant experience, let alone other species. If it was just physical strength, it would not be enough to threaten the entire human community. After all, there were many animals on Earth that were stronger than humans. But what if there was a species that was stronger and smarter than humans? What about their reproductive ability? The researcher glanced at Merlin from the corner of his eyes. As long as they have enough food, they only need 1 night to complete their mating, laying eggs, and hatching into larvae. After the larvae burrow into a mammal's body and eat the mammal's body, it takes a day for them to become semi-mature. Take that feathered serpent god, for example. Its actual age is only 20 hours. Hearing the researcher's words, Merlin was beyond shocked. You people are crazy. How dare you research this kind of thing? It's too late to say that now. Besides, I'm just a researcher. In terms of work, I'm no different from an engineer. Even if I don't accept this job, someone else will. The researcher completely removed his responsibility. Although what he said was the truth, Merlin was so angry that she gritted her teeth. However, she had no way to teach the researcher a lesson at this moment. She could not even protect herself now. At that moment, a piece of flesh above them suddenly burst open. A huge amount of liquid poured down, drenching both of them. Of course, if it was just the liquid pouring down, it would not have made them panic. There was something else that came down with the liquid. It was a young feathered serpent god. This young feathered serpent god looked pink and a little cute. However, as long as it was associated with the facehugger, no one would think it cute anymore. The young feathered serpent god began to crawl toward the researcher. The researcher was so scared that he trembled all over and made a ho sound. The young feathered serpent god hesitated for a moment before turning around and crawling toward Merlin. Merlin was scared out of her wits. Only now did she understand how this researcher had managed to survive for the past 2 days to the last one. Merlin also wanted to make that sound, so she tried to make a ho sound. However, the young feathered serpent god did not stop. It had already crawled to Merlin's chest. Merlin could feel the chilly sensation when the young Quetzalcoatl god came into contact with her skin. Merlin was so scared that she was silent. Her breathing became rapid. Chapter 24:17. Death was approaching her bit by bit. Merlin could almost see the grim reaper waving at her. The young serpent god seemed to see it too. Suddenly, Merlin woke up. How is this the Grim Reaper? It was Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao was standing before Merlin and waving at her. You? Merlin stared at Chun Zhao, dumbfounded. Just then, the young serpent god jumped up and pounced at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao reached out and lifted the young serpent god's tail. Is this the serpent god? Chun Zhao looked at the researcher. Does it taste good? The young serpent god kept struggling in Chun Zhao's hand. It even turned around and bit Chun Zhao's hand. But it was so small. How could it bite Chun Zhao, who had thick skin? Just then, Merlin saw Lila Gavik come too. Standing beside Chun Zhao, Lila Gavich's eyes were still red and swollen. His eyes weren't big to begin with, but now there were only 2 slits left. Merlin, good job. Look at what you've done to me. Merlin opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. She really didn't understand why these two had the courage to stand before her. Couldn't they tell what was going on? Couldn't they see the surrounding subspecies and the huge adult serpent god? Lila Gavik snatched the young serpent god from Chun Zhao's hand. Apologize immediately, or I'll stuff this thing into your mouth. Before Merlin could apologize, Lila Gavik was bitten by the young serpent god. Lila Gavik's hand hurt. He tossed the young serpent god to the ground and stepped on it. The young serpent god was smashed to pieces. By then, the other subspecies and the huge adult serpent god had already noticed Chun Zhao and Lila Gavik's arrival. After noticing that Lila Gavik had killed one of their offspring, all the serpents were enraged. The mature feathered serpent god spread its arms, and the feathers on its body stood up. This was clearly a sign of their anger. Hee. The mature feathered serpent god let out a strange cry. The other subspecies immediately surrounded Chun Zhao and Lila Gavik. Merlin and the researcher had already sentenced Chun Zhao and Lila Gavik to death in their hearts. To them, Chun Zhao and Lila Gavik had no chance of survival at all. Just then, a subspecies charged toward Chun Zhao. He spat out a mouthful of saliva as soon as he opened his mouth. Merlin and the researcher counted in their hearts. 3, 2, 1 down, but Chun Zhao didn't fall. Chun Zhao looked at his wet body. It spat at me. Lila Gavik nodded. He'd seen Chun Zhao fight against millions of demons, but he had never seen a demon who dared to spit at him. He had to admit that the baldy in front of him was quite courageous. Fuck! Chun Zhao lifted his foot and kicked the subspecies away. The subspecies slammed into the concrete wall a dozen meters away. The concrete wall cracked, and the subspecies fell to the ground, motionless. Merlin and the researcher were dumbfounded. What kind of strength was that? Not only was this man not afraid of the subspecies' paralyzing saliva, but he could even fight back and kick a subspecies to death. Just then, the second subspecies pounced over. Careful! Merlin shouted with all his might. But just then, she saw Chun Zhao grab the subspecies' upper and lower jaws and pull hard. The subspecies' mouth was pried open. Seeing Chun Zhao twisted, it let go. The subspecies slid to the ground and didn't move. The researcher's heart was in turmoil. Others might not know, but he knew all the data of these subspecies. The strongest carnivorous creature on land was undoubtedly the Manchurian tiger. Siberian tigers could be over 3 meters long and weigh 400 kilograms. They had 80% muscle and 400 kilograms of bite force. They could run at 80 kilometers per hour and hit 800 kilograms with their forelimbs. Their stats were almost 2 to 3 times that of the best human boxers, weightlifters, and sprinters. They were also bodybuilders. But the subspecies' stats surpassed the Siberian tiger in all aspects. They also had tails as powerful as anacondas. They could crush 1,500 kilograms. At the same time, they had intelligence close to humans. Chun Zhao actually tore open the upper and lower jaws of such a terrifying creature and killed it with a twist of his head. Just then, the mature feathered serpent god let out a strange cry and charged over. Seeing the body several times larger than the subspecies, Merlin and the researcher felt death waving at them. But just then, Chun Zhao blocked the attack with one hand. He grabbed the upper jaw of the mature Quetzalcoatl and swept it horizontally. The surrounding subspecies were all smashed into pieces. Chun Zhao threw it again. The mature feathered serpent god smashed into the concrete wall. Merlin and the researcher were dumbfounded. They couldn't say anything for a long time. That mature feathered serpent god weighed at least 1,500 kilograms, right? Chun Zhao smashed it away, just like that. Huh, not dead? Such tenacious vitality. Chun Zhao was surprised. He'd thought his strength was enough, but he'd underestimated this guy. Just then, the mature, feathered serpent climbed back up. It crouched low and hissed at Chun Zhao with its teeth bared. Immediately after, lightning surged on the body of the mature, feathered serpent god. The researcher's eyes widened. It was his first time seeing this too. Chun Zhao looked left and right. He broke a golden pipe and held it in his hand. Then he strode toward the mature, feathered serpent god. Before it could attack, Chun Zhao had already smashed it with his rod. The mature, feathered serpent god died on the spot. Half of its head was smashed. Of course, the steel pipe in Chun Zhao's hand was deformed too. The researcher and Merlin were dumbfounded. The seemingly invincible feathered serpent god had been killed by Chun Zhao with a single strike. He hadn't even used his ultimate move. How could he be so shameless? He should at least give a chance to use its ultimate move. This place is connected to all directions, Chun Zhao said. There are probably many that escaped. Bring the two of them with you. I'll go take a look. Lila Gavik knew Chun Zhao's style of doing things very well. She wasn't worried about Chun Zhao at all. This scene wasn't even a warm-up for Chun Zhao, Divine King of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 24:18. Lila Genovich poured an unknown potion into Merlin and the researcher's mouth. Merlin and the researcher felt the numbness in their bodies gradually recede. They could stand up again in a few minutes. Can you stand up now? Lila Genovich asked. Merlin tried and stood up. The researcher still felt powerless. I can't stand up. If you can't, then lie down and wait to be eaten, Lila Gavik said disapprovingly. I'm a billionaire. Do you still want me to carry you? As expected, the researcher stood up immediately. In times of life and death, all pretentiousness and weakness were not worth mentioning. Merlin followed Lila Genovich in silence. Lila Genovich cursed along the way. He vented all his resentment on Merlin. If I see you carrying a pepper spray with you again, I'll kick you out, Lila Gavich scolded. Boss, you didn't fire me? Merlin asked in surprise. With her experience, it was not difficult for her to find another high-paying job. However, she still had a dozen subordinates waiting for her to pay them. It was really hard to find a boss as generous as Lila Genovich. If possible, she did not want to lose her job. Fired? You haven't compensated me for my medical expenses and mental damage. Also, if I hear anything about me harassing you, you better be careful. Lila Genovich was also subtly warning Merlin about what he should and shouldn't say. Merlin was a smart person. He obviously knew that Lila Genovich was warning him to be careful. Merlin knew that what he had seen was not normal. Whether it was the underground lab or the terrifying power Chun Zhao had displayed earlier. Just as the three of them walked in front of the elevator, they heard a ding sound and the elevator door opened. They saw Chun Zhao standing in the elevator, covered in blood. Merlin and the researcher were terrified. They stood there, not knowing what to do. Are you going to wait for the next one? Chun Zhao asked. Merlin and the researcher hurriedly entered the elevator. Lila Genovich was much calmer. He did not even find it strange. What was strange about it? What kind of scene was this? You killed them all? Lila Genovich asked. Yes. Chun Zhao didn't just walk around the entire underground lab. He also spread the dark lava out. Every nook and cranny was cleaned. He didn't even let go of the pipe connecting the toilet bowl. This thing was too big of a scourge. Not a single one was spared. If it was a regular demon, no matter how strong it was, Chun Zhao wouldn't have mobilized so many people. However, if the feathered serpent god wasn't careful, the entire human race would be overturned. Therefore, it was better to be cautious. After returning to the surface, the researcher wanted to borrow Chun Zhao and Lila Gavich's phone. Chun Zhao and Lila Gavich sneered at the researcher. I still don't know your name. Chun Zhao put his hand on the researcher's shoulder. The researcher looked at Chun Zhao. Sir, I don't think I need to, crack. Everyone heard the sound of Chun Zhao crushing the researcher's shoulder. When Chun Zhao let go of the researcher, he was already rolling on the ground, clutching his shoulder in pain. Chun Zhao squatted down and smiled at the researcher. Maybe you don't know me, but I'd like to introduce myself. When someone goes against my will or rejects my request, I'll be very unhappy, very, very unhappy. And every time I get emotional, I'll kill people to calm myself down. Killing is illegal, the researcher said in pain. I have an excellent team of lawyers. They can answer any of my legal questions, so I don't need you to explain to me. Merlin turned his head, indicating that he hadn't seen anything. Chun Zhao didn't say something. Killing might be illegal, but it wouldn't be if there was no evidence left. I'm Krabby Iyer. Okay, Mr. Krabby. This is the beginning of our friendship. Who the hell has a friendship with you? Krabby Iyer thought to himself. Do you know where the lab moved to? Chun Zhao asked. I don't know. Chun Zhao narrowed his eyes at Krabby Iyer. Your answer made me like you even less. I really don't know. Really, Krabby Iyer said hurriedly. He was afraid that Chun Zhao would attack him again. He hadn't eaten for 2 days, and his limbs were weak. If Chun Zhao hit him a few more times, he would probably lose his life. He didn't think that he could take a few punches from Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao had killed a mature, feathered serpent god with 1 kick. Chun Zhao stared at Krabby Iyer again. Krabby Iyer repeatedly promised that he really didn't know. Chun, I'll repurpose this land, Lila Gavich said. It's best not to bury people around here, or else I'll be in trouble. 10 kilometers to the north. Even if I want to bury people, I'll bury them there. Krabby Iyer trembled in fear. Don't kill me. To me, worthless people don't need to live. I got it. Krabby Iyer said hurriedly. Got it? I don't know where the lab is, but I know the company that moved it to. It's intact cargo, Krabby Iyer said hurriedly. Krabby Iyer hurriedly said, at that time, the person in charge of discussing the details of the move was in contact with someone from Anita Cargo Company, and I happen to know that person. We even talked for a while afterwards, so Anita Cargo Company definitely knows where to move the laboratory. Chun Zhao and Lila Gavich didn't expect to get such important information from Krabby Iyer. If they could find the lab directly, it would save them the trouble of spying on Homesia's family. I hope you're not lying to me, Chun Zhao said calmly. No, I don't dare. But before we find it, you can't go anywhere. You want to detain me? That's the legal detention. Chun Zhao glanced at Krabby Iyer. Please don't repeat such stupid words in front of me. Krabby Iyer didn't speak. After all, Chun Zhao could even talk about murder so casually. Why would he care about illegal detention? Gavich, we need to clean the place again. Find someone reliable. Chun Zhao meant that they should find people from the Dark Elves, not ordinary people. Chapter 24:19. Chun Zhao had already cleaned up the bottom, but there were still many unspeakable scenes. Krabby was a regular person. Chun Zhao didn't plan to bring him with him. But Lila Gavich had a solution. Before coming to the New Society Research Institute, Chun Zhao had already arranged for people to monitor Homesia's family. When he got home, Feilai was still reading the Huaxia classics. Darling, Chun Zhao greeted them and sat down beside Feilai. He took her right hand and carefully removed the gauze. Feilai didn't respond. She just changed her posture and hugged Chun Zhao. Feilai's wound had already healed, but there were still some marks. How do you feel today? A little weak, Feilai answered. I can't focus. This was the most obvious symptom of losing vitality. But Chun Zhao hadn't made a potion to replenish vitality yet. So, he didn't have a good solution for now. Of course, Feilai's body and vitality were much stronger than regular people's. So, Feilai could be considered healthy now. Her weakness was mostly because she wasn't used to it. Have you found a mastermind behind this incident? Not yet. Be faster, Feilai said gently. Angel Shore has already been sealed. I want to be faster too, but the mastermind is very cautious. The clues we can find are also very limited. Then work harder. You're protecting world peace. Feilai still felt that apart from being the president of the supernatural organization, Chun Zhao was also a member of a secret organization that protected world peace. Because that was what Chun Zhao had said at the beginning. Even now, she still firmly believed this. Chun Zhao would occasionally disappear for a day, and he never told her where he went. Papa! Papa! Just then, little Gerlin ran in, followed by little Larissa, who stumbled behind. Papa, look what I caught. Seeing what Gerlin was holding, Chun Zhao was scared out of his wits. Oh my! Chun Zhao quickly snatched the octopus from Gerlin. It was a mutant octopus, but when Chun Zhao grabbed it, he realized that it was already dead. Had the mutant octopus already spread to Mirror Lake? Frowning, Chun Zhao went to Mirror Lake. Dark magma was released instantly. Chun Zhao realized that there were only 2 or 3 mutated octopuses in Mirror Lake, and they were almost dead. This was probably because this was an upper-class water source, and it was fresh water. These octopuses were originally from the sea. No matter how much they mutated, it was impossible for them to survive in fresh water. Chun Zhao really thought that the octopuses had mutated to the point where they could leave the water. Chun Zhao had almost pissed his pants. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. Just then, Chun Zhao received Isaac's call. Mr. Chun, I've researched something about the mutated octopus. Any new discoveries? It's a bit complicated. Can you come over? The Marine Biology Research Institute? No, my house. Chun Zhao was surprised, but he didn't ask. When they found Isaac's house, they found that it was just an ordinary 2-story house. It covered an area of less than 150 square meters. For the people of the United States, this was quite small. Moreover, more than half of it was made up of courtyards and turf. The real construction area was less than 100 square meters. Ding dong. The one who opened the door was a beautiful young woman. She first glanced at the car parked outside the fence, and then at Chun Zhao's clothes. Hi, what's up? Chun Zhao was a bit wary of the woman. Perhaps it was because the security in their community was not very good. Thus, when she opened the door, she only left a small gap. Hi, madam. I'm here to see Isaac. Hi. You and Isaac are... I think I'm his new boss, Chun Zhao said, smiling. Oh, Isaac's in the garage. No, in the lab. Okay, thank you. May I know who you and Isaac are? I'm Isaac's wife, Salina. Chun Zhao could feel that Salina and Isaac were the same type of person. After learning his identity, Salina's attitude clearly changed. Of course, Chun Zhao didn't dislike people like her. Everyone pursued profit. It wasn't a big deal. Actually, Salina and Isaac had similar personalities. They both wanted to live a glamorous life. Salina had married Isaac in the first place. It was mostly because Salina felt that Isaac's future was predictable. However, Isaac's career didn't rise as Salina had expected. For several years, there had been no waves, neither rising nor falling. Isaac's income was also far from enough for the family to do whatever they wanted. This caused the couple's relationship to weaken day by day. Salina definitely didn't want a life where she had to worry about daily necessities. She wanted to be able to go to all kinds of high-end clubs and choose the luxury she liked. She didn't want to drool at those things in commercials. She didn't want to fool people with fakes and get recognized at parties. Because of this, Salina even thought about divorce. But 2 days ago, Salina saw Isaac come back in the middle of the night. She wanted to have a big fight with him. But Itzhak told her that he had a new job and that his new boss was a very generous man. Salina didn't really believe it. She felt that even if Isaac changed jobs and got a higher salary, it would still be hard for him to reach her expectations. But when she saw Chun Zhao's car today, her expectations were slightly raised. She didn't own his sports car, but at least she knew that the car was expensive. It might be something that the couple couldn't reach even if they worked hard for a lifetime. Salina brought Chun Zhao to the lab. Chun Zhao saw the sliding door. It was clearly a garage for both parking and experiments. Itzhak, your boss is here to see you. Isaac turned around and saw Chun Zhao standing outside. Mr. Chun, you're here. Chun Zhao looked around and said in disappointment, I need a professional researcher, not an amateur. I need a professional researcher, not an amateur. In this kind of environment, it would be very difficult for a researcher to publish a paper, even if it was the most accurate data, to achieve results or to gain attention. Hearing Chun Zhao's words, Isaac's heart started pounding. How much do you need to invest to build a research institute like the Marine Biology Research Institute?